Our exciting and brand new shopping channel, Hobby Maker, dedicated to crafting. We'll be working with some of the biggest brands in the industry, which means you can look forward to highly skilled crafters, demonstrations and great products at great prices. We'll be bringing you a mix of papercraft, mixed media, resin, candle making and so much more from our expert guests. So let's get crafting with Hobby Maker. Good afternoon, everybody. It's that time again. Hopefully it's a regular slot in your daily routine to join us here at Hobby Maker. I'm Dave Bradford, with you for the next 5 hours through until 6 o'clock with an afternoon packed full of loads and loads of fun. We've got, as you can probably see, a brand new card collection launch, which we're really excited about. No one else has got this yet. We've got it first. Here at Hobby Maker, we're bringing you the brand new Hunkydory collection in just a second. The lovely Anne-Marie is with me as well for 3 hours this afternoon. Got a bit of watercolouring with her a bit later on too. Let me just explain before we do any more, because every day we're getting more and more and more hundreds of brand new customers finding Hobby Maker. Their friends tell their friends tell their friends, and then they tune in. Right, what we do here at Hobby Maker with the postage, it's a little bit unique and a bit different, okay? It's only $3.95, and you might think, well, what's so cool about that? That's for all of your orders in any 24-hour period. So until midnight tonight, if you put maybe, I don't know, Anne-Marie's fantastic Hunkydory collection in, maybe you put the watercolour pencils in at 3 o'clock, maybe you put some resin in with the lovely Laura binder a bit later on, anything like that. If you've got 3, 4, 5 things in your basket, you only pay no more than £3.95. It's a free phone number, a UK-based free phone number, just up there. They'll take your calls if you want to talk to someone. If you'd rather do it on the website, you can do that, of course, as well, which is www.hobbymaker.co.uk, and you can order that way. And also, of course, you can send us a message that way, which lots of you are doing. There's a little message bar on there that says contact the studio, and you can send a message in and we'll say hello to you. There it is. In the middle, over on the right-hand side, contact the studio. There we go. Okay, and another thing as well is that everybody pays the final low price. And one more thing, because of course we're actually dispatching your items from the supplier, so Anne-Marie and the team at Hunkydory will send your kit out. Other things come from other suppliers. So if you order like 5 things in one go from different people, they will arrive probably on different days and in different boxes, just to let you know that. So that's all the housekeeping out of the way. Let me introduce you to the team, because we are one big family here, because all of us work together, virtually all of us, on a regular daily basis, which is really lovely. I've never had that before. So in the studio today, we've got Anne-Marie from Hunkydory.
Hi.
Jimmy over there, Steve on camera too, and in the gallery, hello, Laura and Adam. Laura's our producer, and Adam's pushing the buttons. There we go. That's the team that are with you all the way. That little job of pushing the buttons. Yeah, all the way through until 6 o'clock this afternoon. So that's your family for the afternoon. If you can stay with us, that'd be great. Okay, then let's get underway. Let's bring you something brand new. If you're a Hunkydory fan, and there are tens of thousands of you that are, look at this, the Blossoming Fairies. Now, I did say that everybody pays the final low price. That price up there is not your price. That's what it should be, okay? That's what you should be paying if you bought all the components separately, the toppers, the cardstock, the foil cardstock, the little book, the printed papers. You're not going to be paying that. If you buy it as one single collection, you're going to get a better price. There's that free phone number. Look, 0800 001 4433. You can put it in your basket right now and check out. And if you want to come back for something else later on, you haven't got to worry about paying any more P&P. The artwork on this, Anne-Marie, is gorgeous.
It's so cute, isn't it? I absolutely love this because it isn't like too cute. No. It's almost got like a little grown-up edge to it as well. So it's really, really sweet. Lots of different types of fairies in here as well. It's just gorgeous.
But when I came out and saw you before the show, I said, that artwork's really different.
Yeah, it really caught your eye, didn't it? Yeah, it is a little bit different, isn't it? It's beautiful illustrations. And I love that we've got like little raspberries in here. We've got little bumblebees. We've got little like almost fruit fairies. It's just gorgeous. Well,
we're coming into spring in the next few weeks. We'll be there. Easter's not that far away. This is a perfectly themed kit, isn't it? $51.96. No. Put it in your basket now. You know you aren't going to be paying that. You're going to be paying an awful lot less. But you've actually got, how many sheets in total in this?
Oh, Dave, that's a question.
It's a question, isn't it?
So we've got 8 toppers. Let's do the maths.
All right.
Come on. You can do the maths. 8 toppers. 8 foil card.
16.
8 printed card.
24.
Then we've got 150 sheets in our little book.
178. 174. And then 36 of the inserts.
But then we've got all our pieces for our concept card as well. We've got 12 sheets there as well.
About 224. There's a lot for your money. That 224 sheets, give or take one or two. Don't hold us to that, but there's a lot. There's over 200
Yeah, there's loads
sheets in total in this bundle at an amazing price. That's the product code. If you're not used to seeing the product code, you might think to yourself, oh, it's letters and numbers. That's a bit strange. No, that's the way we do it here. So TYHD for Hunkydory, 19. Let's get that price down to the price that everybody pays. Already we've got Deborah putting it in a basket as well. Also, Anne in Stirlingshire is jumping on as well. She's popping it in the basket. Here we are, look, $39.96. Can I personally say, I said this the other day, but I want to say it again, a massive thank you to all of you for your good wishes and saying how much you love the new Hobby Maker. It's what we wanted to hear, and that's what you're telling us. So thank you. We are so chuffed that you're loving it. I'll tell you what we'll do. Let's have a pick and flick so you can see everything that's actually in the collection. There's the actual breakdown of it. There's loads of you coming in for it now. Anne in Stirlingshire, I think I said hello to you before. Kelly in Hertfordshire, Debbie in South Yorkshire, true Hunkydory fans, putting this in their basket. What have we got, Anne?
Okay, well, basically this is all we're getting. There's loads, Dave, absolutely loads. So what we'll do is we'll start with this fabulous concept card. Now, this is absolutely gorgeous. You're going to get everything you need to make 8 of these fabulous cards. So there's 4 different designs and you're going to get 2 of each. They're absolutely stunning, aren't they? So easy to make as well. We are going to make one of these for you, but you're going to get...
Like a mini theatre.
It is, isn't it? Yeah. It's just gorgeous. So you're going to get all of your base cards. So you're going to get, like I said, 4 different designs and you're going to get 2 of each. It's all foiled, it's all die cut, it's all pre-scored, it's all done for you. You do get your instructions as well, so don't worry about, you know, looking at this and thinking, well, I've no idea how that goes together. You're also going to get your decoupage bits and pieces, so you're going to get 4 sheets of these elements here, and these create the card. They go inside. You've got your fairies that will sort of hang in that aperture, giving you that fabulous effect. You're also going to get your envelopes as well. So you're getting literally everything you need to make these 8 cards looking like this. Imagine this being your first card ever that you've made. It's just amazing, isn't it? So that's everything you need for your concept card. Then you're going to get all your topper bits and pieces as well. So in here, you're going to have your foiled and die cut toppers and all of your cardstock. So again, 2 of everything. So you've got the 4 different designs. So we've got sort of like raspberries in here. It's absolutely gorgeous. Then you're going to have your foil cardstock. So we've got that foil scallop border at the bottom. So again, 2 of those. 2 of your printed cardstock. And that's your little sort of sets of 3, if you will. So then we move on to this one here, which is like the sunflowers with the blue. It's just gorgeous, isn't it? So adorable.
Do you think they're all best friends or relatives?
Oh, defo. Yeah, they're all besties. You've got your foil cardstock and again, your printed. Then we're going to go on to this one here that's sort of really delicate with the sort of the green and the lemon that we've got in there. Lots of different types of fairies. Look at her on the swing. Isn't she gorgeous? So, so sweet. And they're almost like, they could be adult fairies, they could be children fairies. You know, there's no real age on these, is there? They're absolutely gorgeous. Then we've got the sort of purples that we just love. I love the combination of this colour as well with the sort of purple and the teal there.
Yeah.
It's gorgeous, isn't it? So again, your foil cardstock and then your printed cardstock. So that's your topper collection.
Excellent.
Okay.
And that's available separately if you fancy another one of those. So lots of people do buy extras on top. We'll show you that in a minute.
Okay. Then we have our inserts. So you're going to get, remember?
24.
Oh, I think it's 36, but I don't know, Dave. These
36.
36. Is that split into inserts and papers though? Because we've got papers too. So I think we might have 24 inserts.
24 inserts and then your papers on top.
Yeah, so these are all your inserts. You can see these are just a toned down version with your fairies in the corners, perfect for using on the insides of your cards. They're not taking, you know, all the attention away from the front, but they still give that finishing touch. So that's all your inserts. Okay. Then we have our papers.
Now, you don't do this all the time, double-sided papers.
We don't know, but every now and again, we just like to sneak it in and look at them. Aren't they gorgeous? So you're going to get double-sided. You can see I've got fronts and backs here. You are getting 2 of each, so you can use the fronts and the backs. Nothing gets left out. Look at the little buzzy bees on the daisies. It's so sweet, isn't it? I love this one here as well with the like off the dandelion clocks, aren't they?
Yeah,
absolutely gorgeous. Yeah, really, really beautiful. So that's your papers that come with your insert.
And we're not done yet.
Last item in this incredible bundle is your little book. This is absolutely gorgeous as well. So this is a square one. I'm not sure we brought you a square one yet, but this has got 150 pages. It's the same sort of idea. You've got all the beautiful artwork in here. You are going to get 6 of each. So 25 designs, 6 of each, so that you can decoupage these. We've got some sentiments included as well. You could use them just as toppers. Look at that.
Lovely.
Isn't it gorgeous?
I mean, that could be quite simply 150 cards in that pack.
Yes, 100%, yeah.
If you do make cards for charity, and it's important to get them made as affordably as possible,
Yeah.
that book
This is the way.
absolute winner.
Yeah, definitely. It is just stunning. So many lovely pieces of artwork featured in here that you can cut into, you can layer up. It's just beautiful and such a dream to work with.
So many of you coming through for this right now. Now you've seen everything you're going to get in the kit. Remember, if you want an extra book, which I think probably about 50% of you normally buy another book as well, one to collect and one to use. It's all there for you for less than £40. And remember, if you want to order, it's a free phone number to talk to our call centre, and they love talking to you, so you can give them the bell right now. If you'd rather use the website, that's there, of course, as well. www.hobbymaker.co.uk is the, of course, all-important address. Now, let's break it down and show you what you're going to get then. This is what you get in the kit for less than £40. You get, of course, the topper kit, which is can be bought separately as well. You've got the Fairy Blossoms concept card kit as well. Now, the concept cards themselves, you know, they are actually kind of firstly designed and so on. So they're pretty much as you see them on the instructions. But, of course, with the rest of the kit, you can go freestyle. You don't have to do the cards in a certain way. You're in total control. Then you've got the inserts and the papers, 36 sheets of those. And then you've then got your brilliant little book of Fairy Blossoms, 150 pages, 25 designs, 6 of each, so you can easily decoupage those if you want to. That's our main collection today. There it is. It's all there for the taking if you'd like to order it today. And we've got this before anybody else, okay? All there for you. And it's nice to get something before everybody. Not even Hunkydory have officially launched it yet. We're doing it first here at Hobby Maker. And who doesn't love a fairy?
I know. They're just so sweet, aren't they? Really, really gorgeous. And I really like that the artwork isn't too childish. It's not too grown up. It's just like a real in-between. We've got different hair. We've got different skin colours. You know, we've got something for everybody in here.
We've known each other a long time. She called me a weirdo earlier. Because I was feeling the cold and you were getting quite
I was like, oh, it's roasting in here. And he's like, no, it's freezing. I was like,
and I've got my jacket on. You go, aren't you hot? No. I'm freezing cold today. I don't know about you. It's a lovely day, but
it is beautiful, isn't it? Yeah, no, I'm a hot fish.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Okay, shall we make a beautiful card with our fabulous collection? Okay, so let's get all of our bits and pieces out first of all. So what we've got here is we've got one of our double-sided papers that we're going to use, and we've also got one of our beautiful toppers. And we're just going to add this onto here, a little bit of matting and layering.
Can we move your board over a little bit?
You can move my board over a little bit. I just need to lift my board up because it's kind of stuck.
Oh, is it? Sorry.
So that it doesn't move. Let's
give it away the secret.
Which way do you want to go? This way?
That's it.
Yeah?
That'll do. Good knock.
Okay. There we go. Yeah?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Left a bit, right a bit.
Left a bit, right a bit, up, down. Okay, so we're going to mat and layer this onto here first of all. And what we're going to do is we're going to cut like an aperture out of here. So we're going to have our frame on the outside and our fairy on the inside. So we do need to do some sticking first of all. Just going to grab my die brush so that I can grab all the backing off the tape.
If you're a Hunkydory fan, which hopefully you are watching the show, do email in. It's studio@hobbymaker.co.uk on the email. If you'd rather use the website and send a message that way, that would be brilliant as well. All free to do. But tell us what you think about the collection.
Oh, I love hearing from people.
Yeah.
It's fab, isn't it? Okay, so we'll get this onto the front of the card. And then we can do a little bit of cutting into this to get that lovely aperture in the centre. Oh, it's being a bit pesky. Doesn't want to come off. There we go. It's being proper troublesome then. So we're going to have the card opening from the top.
Do you find that if your tape gets really hot or really cold, it causes issues?
Oh yeah.
It's got cold in the car.
Yeah, if I leave like tomorrow when I go into work, my trolley will have been in the car overnight and everything will be absolutely frozen, like really cold, and yeah, nothing will want to work. It's a bit of a nightmare. Okay, so I'm going to snip out my topper, first of all. They are die cuts, but I do just like to trim the pips. There we go. And then I'm going to take this outer frame as well. And we're going to pop this onto the card and then trim the centre.
It's all one, but it's not. It's actually three separate
It's not,
pieces.
yeah. We really like to give you as much as we can on all of our topper sets. And this is one way that we can get so many more elements onto the sheet.
Yeah.
So we're going to pop that on there, but we're going to cut out where this square sits on here. So what I'm going to do is, let me grab a little bit of tape. I'm just going to tape that in place and just draw around the inner frame so I can sort of see where that is. Oops. There we go. And then just grab a pencil.
And for those of you that don't know, Hunkydory is a British company. It's all printed and manufactured in the UK as well, which is nice to know. Family business.
It is, yeah, absolutely. So it's Anne and her two sons, Adam and Daniel. And then we're going to trim out that middle. So I'm going to use my trimmer for this. You could use a craft knife, but just to make sure we get nice, neat edges, I'm going to use my trimmer. So I'm just going to line up that pencil line that I've just created and just cut away there.
How long have you been with Hunkydory now? Quite a few
Oh,
years.
you know what? We worked this out the other day. I have been there for, I think it's 18 years.
18?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's either 18 or 19. It's a long
you're
time,
done.
isn't it? It is, absolutely. If you cut me in half, I'd be like a stick of rock, hunky-dory, through and through. Yeah, without a doubt. Yeah, I absolutely love my job. And I've worked in so many different areas of the business as well, so my knowledge is pretty good because of that. But yeah, it's almost half my life. It's quite scary, isn't it? I know. Well,
You don't care, do you?
no, I'm not bothered. Okay, so just going to help that last little bit out, just because obviously we are cutting through 3 pieces of cardstock there, so it does stack up. So we're going to pop our fairy on the inside here with our insert, and then our topper is going to sit, so you literally will see that through the aperture, and that frame will go onto there and hide the edges. So let's do some more sticking.
Every time we have a collection like this, we always get asked the same question. How many cards can I make out of it?
Oh my goodness.
How long's a piece of string? I mean,
Yeah.
at least 150 cards out of the little book alone. You've got to be looking at, what, 200 and something cards? 220 maybe?
Yeah, I would say so. Using some of your own sort of card-based stash that you've got at home, yeah, you absolutely could stretch this collection out so far and make so many cards with it. It's just unbelievable, isn't it? When you work it out price per card, once you've, you know, paid the price of the collection.
And the quality, if you've never had Hunkydory before, I can assure you is absolutely 100%. It's second to none. That's why once a Hunkydory crafter, usually always.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. It's so, so popular. And that is it, you know, we talk about the quality, and when people get it home, it's true. You know, they see and feel how good the quality is when they get it home. Okay, let's get some of our strips. We need some of our skinny strips for this one. There we go.
And just a word about our website, in case you're getting frustrated that you can't find all the products from all your favourite brands. What we're able to do at the moment, and it's still under construction, is put what's in the show on the website. But coming soon, in the next week or two, we should have every single product from every single company that supplies us available at any time. So you don't have to hang around and wait for the shows to see the products. So apologies if that's frustrating. I know some people are saying, oh, where's everything else? It will be on the website as soon as we can get it up and running properly. But the website is there. Have a little look at hobbymaker.co.uk.
And we have so many products we'll be able to put on there. We cannot wait. We have got an epic spreadsheet of products waiting to go on. Okay, so just getting that frame all stuck up with our foam pads. We can then add this to the centre, just giving us that little bit of lift off the base card, because obviously with paper it's very easy for everything to look very flat. So the foam pads just mix up the dimensions, make it look a little bit more, you know, 3D.
These concept cards, do you make 4 of these and 4 of these?
No, this one's a little extra one that's been made with the toppers actually.
Ah, right.
But yeah, the concept cards are those ones there, so you get 8 of that
those,
one.
yeah.
Yeah. It's very sweet, isn't it? And obviously you can chop into that. You don't have to use it as that card, how we've designed it. You can use it anyway.
It's a fairy easel, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
How cute is that?
It is very, very sweet.
8 of them in
isn't it?
different colours and different designs. I think you get 2 of each, don't you?
Yeah. 4
4
designs, 2 of
designs,
each. Yeah. Okay, so we've got that fabulous border on there, so we can just add our fairy on the inside. Let's grab some of our squares. Oh, we need to put a sentiment on as well, don't we? So many, again, different sentiments and tags, borders, frames. Absolutely everything's included in there. So we have got Sparkle with All Your Hearts. How cute.
Just like yourself.
Oh, thanks, Dave.
Right.
Okay.
Tell you what, if you want sparkle, this is the building to be in.
Oh, for sure.
Gems everywhere.
Oh, there is. When you over there, it's amazing, isn't it? Okay, there we go. There we have our beautiful fairy in that gorgeous aperture with the frame and obviously our little sentiment there as well.
So sweet. And it doesn't take long to make a good card. It really, really doesn't. And we've got the details on the screen of the toppers and the printed cardstock. Just in case you're unaware of what that is, that's this bundle here, okay? So individually, this is a combination of your foil toppers, your printed cardstock, and your printed and foiled cardstock, okay? So you get basically 8 sheets of toppers, 8 sheets of printed cardstock, and 8 sheets of printed and foiled. That's what's on the screen now for $19.99. And, you know, different people run out of different things in a card collection. You know, some people run out of toppers first, other people run out of the book first. So if you know you're going to run out of that part of it, so there's 24 sheets in total for $19.99, well under £1 a sheet. That, as an individual item, is CPHD 57. That's the code for that one. Now, the concept card kit, if you just want that on its own, and that's enough to make 8 more cards, 4 designs, 2 of each. You're going to get your envelopes with these as well. So if the concepts are what you love and you always end up making those first and running out of them first, you can have an extra set of the concept cards for just £11.99. And remember, once you've bought one thing and you've paid your one P&P of $3.95, you don't pay any more postage until tomorrow. Midnight tonight is the cut-off. All your orders that you make during the day, from midnight the night before to midnight the next night, all go into one, and you only pay one payment of $3.95 postage. So there are your elements that are all die cut. You just pop them out and make them into these fantastic concept cards.
Oh, they're cute.
Yeah, they're really cute. It's almost like they're dancing.
Yeah, absolutely. So they're held in with some invisible thread,
Okay.
which you will get in your pack as well.
You get that
so you
too?
do get that included, yeah.
Right, okay. And you can't see it, honestly, because it's called invisible.
We couldn't see ours in the samples here either, but it's there. It'll be in yours.
Yeah.
That
and
invisible.
You attach it to the bottom and also the top as well. Now, the inserts and papers. Okay, we've got those to show you too. Now, the inserts and papers
They're
are
here.
next. So here are the inserts.
We're just hiding everything. So there's one of each on the top.
Here we go.
There we go.
So we thought 24 of the inserts, and then you get a further 12 of the double-sided sheets as well. For $9.99, you get both.
It's amazing. Yeah, you get absolutely both. Perfect for just giving you a little bit more, again, a little bit more scope with your collection. Obviously, the inserts are the finishing touch. They add that little bit of luxury. They add a premium. If you're selling your cards as well, you can add a little bit more to the price. And then the papers, they just extend that kit out.
Yeah.
You know, you can just get more. You can do cool paper folding techniques. You can do all sorts.
And things like these butterflies, if you've got the knack and the skill and the time and the patience, you can cut those out. You can also cut out the bumblebees there as well. Love that one. And what you've got really is a very dominant pattern on one side and then a more subtle pattern on the reverse, haven't you?
Yeah. So yeah, if you're doing paper folding, you know, you want to curl back the corners or something like that, then they're ideal for that as well.
And that's uncoated, so if you wanted to add...
Yeah, the whole collection's Mattastic, so yeah, it means you can add a little bit more to it with your inks and things if you want to.
Okay, so if you want the inserts and the double-sided papers together, they're under a tenner, just £9.99, NHD 38. Now, the one thing that most people, not all, but most people put in their baskets as another extra is the fantastic Hunkydory Fairy Blossoms book. And like you said, normally they're rectangular, but this time we've done square.
Yeah, so we do square ones occasionally, just to mix it up a little bit. And this artwork just fits better into a square one. We could get more in. I love the frames that we've got in here as well. If you're going to decoupage these, then those frames give you another sort of layer to add there. But perfect for using as toppers.
Love that one,
you know,
bumblebee.
It's so sweet, isn't it? You could be die cutting these with your nesting dies and creating your own shape toppers. You don't have to keep them square either.
So you get 6 of each of them. And there's 150 in here.
Yeah, so you get, yeah, I've just lost my mind.
6 of each, 25 designs.
Yeah. Yes, 25. I could not think of the number at all then.
That's fab though, isn't it? You know,
so sweet,
you can decoupage them, just keep them intact and just use them as toppers, instant toppers.
Aww.
You can make so many cards so quickly using this. But with the Hunkydory quality, you can still sell them at a really good price and make a good lot of money, maybe for good causes, charity, that sort of thing. You know, who are you raising money for at the moment? Is it, you know, something close to home? Is it a pets charity? Is it something further afield? Lots of people are raising money for lots of really good causes, and card making is one of the most satisfying and also one of the easiest ways of making money for good causes or for personal profit. And you can do either, can't you?
Yeah, absolutely. You can sell as many cards as you can make.
How many people do you know that maybe sell cards at work?
Yes, definitely. Have like a basket on your desk with all sorts of different styles of cards in. You could take different sentiments and, you know, personalise them while you're there.
Yeah, a lot of people I know do that. Okay, well, there is the details on the screen for the book. But if you want the big kit, remember, which is launching here today before even Hunkydory let it out to their customers, that's coming up in a second. But if you want the book, QUHD98 is the item code. Pop another one of those in. And remember, if you've already got something in your basket and you've paid your £3.95 P&P, you don't pay it again. You don't pay any more than just £3.95 for the whole day. Okay. Now next we're going to, we've got a message. Hunkydory, always top quality. This is from Bethan. Hello, Bethan. She's always top quality and makes crafting accessible for everyone. This collection is beautiful. Bethan, thank you very much indeed. And if you want to send a message, the way Bethan did that is go to the website, just click on where it says go to the studio or connect to the studio, and you can just type in what you like and it will come through to us and we can put it on the screen. Another one coming up from Hannah in Cumbria. She says, Hunkydory Crafts Fairy Blossoms collection is absolutely adorable. Definitely getting multiples of this from Hannah in the Lake District. Lovely to know that and lovely to hear from you, Hannah. Isn't it great that we can get these messages?
It is, yeah, I love it.
One more from Jen. Hello, Jen. Where are you from? Doesn't say, but anyway, nice to know you're watching. Good afternoon. I'm a huge fan of Hunkydory, and they're always coming up with fantastic inspirations. I love this collection with the various skin tones too. Yeah, good point. I hadn't thought about that.
Yeah, it's really nice, isn't it? Just
Really
mixes it up a bit.
Okay, let's have another demo.
Yes.
And let's get that main bundle on the screen again for you, because that's where, of course, you save the most money, and that's where you get absolutely everything to make gorgeous fairy cards. And you're not paying 40 anything. We're taking it under £40, brand new, and we're getting it first ahead of the game before anybody else, $39.96. And there's your code, TYHD19. I'll tell you what, a lot of people are saying to us, or to me, what they love is that the demos are so thorough and they're unrushed.
Yes.
It's nice,
yeah,
isn't
it's nice to just be able to take your time a little bit and be able to explain exactly what your plan was for this card as well. Okay, I've got all sorts of bits for this one. So what we're going to do is we're going to make a stepper card, okay, but we're going to just sort of step the front of this. So I'm just going to grab my scoreboard so that we can just get scoring this. So let's pop this on here first of all. So what I've done is I've trimmed this card down. So it wasn't an 8x8 inch, and I've just trimmed it down to 8x6. And what I'm going to do is score the front. So I'm going to open this out. So we've got 8, but I want to create a 6x6 front. So I need to score at 2, and I need to score at 1. And that's going to give us a little 1-inch step at the front of that card. And then I just need to trim the rest of this card down so it all matches and it's a nice square 6x6. So we'll just bring our trimmer in to do this bit. So
do you always make cards for your family?
Not as much as I used to, no.
I mean, the expectation must be massive.
Yeah, I mean, if I was sensible, I'd take all these cards home with me that I make.
Yeah.
You know, but I don't. So no, 9 times out of 10, we're awful and we end up having to buy them.
Wow.
I know.
You heard it here first.
Absolutely shocking, isn't it? Absolutely shocking. But yeah, I think I'm going to do that. I'm going to start just taking things home and then just build my own little stash up.
It's funny, a few years ago I was in a supermarket and someone that I worked with as a guest, not you, who was making cards on TV, was actually in the supermarket looking through the cards to buy one because she'd forgotten someone's birthday. And I thought, if I could just take a picture of this, that'd be hilarious.
Yeah. Okay, let's get this on first. So I'm using some of the Mattastic that we've got on the show. So the Mattastic Adorable Scoreboard, which has got the colours in that have been selected to work with this kit. That's going to go on the front of here. So let me just line that up first. And then I've got some of the beautiful parchment that we've also got on the show.
Oh, I forgot about that.
And you can see it's obviously translucent, but when we put it over there, it sort of picks up that really pale sort of yellow tone that we've got on there. And what I'm going to do is I know I'm going to cover the middle of this up with a topper. So I know, yeah,
strips of adhesive on it.
I can put my tape right in the middle there. It's not going to get seen.
We'll give you details of the parchment soon. It is available in the show. It is on the website. So.
There we go. I mean, with our printed parchment, you can't really see the adhesive there anyway. It's pretty well hidden because the printed design's on there. And then we're going to use our little book. So I'm going to start building this up first of all. So we get 6 of each design. So this first one is going to be our base layer. So this is going to go onto our mirror card to create that base and be our very first layer of our decoupage. But this could just be a topper if you wanted to. Obviously, you could make 6 of this style of card with this image if you wanted to just use them as toppers.
I had a message from someone yesterday on Facebook saying, how do you do 5 hours back to back?
Because you're a machine, Dave.
Yeah, I've got those extra power batteries.
Yep.
No, it's because it goes so quickly.
It does go so fast,
We've
doesn't
been
it?
here half an hour already. Where's that gone?
I know.
It's like 5 minutes.
Yeah, it does go so quick. So we're going to pop this on with some foam pads, again, just to lift this off the back. There we go. So let's get this onto here. So that's going to sit in the middle of our topper. And then I've got all of these layers that I've already cut so that we can decoupage this fairy up and create some real sort of dimension. So I'm just going to grab my craft knife because I just need to trim out some of these little bits on the inside.
I do like the fact it's got this matte finish to it.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but it just kind of makes it
Just
a little
works,
bit
doesn't
more
it?
grown up,
Yeah.
maybe?
Some collections, it just fits doing the Mattastic finish. You know, when we did the sporting silhouettes, obviously that one, it had to be glossy, didn't it? It had to, to sort of fit in with the
that
design.
went well, didn't it?
Yeah.
Went down a storm.
It was fab, wasn't it? And look at the difference in this collection to that one. You know, we brought you so many different collections already. You know, we brought you the wildflowers, that was a completely different look. We brought you this. You know, we bring loads of different looks at Hunkydory.
Well, I think that's why everybody loves Hunkydory, because they're never quite sure what's coming next.
Yeah.
You know it's going to be luxury and quality, whatever it is, but...
We just like to keep you on your toes.
Yeah.
Okay, so then just going around.
How many collections ahead do you work? Do you know what you're doing like for Christmas this year yet?
We absolutely do know what we're doing for Christmas this year. I literally signed some artwork off on Tuesday for Christmas.
Because in the crafted industry, they're usually about 8 months ahead, or sometimes even a year ahead.
Yeah, we are crazily ahead with Christmas. We do Christmas in the summer, don't we?
I heard someone on the radio the other day saying that they just recorded a TV show, a Christmas special.
Oh, wow.
In March. I mean, that must be so weird.
That must be a bit weird, because you've got to be in the Christmas spirit for that, haven't you? Okay.
I know we do Christmas in like middle of the year, June, July time, but
we're in it for a little while, aren't we, Christmas? So you sort of do get into the spirit, but doing just one show, like filming one show like that in March, I don't think I could be in it. Okay, let's just go around here, grab all the layers, just getting this background bit behind, because this just sort of adds to the design, making sure you cut in all the little areas.
And this is something you can do with the little book. You know, it's whether you leave them completely intact and just use them as a flat topper, that would work, or do what Anne-Marie's doing. And it's actually really kind of therapeutic doing the fussy cutting.
Yeah, it is. I did this morning when I got here, actually. I was just sat talking to Stuart, just cutting out my layers. It was just lovely.
Oh, Stuart from Sewing Street.
Yeah, I've not seen him for so long.
Yeah, we had a good old chat and gossip.
Yeah.
Put the world to rights.
Yep. Yeah, you have to, don't you?
Yeah.
It's got to be done. Okay, just
There's
grab.
always so many people in this building because there are about 6 or 7 studios. I'm not giving any secrets away. This studio before we come in is Jewellery Maker, as you probably saw earlier on. That quick turnaround becomes Hobby Maker. Next door we've got Sewing Street. That way we've got Gems. So yeah, it's all one long corridor of...
Studios.
Yeah, and people.
And people, yeah. Okay.
Now, while you're cutting out, we've got another message from Karen, I think. Karen in Nottinghamshire. Hello, Karen. She says, hi, Dave and Anne-Marie. What a beautiful collection. I make cards for my granddaughter's nursery to give to their friends, and this collection is perfect. I couldn't agree more. How sweet's that as well?
That is really cute, isn't it? What a lovely
Don't do it for money,
idea.
you just do it for love.
Yeah, that is a really nice idea.
That's probably the best reason to make cards, actually.
Oh, definitely. You can't beat that. You know, when you give somebody a handmade card, that response that you get, it's fabulous. Let's just put last foam pad on there. So put this layer on. So this is our first layer. So all we've done there is cut away the sort of the background so that we can focus on this gorgeous fairy.
And Anne-Marie's with us for 3 shows today. This one, 3 o'clock and 5 o'clock. 3 o'clock's going to be different. This one will be back at 5. But 3 o'clock we've got watercolour pencils and everything you need to do fantastic watercolour art. So if that's something that interests you, make sure you either watch the show live or record it. If you miss recording it, don't worry, you can also watch any of the shows back. I think it's up to a week behind by going to the website and seeing back yesterday's schedule, the day before's and so on. So
Okay, let's pop this layer on now. Oh, I've just got that little bit of foam pad peeking through that
She
little
looks
gap.
like a character from a Disney film.
She does, doesn't she? It's the eyes, I think.
Nothing to do with Disney, but just looks like it.
Yeah, I totally get that. So then on this layer, all I've done is cut out the fairy.
Yeah.
And then the next layer, I've cut off like her wings and the arm at the background there, so that we can layer that up.
And if you're never sure what to cut out and what to include or what not to include with decoupage, just think about what would be in front.
Yes, what's in the foreground, yeah. So again, we can add this layer on, and she's really going to sort of start to come to life here.
Literally.
Well, you never know, Dave. They're very magical fairies. Okay, let's pop that layer on.
Tracy, hello to Tracy. She's got one in a basket at the moment. Jennifer in Norfolk, Kelly in Hertfordshire, Maureen in Kent. One of you crafters have got 2 in your basket at the moment, 2 full kits.
Oh, wow, what a treat.
Yeah. The thing is, when you fall in love with a collection, you know one thing in life is for sure, that a collection will eventually run out.
Yeah.
So if you do fall in love with one, get 1 or 2 or 3, save on the postage at the same time.
Yeah,
because they're not always
definitely.
around and not always available, are they?
No, absolutely. Okay, then my last layer is just her little dress. And what I've done is I've just flicked those petals out and up so that we get a little bit more dimension on those as well. And then on this bottom layer here, I've got a strip of the cardstock that I'm just going to pop along there with the sunflower petals on.
So have you taken that from one of the A4
I've
sheets?
taken that yet from the A4 foiled cardstock that comes with this image.
Yeah.
And, you know, again, you don't have to do what we've sort of, you know, sort of designed. You can chop into all your cardstocks, make them look however you want to. You don't have to follow our plan at all. So just trim that
I
off.
suppose if people follow you on Facebook and things like that, you'll see lots of finished samples to give
Oh,
you
yes,
inspiration.
definitely, definitely. There's always loads. All you need is faith, trust, and a little fairy dust. Let's pop that on. It's super cute, isn't it?
That's how I live my life.
Yeah. And then we've got a couple of sentiments that we'll add as well. Have a magical day. I'm going to pop that one up in the top corner.
You're the same, Jimmy, aren't you? Faith, trust, and a bit of fairy dust. Yep.
And then we'll just pop that
Have
last.
a T-shirt printed with that on it.
Yeah, that would be good, wouldn't it? I think we need to get on that. And then just to finish off, we'll add our insert to the inside. So just a little strip of tape along the top. You don't need loads of adhesive when you're popping your inserts in. And that will just fit perfectly on the inside of there. So it's not the same fairy, but she's got the sort of daisies there as well.
That's gorgeous.
And there we go. Look how
Isn't that
cute
lovely?
she is.
Who would you send that to? If you know exactly who you'd send that to, you need this kit today, don't you? I think so many of you are adding it into your basket, and it's always nice. Make this a date for whenever Hunkydory are here. You always know you're going to get it first by watching us at Hobby Maker. Even if it's only a day or a week ahead or whatever, you're going to see it and get it first here. You'll have the first dibs, as it were. So if you want the main collection, it's TYHD, HD for Hunkydory, 19. That's the product code, and it's $39.96 today. And of course, you can, order it on the website, and you can order it on the phone lines as well. Now, one thing we've not shown you yet is the Parchment. Now, I forgot to mention that actually at the beginning when I was talking about the main collection. But don't worry, because if you've already bought it and checked out and thinking, oh no, you don't pay any more postage, so it doesn't matter. You can order again and there'll be no more P&P to pay. The Parchment is absolutely gorgeous. It's just in front of me here.
Yeah, yeah. So what we've done here is we've got one of each design and we've just popped it onto a little bit of white paper so you can see the designs better. But obviously it does have that gorgeous translucent finish. So you have got 8 different designs and you're going to get 2 of each here.
16 sheets.
Yeah, it's gorgeous, isn't it? Look at that. Absolutely stunning. Perfect for using as sort of wraps around your cards. Use it for matting and layering like I've just done there. You can tear this if you want to, you know, have a bit more of a distressed look to it.
But also, this doesn't necessarily have to be used with the fairy collection because there are no fairies on it, are there?
No, no. It's just sort of designs, really. I mean, something like this one is really generic. You could use it with anything, couldn't
totally,
you?
yeah. That's what you used in the demo, wasn't it?
Yes, that's the one, yeah.
So £9.99, that's what you're going to get. It's not vellum. Parchment is a lot heavier, so it's more luxurious. It is parchment through and through, and you're going to get 16 sheets for, that's really good actually. It works out to about 70p a sheet for parchment. That is really good.
You're like a walking calculator.
£9.99 is your price. That product code is MIHD41. Now, the adorable scoreboard we got for you, the Mattastic adorable scoreboard, Anne-Marie and the team, when they look at a collection of cards, they look at the main colours of the characters and all the artwork and think, right, what do we need? We've got to get colours spot on so that you can mat and layer without colour clashing. And that's what we've done, or that's what Anne-Marie and her team have done with this. So this is adorable scorable, so you can crease it, you can score it, you can fold it, and it is not going to crack the ink whatsoever. Bendy ink technology, but it doesn't have that film on it. So if you want to add distress inks or add effects to it, you can do that as well.
Yep.
But there we go.
It's gorgeous, isn't it? So you've got 10 different colours in here, and you're going to get 3 of each to give you 13 total. But you can see how well those colours are matching the fairies straight away. We've got obviously all the pinks in there. We've got the blues and the lilacs, you know, that sort of peachy lemon shade. Just works.
You've got all the colours you need.
Yeah.
There you go. So nothing jars, nothing's wrong. Sometimes when you use other cardstock that you've got in your stash and you think, oh, I need a red or I need a blue, and you put it down, you look at it and think, something's not right.
Yeah.
And it's a different shade of blue or a different shade of red, but you don't know quite what's wrong with it. That is going to cut out that problem. So £9.99, how many sheets was it again?
30.
30 sheets of adorable scorable. And that's DIHD48. And again, if you have already purchased the main collection, thinking, oh, I wish I'd got that at the same time, just call back. It's a free phone number. It'll only cost you £9.99 because you've already paid your £3.95 postage. Add it to your order. All your orders get collated at midnight. This is the only channel I've ever worked at where this happens, and this is brilliant. Midnight tonight, if you bought 5 or 6 things, all of those orders go together. You only get charged the one postage of £3.95, and then, of course, the individual companies that you've bought the product from will send them to you in the post. So don't expect one box with everything in it. They'll probably come at different times and in different boxes from different suppliers.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the way it works at Hobby Maker, and it seemed to be working really well.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, it's good. We love it.
Okay, now what else have we got?
So we've got the dies.
Oh, the dies, of course.
So what we wanted to do with this was sort of enable you to make your own fairies. So obviously, because you can cut these out of any colour cardstock, you can cut them out of white and then colour them in. You have got loads of different options. So it looks terrible, doesn't it? We've got 3 heads. We've got 3 bodies, and then you've got different wings as well. So you've got the wings here to do sort of the straight-on fairy, and then you've got 2 different side wings as well. You've got the bumblebee, you've got a little ladybird on there, so you've got all the accessories as well. Yeah. But you can create any fairy in any colour, with any coloured hair, anything at all.
Like this one?
Yes. So we've coloured these ones in, but you could cut them out of different coloured cardstocks, anything at all. The option is completely down to you once you've got the die.
How cool is that?
It's cute, isn't it? I love this one as well, where we cut it just in black, so you've got that silhouette.
Well, you can create your own fairy. I mean, little girls, for example, love dressing up, don't they, and mixing in colours together. So this is a little bit like that, but of course with paper and card and pens and pencils. Yes. So, yeah, design your own fairy, why not? And put the right head on the right body, put the wings on the, make it all different.
Excuse me, yep. Yeah, you can completely mix and match.
Excellent. Okay, so the dies are £14.99. That's a really good price, isn't it? Really good price for those. £14.99 if you fancy doing your own fairies.
There's absolutely loads, isn't there, when you see the metal?
Very good value for money. Now, the bundle's coming back on the screen, the main collection. Shall I go back to it? Let me go back and show you, because Jimmy has very, very cleverly laid out absolutely everything. Here it is. Now, it wasn't on split pay at the beginning of the show. Apologies, it should have been. I've just been told it's now available on split pay. So if that was an issue for you, it's now there on 2 split payments of £19.98. I know it's under £40 and probably you're thinking, oh, I'll just pay for it outright. But if you do want to have it on split pay now, it is there. Apologies, that should have been there at the beginning of the show. That was our mistake. 0800 001 4433, or of course on the website www.hobbymaker.co.uk. It's easy to order there. And why not send us a message after you've made your purchase and you've checked out? Why not send us a message by clicking get in touch with the studio? That is $39.96 or 2 split payments. And what you get, remember, are all of these fantastic toppers at the top here, all beautifully die cut, so you can just pop them out, or you can do as Anne-Marie does, and she goes around with the scissors, releasing the pips. All printed and all foiled, so gorgeous quality, 8 sheets of those. 4 designs, 2 of each of them. Then you get, of course, your 150 sheet square pad, which is very much a collectible, as well as something that's going to make up to 150 cards, obviously. Next row down, we've then got that printed and foiled cardstock for you. So that's 8 sheets of printed, 8 sheets of printed and foiled. And then you've got your beautiful inserts down there, 24 of those we've established, and then you get another 12 of the double-sided papers there too. So it is a really good value collection. Brand new today, lots of you coming in and giving us the thumbs up, saying how much you're loving this. The Fairy Blossoms Ultimate Collection launching right now. It's coming up to 1:45 on that Thursday afternoon, so if you fancy putting it in your basket, we'll get it to you as quickly as we can. Maybe you're thinking about the kids' holidays at Easter, keeping them occupied. Well, this is not necessarily Easter themed, but it's certainly got a spring feel to it with all the colourways, hasn't it? It really has. And slightly different artwork compared to what we used to with Hunkydory. And I was talking to Anne-Marie about this earlier on. There are lots of artists that they work in conjunction with. This one's got a little bit more of a more mature look to it. It's not cutesy, but it's got lovely expression and character to all the fairies too. So if you want it, pop it in your basket and check out, as many of you have done. I'll give some more name checks in a second. We'll see how many of you are putting it in your basket and how many of you have checked out as well. But we are very, very busy for it. It's going to come back at 5 o'clock. So if you've just gone in and thought, oh, I've missed 3/4 of the show, don't worry. 5 p.m. this afternoon, we'll do it all again. For those of you that can't watch all 5 hours of the day, we appreciate not everyone can watch that. But although we do hear a lot of you say that you do watch all 5 hours in an afternoon, so we're appreciative of that as well. But if you ever miss out on a show, do remember you can easily look at a show back. You can look at a show back from yesterday, the day before, anything that you missed out on, it's still there for you to look back on our website. Okay, it's all about the demos here at Hobby Maker, so enough from me. Let's go back to Anne-Marie. And we'll carry on demo into the end of the show.
Let's do that. Let's do that. Okay, we're going to make one of the concept cards. I was going to do this first, and I must have got completely distracted. So let me just get all the bits and pieces we need for this topper. Okay, so we're going to make this one here, the red lovely fairy, and I love that she's got, her dress looks like a little strawberry. It's so sweet. So what you need for each of your concept cards is your base layer. Let me just put, do you know what, I'm going to give you the invisible string to look after. So I don't lose it. And
yeah, so when you get your kit at home, don't lose this. Now this is a test, Steve.
Wow, look at that.
He's actually got
Skills.
invisible string in shot. Is that a first or what? There you go. But it is incredibly thin, and when it's in the card, you really don't see it. So
no, not at all. Okay.
Hold on to it. All right.
Hold on, don't lose it.
I won't lose it. Oh no.
Okay, so what you've got is the base card. So it's like a 3-panel card, and the way this is going to sit is like this. Okay, so you're probably looking at this and thinking, well, that topper's upside down, so this isn't right. But we don't actually need this topper. This is like a little bonus.
Okay.
So we're going to push this out, and we can use this at another time, because that is, again, we had the space. And we thought, you know what, we don't need it for the actual concept card, so let's use it for something else. So then what we're going to do is on here, we're going to add our fairy. So let's get this invisible string in first of all, and then it's in, and we can't lose it. So what I'm going to do is pop a little bit of red liner tape at the top and bottom of this frame. So a little bit there, and a little bit there, like this. Take the backing off here. Let me just grab that. Take the backing off here. And then invisible cord.
To the rescue.
Thank you. Oh, I've not got it. I've got it. I can see it. I just couldn't get it. Okay, so we're going to pop one piece down on here. And we're going to bring the other piece up there. So it's sort of connected across that aperture.
It's good you include that, because if you use like cotton or something, you can
You'd
see
it.
Yeah,
you'd see it. I mean, obviously, do be careful when you're opening this. It will be in a little bag, but just make sure when you're opening up the collection, you just keep an eye out for it. Exactly. Okay, and then again, we'll just tape down at the top. So we've sort of sandwiched it between 2 pieces of our super sticky red liner tape there, and then we can just trim off that little bit there. And then we just need to add our fairies. So you've got a front and a back for each fairy. So they will literally sit back to back like that, either side of.
It's like a fairy spinner.
It is, yeah, it will sort of spin around. Let's pop her underneath first, actually, before we stick. Just have a look at how that's gonna sit. And then I'm just gonna pop a little bit of the red liner tape just down the center over that invisible cord, like that. Again, take the backing off, and then we're just going to sandwich that now between our two fairies. So that when, I've just stuck her upside down.
I just looked at your face. Yeah. Oh, she's
having a lovely time, isn't she?
She's an acrobatic fairy.
So what we'll do is we'll just make a different style of card.
All right.
It's fine. We can fix this. Let's have a look.
You're a pro.
Let's have a look. Laura, she's upside down. Look at her. There's everything wrong with that.
Laura, what world do you live in where an upside-down fairy is all right?
Okay. We'll fix this. We'll fix this. So all we need to do is reattach her to the top there. So we've just trimmed her. We'll reattach. It's fine. We can do this. We can do this. So don't do it like that. Read your instructions.
You're going to get ribbed in the office tomorrow.
Follow your instructions. And do it the right way. Don't try and do it your own way. Okay, let's line her back up on there. There we go.
We've all done it.
And then we can
Many
just, you know, I think we've managed to pull that off.
You've rescued it, yeah. Pulled it out of the bag.
We've managed it. We've managed it.
Laura prefers that upside down.
Okay, well, I'll make you an upside down one, okay. Let's get this ready. So this now is going to become our stopper. Okay, so this is our sentiment, which, let me just grab the backing off that, which is going to sit on here to hold this card sort of open. Okay, let me turn it around so you can see it that way while we stick it. So obviously you can decide where you want this easel to sit, because we want to be able to sit far enough forward so she sort of spins, because if we sit it too far back, she's going to hit the back of the card. So we're going to sort of go about here. So we've got our sentiment in place. I'm just going to lie it back down so we can stick all of our embellishments on now.
Can you imagine if that's for a little girl's birthday?
Oh my goodness.
That card is not going to be put away, put in a drawer, put in an envelope. It's going to be out on the bedside cabinet all the time, isn't it?
For
If
sure.
you twist it round, will it kind of
Yeah, she should
spin round?
do. Shall we have a look in a sec?
Like wind her up a bit?
Yeah. Let's get all these little bits and pieces on. So you get loads of little embellishments. So we've got the rose here. We've got some butterflies. So we'll get these on as well. Just giving those little wings a little lift. Let's grab some of our skinny strips so that we can just pop these on.
You're still hot?
A little bit warm still, yeah. See, Jimmy's hot, it's not just me.
Maybe I am a weirdo then. Because I've got a thick jacket on and I'm fine.
We'll go with that.
Maybe I've got frozen on the way to work this morning.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. Okay.
Thawing out gradually as the day goes on.
Pardon? Wow.
Gradually as the day goes on.
And then we'll get our little ladybird on because it's just too cute not to. We'll pop that just up there on the little little floral. So I'm just going to get a little one of our strips, just cut it into a little tiny piece so that we can pop that on there and just add our little ladybird. So cute. And then we can stand that up, and then what we'll do is we'll sort of twist her around. Let me just keep twisting, 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 twisting.
Wind her up.
Wind her up. So then she should spin when we let go. Oh, isn't she cute?
Cute Kylie Minogue.
Yeah.
Yeah, spin it around.
We fixed an upside downy fairy as well.
You did, you rescued it. Well, those concept cards, remember, you're going to get 2 of each of them, and you're going to get 4 designs. So that's included in the bundle as well, which is fantastic. You can buy extra concept cards if you want them. You can buy extras of everything, actually. If you want the extra toppers, that comes with the toppers, the printed and foil cardstock. So that's the extra topper set. That goes with the concept cards, your extra elements. The concept cards come with the envelopes as well. You've got the double-sided papers, you've got the inserts, you've got your fantastic book, 150 pages in there, and you get 6 of each design, so you're going to get 25 images. That's right, isn't it? Yeah, 150 sheets in total.
So cute. Love, love, love all the artwork.
Definitely.
It's just adorable.
Well, whoever the artist is, she's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And you've got these lovely toppers, oh not toppers, sentiments in there as well. And this isn't paper, this is actually really good cardstock, isn't it?
It is, yeah, yeah. So it's almost like that perfect weight. So it's not too thick to cut out, but it's not too thin either. So when you're doing your layers like we did on that card earlier, they're still really nice and substantial to use.
And as one of our viewers said earlier on, nice to see, of course, not just pale skin tones, but dark skin tones as well. Lots of different nationalities or ethnicities. Really love different hair colours as well. Beautiful. Look at the face. Look at the look on her face. They're beautiful.
So cute, isn't it?
Really lovely. And of course, it's easy to cut out with either a craft knife. If, like me, you don't go anywhere near a craft knife, I'm not safe with one of those. A pair of scissors are absolutely fine. You can easily do your decoupage with that as well. So this is the launch show, and lots of you have already ordered it. Who's on at the moment with it in their baskets? Michelle in East Riding. Hello, Michelle. We've got Jennifer in Norfolk, Deborah Hubbard as well in Leicestershire. You've got it in your basket at the moment. These people have already confirmed and checked out. Elizabeth in County Down, Jennifer in Norfolk, Elizabeth in Northamptonshire. I love seeing everyone's
I know, it's fab, isn't it?
And there's still time for you to order it. And there's another show at 5 o'clock this afternoon, the 3 o'clock show. Are you an artist? Are you quite good with like?
Absolutely not. I'm not an artist.
Oh.
No. But we'll show you how you can be very easily with our watercolour pencils.
Okay, 3 o'clock.
Definitely, yeah, 3 o'clock.
So if, like me, you're not an artist, well, I suppose I am a bit of an artist now. Now I did that drawing, but I don't think of myself as an artist.
Oh,
But anyway,
I don't know about this drawing.
what, Downton Abbey?
No.
You don't know about the? We raised thousands.
Did you?
Charity, yeah, I went with
Was
my
I
other
on
half.
that leave?
Oh, you could have been.
Yeah.
Yeah, you probably were actually. It's about this time last year.
Yeah, I was on that leave.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, I'll let you off. Okay, not much time left on the show. Remember, if you would like to order this today, the ways to do it, there's a free telephone number that gets you through to the call centre just above us. They'll tap their feet on a minute and you'll probably hear them. If you'd rather order it on the website, then you can go to, of course, hobbymaker.co.uk. That's where you'll see, of course, all the items in this show from Anne-Marie and Hunkydory. And if you want to send us a message, remember, just click on where it says contact the studio, and that's what lots of you have done today. That's why you see the messages on the screen. And there they are. Shall we also show you how to use split pay? Oh, yes, do that. Okay. So you add it into your basket, $39.96. And apologies, split pay wasn't there earlier. That was our mistake. It's there now. Okay. Okay, well, if you click on that normally, what would happen? Split pay will come up and you just click it with your mouse, and then that will activate split pay and cut it in two in that instance. So basically, the first payment today of $19.98, the second payment in 4 weeks' time. You pay your $3.95 P&P on the first payment as well. It's a lovely feeling knowing that once you bought something, you don't have to worry about any postage later in the day.
It's fab, isn't it? I love that.
Okay. Now, just a little word that if you need to contact anybody about an order or anything like that, any questions or any queries, just contact the phone number, the free phone number, and the call centre will help you, okay? 0800 001 4433, because obviously in the gallery, our guys are producing the show, they can't sort anything out. So if you want anything chased or anything like that, we've got an issue, 0800 001 4433, our family-run call centre will help you and solve any problems that you may have. Right, hopefully you haven't got any.
Hopefully not.
That's the aim at Hobby Maker anyway. Now, to come in a second, we're going to be talking shrink plastic, another one of my favourite things.
Love shrink plastic.
Have you ever seen shrink plastic before? Lovely Laura is going to be my guest, and good news, Laura, I've got a voice this week.
Yes.
Last time I worked with her, my voice was kind of going. But yeah, I'm okay now. All right, we'll take a short break then, and then we'll come back with shrink plastic and everything associated with it. So lots of fun this afternoon at Hobby Maker. Hobby Maker are live from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day on Sky Channel 670, Freesat Channel 807 and Freeview Channel 73. You can also watch on YouTube via some smart TVs, your computer and phone. Welcome to our exciting and brand new shopping channel, Hobby Maker, dedicated to crafting. We'll be working with some of the biggest brands in the industry, which means you can look forward to highly skilled crafters, demonstrations and great products at great prices. We'll be bringing you a mix of papercraft, mixed media, resin, candle making and so much more from our expert guests. So let's get crafting with Hobby Maker.
Here at Hobby Maker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobby Maker.
Hello, mate. Okay, far away. Guilty pleasure. Ooh, red wine. Cake. Oh, I Will Survive. Oh, actually, Angels. Robbie Williams' Angels. Scone. I'm from the south. Oh, there's been so many. When I split my trousers. Actually, I'm not the only one to have split his trousers on air, but that did happen to me. The producer spotted that my jeans at the back had completely split, and I didn't realise, had to go and change them. My cat. She gets totally spoiled. Yes, I'd like to beat her. I can't dance. I definitely can't dance. I could probably do the Macarena, but don't ask me to.
This is Gemini, one of the fastest, quietest electronic die cutting and embossing machines on the market. Its industry-leading high-pressure system delivers fantastic results from intricate dies and folders, all at the touch of a button. Its oversized opening and platforms provide for edge-to-edge cutting of US letter and A4 size with thin metal dies, allowing you to cut materials such as thin cardstock, vinyl, craft metal and fabric. No cranking needed, as it will move the plates through automatically and quickly, which means you may spend less time on preparation and more time on inspiration. The Gemini has optical switches, making it hands-free and fully automated, with a built-in auto-reverse function for protection. It's easy to use, so you're always in control. Its sleek, low-profile design makes it a superb addition to any craft workspace. It has built-in handholds, meaning you can easily take it anywhere. The Gemini is a universal die-cutting and embossing machine that works with the majority of all leading brands of thin metal dies and embossing folders. All of the platforms that you need come included in the box, as well as a thick rubber embossing mat for intricate detail work on your dual-purpose cut and embossed dies. The addition of the metal cutting plate allows you to cut intricate dies in a single pass through the machine and enables you to cut multiple layers of fabric. For a perfect cut every time, you need Gemini, the electronic die cutting and embossing machine made by crafters for crafters.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Afternoon, everybody. Hope you're enjoying Hobby Maker on this Thursday afternoon. It's a gorgeous day outside, but if you can stay in with us for as long as possible, that'd be great. One of my guilty pleasures coming up in the next 60 minutes. Shrink plastic. I first saw shrink plastic probably about 15 years ago. I couldn't quite believe my eyes. It kind of freaked me out when I first saw it, but I absolutely love it. And I've never seen so many different varieties of shrink plastic in one place before. So if you want to make jewellery, want to make ornaments, want to make embellishments to put on your cards, make it into home decor as well, to decorate frames and things like that, shrink plastic is so much fun. Let me introduce you to a lady who I worked with the other day on Saturday, actually, when I could hardly talk. So, Laura, good to see you.
Yeah, it's good to be here again.
You're right.
Yeah.
I didn't put you off then.
No, I loved it.
Back for more.
Yeah,
Good.
definitely.
Okay. Laura Binding's here, and of course you're familiar to many of the viewers of Jewellery Maker.
Yes.
Is that your thing? Is that what you like to do?
Yeah, I love to do a bit of everything, to be honest. I love drawing, painting, making jewellery. So I love the fact that we're able to come here now and incorporate all those techniques together.
Totally. And what about shrink plastic? Have you used that a long time?
Yeah, I love shrink plastic. I think it's so cool. It's very versatile. You know, we can use it within the home as well as sort of using it within your jewellery. So it goes, and you can incorporate your painting, your drawing. So, you know, it goes again across all the board.
And just to show you, what happens to shrink plastic when you use a heat gun? And we do have a heat gun in the show if you want one from WOW. Can I just...
Yeah.
So this is actually the size that shrink plastic goes down to.
That's a whole sheet.
That's a whole sheet of A4. Now, I've picked up a clear one, which isn't easy to see. If I pick up a black one, you can see it goes from that to that. So if you die cut a shape, a fairy or whatever it might be, and you heat it, it's going to shrink down. What's the ratio? Is it about?
So a lot of it does actually tell you, because there is sometimes different brands vary very slightly, but it can be between 50% to sort of 20%, but it will tell you on your sort of packaging, what to allow. For example, the one that I've got here, which is gemstone colour, it tells you that the colours will intensify and it will shrink down. Tends to be about sort of 20 to 50%.
Okay.
But there's a way of, I'll go through a way of how you can work out the ratio as well.
All right. Now, when you've got a blank canvas like this, it's difficult to see, obviously it's clear, but nothing's stopping you colouring this in. You can stamp on it, of course, as well if you want to. And you're going to get 6 sheets in each of these packets. So it's 6 sheets of A4, and hopefully you can see the sort of size. It is A4 in size. So yeah, that's the size before it shrinks down, but what are you going to be making from it? Is it going to be jewellery? Is it going to be mobile phone charms, handbag charms?
Bookmarks.
Oh yeah, look.
So that again this is the length of one. This is about a third of one whole sheet.
Right,
So
cut
just
into 3 strips.
Yeah,
really.
and that's how it sort of comes down to. So, you know, and you can see it kind of clouds over very slightly. And yeah, this is just done with a gold paintbrush.
Okay, so £5.49 if you want 6 sheets of the shrink plastic in the clear. Really good price, well under £1 a sheet, which is pretty impressive. And of course, with our postage being only $3.95 for the day's orders, you can order as many as you like. You're not going to pay any more than $3.95 P&P. So if you want maybe 10 of these or whatever, or 5 of them, it's entirely up to you. Because it does become, just to warn you, a little bit addictive.
Honestly, the last time you had it, I still ordered some more because I just love it. And the first thing my daughter did was grab the red, which I know we've got coming up, and make a toadstool pendant.
Oh, cool. Okay.
First thing she did.
So that's the clear. That's absolutely a must, the clear one. Next, we've got 6 sheets of the black shrink plastic as well. Again, nothing stopping you adding colour or indeed inking on this, or using, obviously you've got to have a specific type of ink to use, is that right?
Oh, we'll talk about that actually. There's a lot of product that you can use. You can use acrylic paints, alcohol ink markers, pencils, pastel, pastel.
Permanent ink pads?
Yeah, permanent. You can actually stamp onto them, yeah.
Okay, cool. So 6 sheets of the black, that's coming up on the screen now. And I think it is there now, isn't it? Is that the black one? Yeah, it is. £5.49 for that, and that's TVG 464, your item number, if that's what you'd like to go for. Nice high gloss as well on that. Do remember, though, that when shrink plastic does shrink down, if you have got a colour on it, or you've picked a colour of shrink plastic, the colour does intensify, as with anything when it shrinks. Now, next we've got silver and gold. So I believe it's 3 each. 3 of the silver. Oh, you get the gold? Yes, you do. 3 each. Yeah, so 3 silver and 3 gold, okay? So 6 sheets in total. I didn't know you could actually get shrink plastic in gold.
No, I know, and I'll be honest, when I saw this first come to air, when we first launched, I actually bought multiple packs of them. Yeah, because you have to remember, it looks like you've got a lot there, but, you know, it's going to reduce down, so you're going to use a lot of it.
And, you know, 6 sheets is generous for the price,
but
you'll wish that you'd ordered more. So bear in mind, yeah, you can get as many as you like. You don't pay any more than the postage of $3.95. Now, what about these colours? These are new to me as well. These are amazing. Now, here you've got, again, 6 colours in total. Look at this yellow. That is a real bright sunshine yellow, isn't it? There's that lovely lime green, really gorgeous. Then you've got this orange. Then you've got the purple. You've got the blue. And you've also got that gorgeous red as well. 1 of each of those, 6 of them in total. This is going to be, again, I imagine, the same price. EYG 427, yeah, £5.49 for 6 sheets of that. Maybe you're tempted to go for 1 of each of them.
I bought all of them. Literally, honestly, I did. It arrived in a box the other day and I was very excited to sit down and sort of start working with it.
Now, as this is all from the same company, they should all be in one box. I mean, our orders, if they're coming from different companies, will arrive at different times and in different packaging, obviously. But let's show you the next one. Now, this is actually 4 sheets. Now, this is really opulent. You're going to get 2 of the white and silver and 2 of the ivory and gold. Now, what about that? It's almost like looking like Centura Pearl cardstock, isn't it?
Yeah, so it's beautiful. So it's almost like it's like a glitter that's already within the plastic.
Yep. So
again, it's something that you can just literally just cut your shapes out of them and shrink them down.
First for me, never seen anything like this before. SOYX, yeah, SOYX 51 is the code on that one. $8.99 gets you 4. So yeah, they are pretty special. And these things that you can see here, the hearts and the flowers and all of that, whether you want to do them freehand with scissors, whether you want to use your die cuts, you can put it through your Gemini machine or whatever die cutting machine you've got. It will die cut really well. Laura's tried that. And yeah, you just bought the Gemini.
I've just bought the Gemini. I bought it when it launched. Yeah. And I literally have just got it packed out actually 2 days ago, I think. But I've only got a few dies to go with it. So that's the only reason that I didn't have a go. Plus I sort of didn't quite have enough time to suss out the settings. But I know that there was some dies on yesterday with some big, large butterflies. So you obviously need to still oversize your dies to reduce it down. But yes, certainly something you can do.
Okay, we'll have to get you some dies, get you sorted.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, now let's move on to the next one. This is 4 sheets in here of pink, yellow, green and blue, but it's got that kind of marble effect to it. And you might think, oh, it's very pale colours, but remember it shrinks down and it intensifies. So that green will be brighter, that pink will be brighter, almost like a marble effect. Then you've got that, that one's called yellow. And then we've got here the blue as well. You've got a shiny side and you've got like a matte side. Is there a right and a wrong side to heat?
No, it's just a preference. No, I mean, you can use both sides. It's more to do with what side you draw on. So if you want it to have the shiny side to be the front, then you would draw on the back. But again, I'll talk about that properly, but it's just to do with the way the image shows through.
Okay, so 4 sheets there, and those are all the the shrink plastics we've got, all 6 varieties. We have got moulds in the show, which are going to be interesting to use. I've not seen those before. Also, we've got our WOW heat gun. If you are in the market for a new heat gun, here it is. This is hot off the press. It was actually brand new on Saturday, wasn't it?
I think so,
I think
yeah.
it was, yeah. So if you want to get that from WOW, brilliant brand, we do have that available, and that's, I think, just under £20. Yeah, $19.99 if you want your heat gun. Perfect, of course, to use with a
Yeah, absolutely. And it's great because it's got 2 settings. It's got a high and a low setting. So again, you've got that control.
What would you use on shrink plastic?
I would use high, but it's you know, it goes across all the board for your embossing and everything really. So it is a great tool to have.
Come on then, can't wait to see this.
I just wanted to show you these actually. These are done with the black. These are like little trinket dishes. So I kind of did these with the intention of, you know, if you're washing up, you could put your rings in them or something like that. So these are the black base, but I've used the Spectrum Noir paint pens in the copper and the silver. Ooh. And you can see how it literally looks like metal in them. And then I did one on the red, again with the silver. So I just wanted you to see how you can create something a little bit cool with them. And I said we've got Mother's Day coming up, so I've kind of done like a picture frame and how you can decorate around a picture frame.
What about if you're a beader and you want to put different beads in the little trays, or it could be a
absolutely. I mean, yeah, you can use
cabinet organizer.
Yeah, if you're a seed beader, I know we had Monica on Dory Maker this morning. She's an amazing seed beader, so you could put your little piles of seed beading on there. Again, these are done using the opalescent ones and a few of the coloured ones. I have actually just laid it down with a bit of the double-sided tape, just so again, it's something that you can prep. Thinking, you know, like I said, Mother's Day is coming up in next week, so this is a lovely sort of gift that you could sit down with your children and create if you wanted to. Obviously, I'd say with the heat gun and with the heat, obviously have supervision because it gets hot. But yeah, so I'm going to show you how we can kind of approach a couple of different designs. Okay. So I'm going to be using, I've got to try this. I don't have this one, so I'll have to try this one because it's
by the way, if you like the look of the silicone mat from Hunkydory, that's coming up in the 3 o'clock show this afternoon, so it is going to be available from 3 o'clock.
Yeah, this is amazing. I'm definitely going to have to get one of these because it's great. You can sit your piece in perfectly. And what's great about this as well is it's got some little ridges on it, as you can see here. So sometimes your shrink plastic, especially smaller pieces, will kind of try to run. And it's a little bit of a guard for you. So you're going to need some good craft scissors. To cut your piece, but you, as I said, if you've got any kind of cutting machine, if you've got a Gemini machine, if you've got anything that can cut, then this will work within that, like I said, but just remember to oversize. Yeah. So with mine, it came with the standard sort of die cutters, which are a little bit smaller, so I kind of figured by the time I'd melted them, it might not have worked, so that's why I didn't do it. So what I'm going to do is you've got to decide the design that you want. Now, there's a couple of things that I know we've got coming up. And one of them is the sort of the little shapers, the little mould shapers. And these are really great because not only do they come with pre-cut pieces, which are brilliant, but they also come with a template. And this template, you know, you can use to then create your own designs. So these will go through and you can use this. I can see if I can put this in front for this now. Can you see that you can see the pattern behind it? Right. And this is a coloured one, and it even works. You do have to look a little bit closer, but you can still.
Oh yeah, I can still see it.
You can still see it. I mean, I can see it clearer to my eye when I'm here, but you can still use the coloured ones to trace and actually create the shape. So that's really, really great. And then the other thing that I did in my sort of attempt to be organised, I've just looked up some kind of, you know, copyright-free images of an alphabet. You can make key rings with these.
Yep.
So again, oversizing it. And what you could do then is place, and if you probably can't see it as clear, but I can see that okay to draw through. And what's great is you can control the location, so you can really maximize your sheet so you don't waste what you do.
What do you trace it with? Does it have to be like a
So-
permanent pen or something like that?
Well, yes, kind of. A permanent pen is great. And again, you'll see I've got a bit of a problem. I'm going to be honest. These are the Zentangle ones from Sandra.
All right, yeah, perfect.
So these were on yesterday, the Zentangle ones. And these are pigment pens. Any kind of pigment pens are going to be great. What's great about them is you can do the lining, but then you can actually use water to take them off so that you don't have the smudges on it.
Okay.
Because you know how we said, obviously, that when you shrink this down, it will intensify. If you do accidentally get any kind of ink or anything on it, that will shrink and stay within the plastic.
Right.
So if you haven't cleaned it properly, or if you've got anything like me, got it on your thumb, picked it up, that will show and it will stain.
The Zentangle shows were yesterday, so
Yes.
if you want to have a little look at the pens and order those, just look back at yesterday's shows, click on the show and the what was in it, the actual products, and you'll be able to get them. They were only about £6 or £7.
Yeah, they weren't. I mean, I got the starter set, to be honest, so I got them in there. But I love pigment pens anyway, because I work with alcohol inks and I do doodling over them. So I use pigment pens for that all the time, so I've got lots. So I'm going to just show you, for example, let's do a D for Dave. And you can just see how easily that's working. Now, I will say, if I did this, that will happen.
Right.
Okay,
Yep.
because obviously it's a shiny sort of surface, and so that can happen. But don't worry, because a little bit of, like a cotton bud's great, but if you've got like a little bit of water and a little sort of cloth, you can wipe it away and start again.
Okay.
So this is how you would clean it up after you'd cut it as well, to make sure there was no ink on there. So it's not, you know, it's not the end of the world. So you said about there being a shiny and a matte side. So if I wanted to, say, do a picture, but I want it, it works more effectively with, say, the transparent, because obviously your design is see-through. It just is the look you're going to get. You'll see, when we melt this down, you'll see that there'll be a shiny side and a sort of a matter side. So I'll go back to this.
So you can flip it over to which side's right for you, but obviously with a
Yes.
letter, you've got to make sure it's the right way round.
Yes. So if I wanted the shiny side to be at the front, I need to make sure I'm drawing onto the shiny side. So what I would do is allow a bit of space, because if I wanted to, say, make this into a keyring, what I would probably do is give an outline to it, so it had an outline to go. So I would just do, let's try this again. You would take a little bit more time than I am right now, but you can see how easy that is. So you have that shape. So what you need to do now is it's about the way that you would cut this shape out. Now, shrink plastic can tear. So if you cut it at funny angles, then you can rip it and it's going to affect your design. So you do need to make sure that you cut it in the correct way. So what I'm going to just do, first of all, if I wanted like a slight outline, I'm going to cut it a little bit further down. And I'm going to just rotate it. Now, the great thing is that it does, you can still see through it. So if I was to turn it over like that, I can still see my sort of work. So if I needed to turn it to work side from side, I can, without, and again, you don't want to smudge it, because that's the other thing that you can do. So I would sort of cut, I would probably recommend better scissors than I'm currently using. But I'll reference back again the fact that I have 2 children who steal everything that I own. So these were the best I could find.
And they probably use the scissors for all sorts of things that they shouldn't. So.
Yeah, and then they borrow them and then they never give them back, and then they go, I don't know where they are. So yeah, I'm not brave enough to go in their room to look for them.
You're never quite sure what you'll find.
Oh, I can't get into their rooms. So I'm just going to sort of allow again, if I wanted to put some, you see how I'm coming in at different angles to meet, rather than kind of coming to a point and then turning my scissors, because that is when you're quite likely to get a sort of a tear.
But like Laura said, you know, if you're not really good with scissors, you can use any of your dies that you've got and die cut. Always think about the larger dies rather than the smaller ones, because obviously
Yeah,
if you're going
you
to
have
shrink
to
something down that's
oversize.
already small, it's going to be minuscule.
That was the problem. I have a really pretty little butterfly one, but I was thinking, well, it's smaller than this D, you know, and I was like, that'll shrink really tiny.
Yeah.
So I just didn't. So I've just cut that straight down to there. So I can turn this around now so that I can get a better angle. So I can kind of just come straight up. So you can see if I did that, you've got your kind of keyring shape.
Okay.
There. So if I wanted to colour or decorate that deep, because obviously if I was going to be making this a pattern and I didn't want it to just be like coloured, then I can then take a pen. Now I know we've got some marker pens coming up. I've not used those, but I've just got, for easiness, have we got them?
We've got the silver and gold marker pens in the
Yes.
show.
They're paint pens, aren't
Yeah, they are paint
They're going to
pens.
be brilliant.
Yeah, they've got the ball bearings in them. So if you fancy these for doing this on shrink plastic, or you can use it on any surface, you can use it on ceramics and glass.
Yeah,
that sort of thing as
absolutely.
well.
Again, metallic paint pens are amazing. I haven't used those ones yet, so I might see if I can borrow them after and have a go. I'm just going to go ahead and just use the Spectrum Noir ones, just because it's here.
Well, those are £6.95 if you want them.
They are brilliant. I am going to use them if I can, because they're going to be great. So you can colour this in if you want to. I mean, obviously, if I was using yellow, there's not much point in me colouring in a yellow, but it's just for you to get an idea.
Yeah.
So you can colour this in. And you can see, you do need to try and make sure you get as even a coat as you can, because obviously it literally, as you see it, is how it dries.
So it is important to use a certain type of pen on shrink plastic.
Paint pens are good.
Yep.
And as I said, each medium that you use has got a different use. So you can use alcohol ink pens. They are a little bit more transparent. So again, they would lend better toward your clear colours, because you can colour them. And then you've got coloured pencils you can use, and you can use pastel, literally, you know, they're not crayons, but they are pastels, aren't they?
Yeah, yeah.
And you can use those, and they give a beautiful blended kind of look. Now, if you were using those, you would want to use like a frosted side. So some plastic, so if this gem style one that I've got here, the back of it is like a frosted kind of feel.
Yeah.
So this would be brilliant for doing your sort of pencils and pastels on, because
it's got a texture to it,
the
hasn't it?
texture will help it really stick. If you don't have it and you want to create a pastel effect, a sanded effect on it, what you would do is simply take a clear and then use a 350 grit sandpaper and just really buff one side until it's nice and sort of frosted.
Yeah.
And then again, you could just go ahead and use that, but use the frosted side for your sort of colouring.
Gotcha.
So that's what you would do if you want to use pencils and sort of pastels. But with regards to sort of ink pens, they will work on it, you know, paint pens, permanent pens. These pigment pens will work, but as you can see, they are very easy to move. But I have, again, as I said, I've Zentangled onto shrink plastic before. You just have to be a bit careful, because when you do, what it does is it's quite easy, again, to just kind of accidentally smudge it.
Yeah.
So you just got to be a bit
Also
careful.
make your tangles quite large.
Yes.
Otherwise
yeah.
they'll virtually disappear. when
They
you shrink
will,
it.
yeah. But you know the pre-cut ones that we get with the mould?
Yes.
I've actually Zentangled onto them before and made a lovely little ring.
Well, the moulds we'll go through in a minute, actually, because we've got about 4 to choose from, and also some pre-cut shrinkettes as well, which we'll talk about as well. They're on the website if you want to order them ahead of when we get there.
So I've done that. It's not the neatest, but it's just for you to get an idea. So I'm going to move this all out of the way. So as I said, I kind of got some alphabets, some sort of different types, and this is how I did the bookmark. So you can see here the bookmark. This is the resulting bookmark.
So you use that to trace.
So I
yeah?
use that to trace. So you don't have to be an artist. You can cheat, or even if you can draw, you know, it's still a tricky medium to draw onto, because it's a slippery surface at the end of the day. So there's nothing wrong with printing your work off and using that as a tracing board. So that was actually from that. So it gives you an idea of how much it does shrink down. And then again, there's just a little toaster and a little seahorse. Again, something that you can draw around and then reduce it down.
And when it has shrunk down, it's actually really strong and rigid, isn't it?
Yeah, it's set like it's a
not
proper little
flexible
piece
at all.
of plastic. Yeah, I mean, you can see that's not going anywhere. But you can also kind of mould it. So you're on this one, when this came out of the oven. So there are a couple of ways to shrink the plastic. One is to use your gun, but if you are using a slightly larger piece, you can put them in the oven.
Okay.
Okay. And again, the instructions are all within the pieces when you get them. They're all included on shrink plastic. Now, if you do try and do something that's a bit too big, I'm going to be honest, this can happen.
Okay.
This one didn't work to it because I used a heat gun,
Right.
and it was too big. So it needed to go in the oven for the actual bookmark. And again, I'll talk about that a little bit later, but to keep it nice and flat, you just put a piece of heavy cardstock onto it. Because what happens, and you'll see when we heat this, is it all goes up and curls up. But by
Don't let it freak you out.
No.
Because it does, when the first time you do it, you think, oh, is that out of control?
It's nerve-wracking.
It is, but it does calm down and kind of
Yeah.
goes back to its normal
But
shape.
you can control it. So when this came out of the oven, it was still quite warm. So I was able to just sort of put it into like actually a candle holder, push it down and just push something to create that dent in the middle and get that kind of curve to it. So you can manipulate it. So it has got, and which is what effectively we do with the moulds.
Right, okay.
So what I'll do now, so just wanted to show you how it kind of, and that A4 piece that I've shown you, this piece here, was done in the oven as well. So, because there was no way I could have heated this with a heat gun. It's
No,
just
sure.
too much plastic to give a consistent heat to.
Right.
So, now
It's
we're
the
going to do the
moment of
fun
truth.
part. So yeah, again, you can hole punch or, so I've got just a little craft hole punch here, but you can use some sort of like, almost like a, they almost look like staple.
Crocodile or something
Yeah,
like that.
something like that. So again, I've created just a little piece here. Make sure you get this right because I did one before and it didn't quite. So I can see-ish. It's a little bit off, but you get the idea. Now, that's obviously quite large, but you have to do the hole to be in ratio with the whole piece. Otherwise, you're going to, it just closes over, basically.
Sure.
So let's just go ahead and...
This is what shrink plastic is all about, okay?
This is the fun part, but we have to do this part to get to it. So I've got my heat mat, and it's good. What's great about this is that it's a flat surface, because when I was using it at home, I had bubbles in the back of it, which went into my piece. Now, if you've got something like tweezers, let me just find...
Yeah, obviously don't hold it with your fingers because
No,
it's going to
'cause
get
it's
very, very
hot.
hot. So,
I mean, it gets hot enough for you to kind of be able to quickly, but I wouldn't recommend, you know, unless you really had to. Now, you also get tweezers will work. I knew I had some. I've just got, again, a little silicone, like a little tool here that I can hold it. Now, if you have got a hole that you've created, you can actually use that to stop it from going anywhere. So this
you ready?
No, I'm nervous. It won't work for me. It always goes wrong on air. So I'm just keeping this nice and distributed over the whole piece.
Okay.
Because you want it all to kind of go out at the same time. So you see it starting to go. Try not to panic.
Don't panic, don't panic.
Don't panic. Now, ideally, you want it all to be completely dry. But that's okay. Make sure we get all a little bit. Come on in.
Now you look at that and you think it's gone wrong. No, it hasn't.
Huh.
Well, it'll calm down and just, it's just relaxing now.
Just relaxing. You can see that's relaxing there. Now what you can do, and there's a reason I brought this great big candle in with me.
Yeah, there's something flat with a bit of weight to it.
Yeah. So, and then you can just sort of, just be a bit careful because it's got paper on the bottom, but you can place that on. I knew that would happen because it's stuck to the paint stuck, but it will be fine. You can see there, you've got your little
Look at
shape
that.
shrunk down.
That's cool, isn't it? It's intensified the silver, it's intensified the yellow as well, and that now is as rock solid as
Well, it will be in 2 seconds. It's still quite warm, so it takes a moment. Now, that paint came off there because I didn't let it fully dry before I went and heated it. So give it a time to fully dry. But you can see there that where you've punched a hole, you can see how badly I punched it, but you get the idea. And you can see there that's sort of gone down. Now, if you felt, oh, actually, I didn't get it as flat as I wanted to, you can place it back down and you can heat it back up. And you
again,
can
put something heavy on it or...
put something heavy. I'll tell you
weight.
what I tend to use, and goes to being on Dory Maker, but we have a steel block because we do, if you do hammering or anything like that with a hammer and a block. So I actually have a steel block, so it's nice and cold, straight on top, it's heavy, and it goes straight on.
You've got an acrylic block at home.
Yeah,
that
an acrylic
that
block.
would do the same job, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I'm going into the crafting world now, so yeah, I've got to get one of those. But so I just put the steel block on it. But yeah, so anything like that. But you can go back onto it, and you can reheat it, and you'll know when you almost see it relax. So once it's relaxed, and then if you wanted to put something heavy back onto it. Now I knew that would happen because of the paint and also because it's got paper on the bottom of the candle. That was the only reason. But that's how you can do that, and you just let it dry, and that will be nice and solid.
That could be a key ring, it could be a phone charm, bag charm, anything like that.
Anything you want it to be, yeah, absolutely. And what we'll do in a moment when you do the moulds is I'll show you, because I've got some of those cut out, how to shrink some of those down as well.
Shall I go through the moulds? Should we do that? Okay, well, I'll start with the Trinkettes first of all. That's not a mould. This is basically what you've got in here, 21 pre-cut shapes for making into jewellery and that sort of thing as well. I'll just take them out of the packet for a second for you. So this is shrink plastic, but, you know, if you haven't got your dies or anything like that, don't worry, because this has all been done for you. So you get 21 pieces, 21 of them, and as you can see, they're in different shapes and in different designs. But all of them will shrink down to make gorgeous little charms, whether it's a bracelet, necklace, again, a charm for a phone, anything like that. And they've all been pre-cut as well and pre-holed. So you don't have to worry about getting the hole in the right place like we were talking about with Laura a few minutes ago. So you get 21 of those, and that is just $7.99, a bag of those. You'd have so much fun with this, honestly, you really, really will. So that's $7.99. We'll come on to the mica powders a little bit later on. But we've got this one here. This is the white dome mould. Now, these are I've never seen these before. These are really cute. Now, the idea is you've got actually a little, that just sits in there. You've got a little bung that allows you then to actually make your little domes. So rather, you know, obviously it's very, very hot when you heat it up with a heat gun. The last thing you want to do is try and do that with your fingers or anything like that. So the idea is you put your shrunk plastic in there when it's still hot, and then you've also, of course, got your dauber that made from silicone as well, that actually shape that for you. So you get those little domes. Okay, so that's going to come again with the template. So if you want to go for some other sheets of shrink plastic and cut them out yourself, and you get all of these shapes as well pre-cut for you too. I'm not sure how many you get in there.
Quite a lot. I
yeah,
think there's
21.
Yeah.
21 pre-cut shapes in there. Then the template, so you can cut your own and trace them. And you get your silicone mould to make them into domes as well. And that is only $14.99 for that. Now, the other moulds we've got for you, this is the star bead mould. So, as you can see here, what's the purpose of the rod in the middle?
I'll show you, but basically, if you look at the template that you have,
Yep.
you know, you mentioned that they have a hole in the centre.
Yep.
So there are two ways of doing this. There's one where you set it if you've cut it yourself, but if you haven't, then you place it straight onto there. And again, I'll show you, and then you can heat it directly onto the
Yeah, that
mould.
makes sense. That makes sense. Let me just show you what Laura's talking about. There we go. So that one there,
So
and
you can
again, you get
place it-
21 in there. That just goes over like
Straight
that.
on.
There we go.
And then
Exactly
you
the
can
right
heat
place.
it directly onto there, and then you just pop. Obviously, be careful, the metal rod does get hot. And then you just pop that straight on, and
push
then
down.
because that'll be hot, it will just indent, and it'll be a perfect position. So if you don't have that, if you don't use it that way, so if you've pre-cut them, like I have, without that hole, then obviously you might not get it central straight
Right.
away.
Oh, brilliant. I've not seen these before. These
They're
are
really cool.
Yeah, they are cool. So you get 21 pre-cuts. You get your template again as well, so you can actually cut your own flowers out of other shrink plastic sheets. And most importantly, you get the mould, which will give you these star-shaped flowers, which is really lovely. So that is $14.99 as well, and that's HFYX42. Then we've got the bezel bead mould as well, which is just here. Now this one, again, comes with 21 of your pre-cut flowers in different shapes and sizes, and the sheet for the template as well. Just open that up for you. There we go. I mean, I'd treat myself to maybe a couple of moulds and go for some extra of the clear or
I
different colours.
literally own all of them, and I accidentally bought the one that you've got there twice because I wasn't sure if I had it or not, and I didn't want to miss out.
Right.
So I thought, oh well, I'll
All
just
right.
have two.
Well, this one makes another shape of petal and of leaf and of flower, as you can see, but slightly more shallow than the other ones we showed you. And again, you've got the little hole in the silicone top. That just goes over the top like that. You put your shrink plastic in, and of course, then it's going to give you that perfect shape. So it comes out more of a dome shape. So Laura's gone for hers. Would you like yours? That's ASA. No, it's not. It's ASYX92, $14.99. And then the last one we've got for you is this one, which is a fluted spaced bead mould. Now this one is brand new. No one's seen this until today. It's never been on Jewellery Maker or anywhere else apart from here right now. Again, you get 21 pre-cut flowers. And just to show you the process again, because I just think this is so cool. These are lovely bundles. All you need then is your heat gun to get started and maybe a few extra sheets of shrink plastic, because you'll get through these quite quickly, I'm sure, because it is addictive. You pop that on there like that, pop out the middle, that's already been pre-pressed for you, and then line them up, heat it, and then when it's shrunk down, you just put that over the top, find the hole in the middle. There we go. How cool are they? And these earrings have been made with that technique, yeah?
I believe so. I didn't make the earrings. I believe it was probably by the lovely Linda.
Right.
But yeah, exactly that. They're so easy to work with, and because you've got that drill hole in the centre, if you did want to put it into your jewellery, you can then just put a head pin straight through, or a seed bead or something like that, and that's going to then enable it to go into your piece.
Now, although they go very hard when you heat them, they don't have much weight to them. So if you aren't going to wear them on your ears, you hardly know they're there.
Again, these I'd love to say that these beautiful pieces of mine, they're not, but you can see that this is a really sort of like heavily sort of embellished piece. Don't know if you can see this, sorry. And I mean, there's no weight to that. You would barely know you were wearing that. So, you know, and it's got lovely sort of sound to it as well, hasn't it?
Yeah, I've not seen these moulds before, so they're in the show today, $14.99 each. And remember, once you've actually paid your first item's postage, the rest of the day you don't have to worry about P&P at all. One P&P of $3.95 for the whole day. All the items you order up to midnight tonight will go together, and you'll only be charged the one postage. But remember, all the items you buy will be coming from different suppliers, so they won't come all in the same box. They will be coming from different places and may arrive on different days, just to let you know. Right then, should we do a mould demo?
Yes. So can I be cheeky and borrow some of those pre-cut ones, please?
Yes,
just so I can show you with the pre-cut and the non-pre-cut. And can I borrow the white one? Because I've got the top part, but not the bottom.
The what one?
The little white one.
Oh, that one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I've got the bottom. You know, I grabbed one part, but I clearly missed the other part. Thank you. So I'm going to show you how you can kind of work with these. And again, this one has the little hole in it for you to have the rod. So it's great that if you've got the rod that comes with the other pieces, you can again connect them all together. So you can see there, they all work together, which is really great. So as I said to you before, what I did was, and again with the picture frame actually, I used the template to actually cut some shapes out. And actually what this template did was it gave me confidence to have a go at doing my own kind of leaf shapes, because what I actually ended up doing was looking at like the leaf shape here. And so because I know an idea of what the size of it's going to be, because I've already got a pre-made one here as a reference. These are great because you can get an idea of how they're actually going to size down. So what I could do is I actually just used that, and then I just created a leaf, and I was able to sort of use that as a guide to the size as well, so you can kind of use it in that way. So again, to draw around these, really easy. You've seen me just do the letter, so it's exactly the same premise. And what's great is you can lay it out to the maximum on your sheet. Again, when you're cutting them out, I would say just go in. What I tend to do when I'm cutting the flowers out is I go around in a circle, and then I kind of go into the angles like this, turn it over, and then go into that angle. So that's how you're going to get nice cuts there. So if you wanted to cut your own out into some colours, and again, if you've got them here, it's going to be great. So what we're going to do is you could colour it if you want to. Do all of that before you go ahead and shrink it. And so what I can do, I want to show you.
Would you say that these are mainly for jewellery then? Or no, you can use them for all sorts?
Yeah.
Home decor?
Home decor, you can use it.
Charms?
Charms, you can use it for key rings, you know, a bag charm. So much you could sort of use it for.
Loads of people are having little charms on their mobiles now.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Big thing.
Yeah, my children have computer game portable ones, so put it on their cases, you know, loads you can do. So it's definitely not just a jewellery thing. And I was saying, you've got the lovely Hunkydory with all these amazing cards. You can embellish them with little flowers, especially the fairy ones. I mean, I'm obsessed. I mean, you probably noticed with toadstools and fairy wands and doors, but I love anything magical. So this you can embellish onto cards, and again, give it that little personal touch.
Good point.
So I'm going to place it onto here. As I said, if you were going to sort of do any kind of pattern, you would do that before. And again, these have a frosted and a non-frosted side. So again, whichever side you wanted to be your decoration like. So I know when I place this on that this is going to push down this way, which means that the shiny side is going to be facing front. So again, just factor that in when you're doing this. So
Don't forget the WOW heat gun is new to us. I say it's new to us, we're new to you. We've only been here just over a week. But this is brand new to us. It came in the other day on Saturday, I think.
Brilliant.
From WOW. It's the dual speed heat gun, not just for shrink plastic, for anything, embossing powders, that sort of thing. That's in stock now at $19.99 if you want to pop it in your basket. Great brand as well.
It's a great brand, it's recognised, and also it comes with a stand, which I accidentally left in the packaging. It's got a little metal stand, so that when you're using it, because obviously it's going to get hot, you can just place it down and it's going to keep it nice and safe.
Good idea.
So again, heat setting on the second one. Now, I don't need to actually touch this. I shouldn't need to anyway. So I can just put this on.
It actually starts to shrink really quickly, doesn't it? Look at it go.
It really does. These will go even quicker because they're really small. And then hopefully, come on then.
It kind of straightens itself out a bit.
And then just and then click that off. Now remember that little metal rod is going to be hot, so you have got to be a little bit careful. Line that up, push that down. I'm pushing this quite hard just because of the fact that it took me a moment to get it onto it, so I want to do it quite quickly and make sure it sets. There, when you take it off, you've got that.
Brilliant.
It takes seconds to cool down, so you can see now I'm actually able to sort of handle this.
Without that mould, you wouldn't be able to get something like that as accurate as that.
No, and how cool is that? So this is where you can see about the frosted and the shiny side. So there's your shiny side. Now on this design, it's actually quite universal, so it doesn't matter which side you sort of press it on. But if you were doing one, we'll do one in a moment using the star shape and the bezel one, and you'll see the difference.
You might even want to maybe include them in embroidery patterns, or
you could make buttons out of these. So you could add it into your stitching, you could add it into anything. You know, these, and they're durable as well. You know, once they're set, they're set.
You make quite a few of them. You can maybe make a pattern on the back of a jacket or something like that, sew them on.
Sew them on, absolutely. So what I will do is just show you how, obviously, if you haven't got it drilled, how you would kind of shape it. So let's go ahead with the star one. So I'll get it ready. Now, obviously, it's going to be hot. So once it's in its sort of melted state, it's a little bit hot. So I've got some tweezers to just try and grab it. You can very quickly put it up, but it is going to be hot. It depends how.
So the star one does come with a rod in the middle of it.
It does.
Well, they all do, I think.
They all come with a rod.
Apart from the white one.
But the white one doesn't. But if you've got any of the others, it has the opportunity for you to use the rod as well. Right. So you'll see there that even if it hasn't, and you've got the other moulds, which I would recommend getting anyway. And what's great about this one is you've got two ways of putting this on. So you put this on that way and you're going to get that nice rounded effect. Yeah. This way is just going to give it a little bit more concave because obviously that's a bit more narrow.
More pointed, yeah.
So, but it's got the potential for you to use that. So what I want to do is I'm going to show you, obviously, if you've used a template to cut your own and you don't want to, or you can't use the drill, the centre part, I'm actually going to go ahead and reduce this. So again, I'm just going to use my tweezers and you'll see how much quicker this goes because it's a much smaller piece. Just gently placing that so it doesn't run.
So you don't want to heat that in the mould?
No. Now I'll show you a little tip in a moment. No, because it won't stay on the mould.
Right.
Well, you're not playing the game for me, are you? Come on.
It'll open out.
Come
they
on.
all do eventually, don't they?
Yeah, they should do. Sometimes the plastic can stick. And you can just, oops. If that happens, you should just be able to very quickly separate it and catch it before it properly sets and then go back in. So that was because it ran. So I meant to show you a little trick. So I'll put that one to one side and we'll go with this one. Hopefully this will work. We're going to catch it. We're going to let it run.
And the double-sided tape doesn't mind the heat?
I probably wouldn't use a double-sided. I'd probably just use the masking tape at home, but it's the only one I've got with me, so it's just going to have to be used. But it shows you, there you go, see that one was much better. Just hold that down, let it settle, and that'll flatten down. You have to be careful if you are using tweezers or anything like that, because you can indent the plastic.
Just seeing what they put on the screen. Let's get shrinking.
So you can pop that straight into there. Now, if you put it into there and it's you're a little bit slow and it's starting to set, you can just gently heat that up because it will go soft again. Just sort of.
And silicon's completely heat resistant.
Yeah, and then you can just place that in like that. fingers crossed. And that's what I meant about how you can go off slightly. So I went slightly off centre, but again, I could kind of, now that's because I didn't wipe all of the pigment off.
Right.
So, but I can easily put that back in and reset that again if I wanted to.
So what are you going to be making with yours? This is the big question. When you shrink it down, where's it going to be? Is it going to be on your ears, around your neck, around your wrist, on your bag, on your phone, on a card, around the house?
So it's great because if you wanted to do, like for me, with Easter, I'm that parent that doesn't like to get tons of eggs for my children because my children go crazy, as do most, on chocolate. So I actually like to get them a present. They do get Easter eggs, you know, they're not hard done by, but I also like to get them presents like a book and some clothes as well. So this to me would be great to say, come on, let's sit down, or to get them some shrink plastic and say, come on, it's Easter Sunday or the weekend, school holidays, let's sit down and create something.
Or treat yourself to it now and maybe make some Easter gifts from what you're actually buying. I mean, the actual shrink plastics themselves are fantastic, but why not kind of make and gift what you've made? Now, we've had a question or a comment from Margot in Fife. Hello, Margaret. She says, shrink plastic makes great zip pulls for a sports bag. Brilliant idea.
Brilliant idea. And also for jackets as well. You know, if you've got younger children who struggle to kind of get the zips done up, they'd be great. You could put their little name on it. Yeah. Because you could write their name on it and then you could shrink that down, put it onto the zipper, and then you're not going to lose your coat either.
This is a great demo, Laura. Margot in Fife. Nice to hear from you, Margot, and great idea, yeah. I mean, I've got poppers on this jacket, but yeah, if I've got a zipper, it'd be perfect.
Yeah, absolutely, because, you know, especially with younger people, again, it's great to be able to gift and to give to people, like you say, if you put it into your clothing or if you put it onto your handbag, decorating picture frames and really personalising it. And as I said, my daughter will be 14 in June, and the first thing she did when she spied I had this was grab the red and draw a toadstool and made herself a pendant. So, you know, it's really versatile.
Absolutely. Now, we've also got mica powders in the show today. Now, do they work with shrink plastic?
I've not used them, but I can't see why they wouldn't. Okay. But they would be great for like the resin that we've got coming up.
Okay.
So,
well, we do have a set of 5 in the show if you're interested, and they are amazing quantities and amazing price as well. These are going to be back at 4 o'clock, but they are available if you want them right now. But remember, the shrink plastic is the star, and lots of you are multi-ordering actually. We've got clear, we've got black, we've got silver and gold. Let's go through all the colours and show you. I mean, the clear is basically self-explanatory. It's clear. And you get 6 sheets of the A4. So remember, it shrinks down around about 50 to 60%, something like that.
It's about 50%. It could be between 20 and 50. But they will, I'll look at the instructions while you do the next one and it'll tell me.
So you get 6 sheets of clear. And remember, if you just buy this today, it's £3.95 postage. But that's all you pay for the entire day. So if you want to go for 2, 3, 4 sets of this, you want to mix it up and go for a clear and a black and a multicoloured, you can do that. You won't pay any more than £3.95 postage. The black one, that's 6 sheets of black shrink plastic as well. Again, same sort of price, only £5.49. But the fun you're going to have, you don't necessarily have to have the wow heat gun. If you've got a heat gun at home that you use for embossing, that will be absolutely fine. Don't think you can get away with a hairdryer. That's not going to be hot enough.
Oh, no.
But a heat gun is what you need. So there we go. That's $5.49. TVG 464, your item number there. Now, the gold and silver, you get 3 silver and you get 3 gold. And of course, if you think those colours are gorgeous now, when they actually shrink down, they intensify even more.
And I think that's what's really great, is because when you've got these coloured pieces, if you don't want to draw or you're not very confident drawing, you don't have to, because you've got the colours there for you instead. And just saying, it does say on here, on these shrinkettes, which are the Julie Haymakers ones, that they shrink to 50%.
Right.
Like I said, read the instructions, but if they're generally the same brand, the graphics ones I think are 30%. But again, it will tell you on the information sheet that comes with every single pack you order. It also tells you how to cook them in both the oven and using the heat gun as well. So it tells you the temperature to put it into the oven. And as I said, just if you were doing a bigger piece, a sort of a 350 gram cardstock on top, just lightly placed on top, because when it curls up, it will its instinct is to do that, and it sticks. But that will stop it from doing that.
But obviously, don't put the cardstock in the oven when it comes out of the oven.
No, you can.
Oh, you can?
Because it's on a low heat. It's only on a low heat, and it's literally a minute or 2. It's so quick. When you do it in the oven, you literally put it in. If you've got a good clear oven that you can see, you can actually watch it shrink.
I thought it would be on a high heat, but it's not.
It's about 177.
Okay.
And then it's on a low heat. It's in a couple of minutes. So obviously stay there and keep an eye on it.
Okay.
But that is, and that's something that's been sort of, not just me saying that.
All right. Well, the other ones we've got for you, the multicoloured shrink plastic. This one's been really, really popular. Red, blue, purple, orange, green and yellow. All 6 of those. These are also just £5.49. I love the fact that you can sit there all day watching Hobbymaker, and maybe you bought something at like 9 o'clock this morning, and you can then at like 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon think, oh, I'll put that in my basket. I'm not paying any more postage. It's not.
No, and I think that's really great. I've shopped on other channels before, not necessarily crafting channels, but just general, you know, and you get charged for every item that you add. And I've paid over £20 odd before for postage.
Yeah.
And then it all arrives in the same box. What I love about here is different brands.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if you order from, you know, from Hunkydory, if you order from the shrink plastic or the resin, you'll pay that one postage.
That's right,
brilliant.
but they will come individually from the companies
Yeah.
concerned, so they do the supplying. Now, we've also got a 4-pack. Now, this is the opulent shrink plastic, so this has actually got a beautiful gold finish and a silver finish. It's almost like Centura Pearl, but in shrink plastic.
Yeah,
And £8.99 gets you 4 sheets, so they are a little bit more money, but again, the effect you get is very, very different and very, very upmarket. So that one is SOYX51. That's the product code for £8.99. And then the last of the shrink plastics, well, last of the sheets anyway, are these. And you've got 4 sheets. This time you've got your green, you've got your pink, you've got your yellow, and you've got your blue. But do remember, although these are quite subtle, marbled, these have been popular too. When it's shrunk down, it intensifies the colour, so you'll see it certainly a lot more. And nothing stopping you, again, drawing on these, colouring on these, stamping on them, as long as you've got the right ink. And all the instructions, of course, come with your sheets as well. So that is £6.99 for those, something a bit different. And remember, then you've got all the shrinkettes. Now, if you just want the shrinkettes on their own, I've given half of them to Laura, but you will get 21 of these. So they're going to shrink down to be little phone charms, little bracelet charms or necklace charms as well. You get 21 in there, and that is just £7.99. DXYX17 is your item code there for that one. And then we've got, of course, the mixtures of the moulds. Now, the white mould that I gave Laura, that's what you're going to get. So you've got 2 ends to it. You've got a circular end to it, and then more of a triangular end to it. That's all right. So that's what you're going to get there. And if you do have one of the metal poles from one of the other moulds, that will go in there as well. You don't actually get it with this one. So you can either have a rounded finish or a pointed finish, and then you get your 21 of your shrinkettes all beautifully cut out for you. And remember, with the shrink plastic, you can use punches and you can use your dies. It can go through a die cutting machine and it will cut perfectly. Then we've got the star bead mould. Now, this one, I must admit, is one of my favourites. This has got a lovely dramatic point to it in the centre. So it gives you a lovely finish, whether they just are plain, whether they're coloured, shrink plastics, or coloured in by yourself, however you choose to do it. And then, of course, the post goes into the top where you put your shrink plastic on there. You can heat it up directly, pop that on there, and then it moulds it into the perfect shape. 2 more. We've got this one, which is the bezel bead mould. So this one is slightly more subtle, and it gives you almost like a cup effect, actually, like an open cup. But it means that all of your beads are going to be really well uniformed. Laura, our producer, loves this one. That's our favourite one, I think. So that one, again, you're going to get 21 of the shrinkettes. You're going to get the mould, which is totally reusable again and again and again, and the metal post in the centre, so it's not going to fly off. And you do get, remember, the paper template as well, with all of the moulds, so you can, again, cut yours out after you've used up your shrinkettes. And then finally, the last one is your fluted spacer bead mould. So this is going to give you that kind of wavy edge, and this is brand new today, so a different mould for you. They're really cute, aren't they? Really, really sweet. And again, the idea is you just pop out the centre that's been pre-cut for you and line up your petals like that. When you're happy with the position of them and they're heated up, you just put the top on there like that. And before you know it, you've got a perfectly formed petal, perfectly formed mould. Like it. $14.99 or $15.99, that one is, beg your pardon, and that's brand new today if you want that one, and that's IZYX82 product number. Don't worry about product numbers, have a little look on the website, hobbymaker.co.uk. That's where you'll see all the moulds and you'll see all the shrink plastic, and you will never have so much fun in your whole life.
No, I've just quickly cut out a shape with the gemstone, the gem tone one, so I just wanted to see how the colour intensifies. So shall I just quickly just see what happens? Let's see. So I've just done a quick detailing on it, so let's see. Fingers crossed. Do you need to be blocked? No, you should be all right. So you have to make sure that the heat is quite even, and also what you need to do is make sure that you don't go too close, because you can burn it.
Is that the biggest size you'd go for before putting it in the oven, would you say?
No, I'll show you in a moment. Just let's make sure this mushroom doesn't misbehave.
It's sorting itself out.
Come on. There we go. Oh, see, that's how it's meant to work. Like that, and then you can pop on a, like I said, something metal over it to just flatten that down slightly.
You could use the base of your silicone mould, I suppose, could you? And press on it or not?
Yeah, yeah. Let's do that.
Perfectly
Okay, so you
flat.
could just do that. I actually did do this one outside a moment, well, just before we came on. So this is the difference of this was probably the largest, and I'll show you the mould, well, the size that I cut. I actually just used this, so this shrunk from that to that.
Whoa.
And then I used these, which again we had these on, it is a mess, but this is paints on it, by the way. Because what I actually did was created that shape, and then I drew that on the inside, and then I kind of tangled, just did some fun lines with a metallic paint, and shrunk that down. So that's how it kind of shrunk down. And you can see it's not gone perfect, but I can heat this and then mould it, and then I would get that really cool, quirky look. So this was one that I did in that same way with the heat gun, but they do come out consistently better if they go in the oven.
Lovely wind chimes or wind.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that would be
patio.
beautiful,
That'd be good,
because they
wouldn't
would be waterproof. If whatever you're using, if you did use a paint or something on it, maybe just use a sealant, like a spray sealant, just to secure it if you were putting it outside. But yeah, that would be perfect.
Well, we've only got 3 minutes left on the show. Can you see why we love shrink plastic so much? Because it is fun, and you've got something practical at the end of it that you can either use as a card. Actually, why not put like a little charm on a card? If you're maybe making one of the Hunky-Dory cards, put a little one of those charms on the front of it, and it could be, you know, a little bit of jewellery for someone or something.
You could
they
send
can wear
off in a
around their neck.
post, isn't it? Yeah, you could send it a card and a present all in one.
And that won't add any weight to the card. It's light as a feather.
Yeah, absolutely. But that's the green. I just wanted to show you how it intensifies, so you can see how much that has kind of intensified. And again, I'm glancing over and I can see that you've got crayons and everything coming up. So these are going to be ideal to go with your shrink plastic.
Yeah, we've got pens and pencils.
Have you got alcohol pens as well?
Not today, pencils.
But you've got
today.
the pencils,
Yeah,
so
we've
the
got pencils
pencils would
today.
work as well if you did the frosted effect. So
Yeah, we've got a watercolour class with Anne-Marie coming up in the next hour. Now, whatever you do, if you want to have the heat gun, it's not going to work without it. Well, it will if you put it in the oven. But
the only way would be the oven. But if you wanted to do a quick couple of pieces, you know, you'd have to you've got to preheat your oven, get it all going. It's a lot easier just to sit and quickly do that, and especially if you're going to be using these moulds, because you want to go straight from the heat gun straight to that. You wouldn't be able to use the moulds in the oven, so you would need the heat gun to be compatible with those.
it's quite appropriate in the name, isn't it? Wow, because you get the wow factor with shrink plastic. You
Absolutely, yeah. And you can also, your embossing products, you can put on your shrink plastic. So, you know, you could mix them up.
Well, maybe yours has given up the ghost, or it's time to treat yourself to a new one, or maybe you've never owned a heat gun. Don't use a hairdryer. That's for your hair and only
It
your
won't
hair.
work.
Heat gun for crafting, that's what that's all about. And look at what you can make. These necklaces are lovely. I think that one behind, that multicoloured necklace, is absolutely gorgeous.
That's been done using the, that would be done using the gem tone coloured. Yeah, again, it goes across so many potentials. Jewellery, home accessories, so much.
Well, remember, we're with you until 6 o'clock every day, 1 until 6 on Hobby Maker on this Thursday afternoon. So, Laura, you're back with me at 4 o'clock.
I am, yes.
With some resin.
With some resin.
Yeah.
This is going to be good. And again, you could team your resin with your shrink plastic.
You could do, absolutely. The Anne-Marie's here in a minute, though. We've got 3 shows today from Hunky-Dory. We've already done one of the fantastic new collections, the card collections. That was at 1 o'clock this afternoon. You can watch that back a bit later. Next, though, we're turning away from that for an hour and looking at the amazing prism pens, pencils, sorry. So that's coming up soon. Watercolour pencils, a watercolour class with Anne-Marie. We've got stamps in there as well. But if you want your shrink plastic, maybe you've never seen shrink plastic before and you've been totally bowled over by it, give it a go. It is really fun. It is kind of addictive.
Oh, it's very addictive.
Yeah.
You're going to lose a day. You're going to lose days using it. And again, use it with your stamps as well.
Totally. And you'll find so many different uses for it, of course, as well. Whether you're going to be wearing it, whether you're going to be having it as a bag charm, mobile phone charm, necklaces, earrings. Because the shrink plastic shrinks down and doesn't weigh very much, you can use it in all sorts of ways. All right, so we'll be back with Laura in an hour, and Anne-Marie joins me from Hunky-Dory right after a short break. Hobby Maker are live from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day on Sky Channel 670, Freesat Channel 807 and Freeview Channel 73. You can also watch on YouTube via some smart TVs, your computer and phone. Welcome to our exciting and brand new shopping channel, Hobby Maker, dedicated to crafting. We'll be working with some of the biggest brands in the industry, which means you can look forward to highly skilled crafters, demonstrations and great products at great prices. We'll be bringing you a mix of papercraft, mixed media, resin, candle making and so much more from our expert guests. So let's get crafting with Hobby Maker.
Here at Hobby Maker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobby Maker.
Hello, mate. Okay, far away. Guilty pleasure. Ooh, red wine. Cake. Oh, I Will Survive. Oh, actually, Angels. Robbie Williams' Angels. Scone. I'm from the south. Oh, there's been so many. When I split my trousers. Actually, I'm not the only one to have split his trousers on air, but that did happen to me. The producer spotted that my jeans at the back had completely split and I didn't realise, had to go and change them. My cat. She gets totally spoilt. Yes, I'd like to beat her. I can't dance. I definitely can't dance. I could probably do the Macarena, but don't ask me to.
This is Gemini, one of the fastest, quietest electronic die cutting and embossing machines on the market. Its industry-leading high-pressure system delivers fantastic results from intricate dies and folders, all at the touch of a button. Its oversized opening and platforms provide for edge-to-edge cutting of US letter and A4 size with thin metal dies, allowing you to cut materials such as thin cardstock, vinyl, craft metal and fabric. No cranking needed, as it will move the plates through automatically and quickly, which means you may spend less time on preparation and more time on inspiration. The Gemini has optical switches, making it hands-free and fully automated, with a built-in auto-reverse function for protection. It's easy to use, so you're always in control. Its sleek, low-profile design makes it a superb addition to any craft workspace. It has built-in handholds, meaning you can easily take it anywhere. The Gemini is a universal die-cutting and embossing machine that works with the majority of all leading brands of thin metal dies and embossing folders. All of the platforms that you need come included in the box, as well as a thick rubber embossing mat for intricate detail work on your dual-purpose cut and embossed dies. The addition of the metal cutting plate allows you to cut intricate dies in a single pass through the machine and enables you to cut multiple layers of fabric. For a perfect cut every time, you need Gemini, the electronic die cutting and embossing machine made by crafters for crafters.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hello, it's Hobby Maker on a Thursday afternoon. I hope you're enjoying the shows. Thank you to Laura. She's back in an hour's time with some resin, which I'm looking forward to. Anne-Marie's here for the whole afternoon, aren't you?
I am.
Yeah.
Come for the day when I come.
Here you have, absolutely. Fairies will be back at about 5 o'clock if you missed the launch of that at 1 o'clock this afternoon. What we've got for you, though, in this show is something that I love. I love to paint. I love to draw. Never thought I was much good at it. But you know what? When you've got prism pencils like this, it's going to make everyone an artist, isn't it? Really?
Definitely. They are so easy to use, and in this bundle as well, you are getting the handbook that really holds your hand throughout your journey. It will show you how to store your pencils, how to sharpen them, how to put the colour down, how to add water to them, or loads and loads of different techniques so you can get the absolute most out of them.
So what we've got for you today, this is a lovely kit in actual fact, because you've got 48 quality pencils here. Look at the colourways that you've got, every colour under the sun imaginable. But it comes in a wrap. So rather than having a big bulky case that may get in the way and just be awkward, this literally rolls up like a jewellery wrap, I suppose. I'm going to show you actually, because we've got one
I'll
here.
roll mine back up for you so you can see. It's so lovely, so portable.
Look at
How
that.
cool is that? Done. 48 pencils, all wrapped up.
All protected.
Super portable. Yeah, protected. They have a polka dot section there that actually is like a wrap that folds over the actual pencil, so it just protects them, so obviously they don't get broken. They're such good quality as well. The colours just melt as soon as we add the water to them. They're just a dream to work with.
Now, what you're actually going to get kit-wise are all the pencils themselves, and they're not like toy pencils. They are premium quality, artist quality pencils. In the cotton wrap as well, you've actually got a little zipper compartment at the end there as well if you want to keep your sharpener in there or something like that. But they don't leave you high and dry with just the pencils, and you're left thinking, oh, what do I do with them? I haven't got a clue. You're actually going to get this fantastic World of Colour crafting handbook. This is volume 2. But what it does is it doesn't just introduce you to the pencils, it shows you all the different techniques that you can use, how to look after them, but also how to use them and how to get the most out of them. Because my childhood memories of colouring with pencils were that I just used the pencils and that was it. But if you add water with a water brush or something like that, it becomes, think of each pencil as a palette.
Yes, absolutely. You can get so many different colours out of each pencil because depending on how much water you add, obviously you can get really sort of pale tones, but then you can get really intense colours as well. So you can get lovely tonal shades from each pencil.
So this is like having an artist giving you a colouring course in that book. Really well illustrated, beautiful photography and great hints and tips. That's the first thing. So I think it's going to make a perfect gift for someone who maybe has expressed an interest in art but doesn't quite know how to do it or anything like that. You get 3 water brushes. So these don't have colour in them. You put water in the water brush, obviously, and then you can, of course, put the colour down and either pick it up from a piece of card, or you can, of course, actually go straight into the artwork. It's up to you. And then you get some of the finest quality watercolour card. You get a pack of 60 watercolour cards, sorry, should I say, and they're A5 in size in a pad like this. Absolutely beautiful quality. And watercolour card can be quite pricey.
It can, yeah. So with watercolour card, obviously it has that sort of dimple texture. So it sort of takes the colour really well. It takes the water. It doesn't like wrinkle. It will curve when it gets wet, but it won't like wrinkle and go warped or anything like that. And we made it A5 in the bundle, so it's a nice portable, compact little set that you can take out and about with you.
I mean, now the weather's starting to get a bit nicer, we're starting to think about maybe planning things outside more. Maybe you're planning like a weekend away or possibly a holiday, which we haven't had probably for a couple of years. Why not take something like this with you? Because that wrap can easily be put in your luggage or even in your coat pocket if you want to. Maybe go for a walk on the riverbank and maybe stop and do a bit of a sketch and then colour in or whatever. Give it a go, give it a try. It could be something, it could be the best thing you've ever invested in, and find a new hobby and a new passion with this as well. Now, you know, with Hunkydory, you're going to get pencils of quality. The card's going to be quality. Everything about this is quality all the way. But we're not asking you for $61.96. We're going to knock a third off that price, I think. EWHDO2, that is basically your product code. Where's the price going to go? $41.96. And it's on split pay as well. Not on 2 split pays either. It's on 3-way split pay. $13.98 plus your P&P of $3.95. Unless you've already bought something today, then you don't have to worry about the P&P. Absolute madness to get it for $13.98 today, the first payment of 3. But you've got the most comprehensive colouring system. And again, if you think of pencils as being something that you used as a kid, which is what I had that interpretation in my mind for a long time, they're not. Think of them as portable palettes. If you had every single one of those colours in a palette, how much would that palette be? Quite a lot of money. Some of them can be a fortune. This is quality watercolour in each pencil, which is portable. You can move it, you can go in with a bit of colour on a drawing or on a work of art, and if you're not happy with it, just get the water brush and disturb it and just chase it around, and you'll be amazed at what you can do with watercolour. It's the most forgiving art form, I think, and it's a fantastic starter bundle maybe, or maybe you've got your colour palettes at the moment and you just want something that's a little bit more portable, a bit more user-friendly. Maybe you get yourself into a bit of a mess with it. This is much more clean and easy.
It is, yeah, definitely, because you could colour a whole image in and not even add any water to it straight away. You could colour it in if you don't have access to the water or anything like that, And then when you get home, just activate it all with your water brushes and, you know, it will just come to life.
It really will. Okay, well, we're going to give you all the details of the individuals a bit later as well. But if you want to go for the main collection, you know, if you are going for the pencils, it makes sense to have the colouring course in that book, the Crafting Handbook Volume 2. Great to have those water brushes because you don't have to have a jar of water next to you that I would knock over in a flash. You know, you just basically fill up with water. The water is in the actual barrel of the brush, and just squeeze it slightly and it comes out. So it helps you to do a wonderful, wonderful job. And then to get 60 sheets of that watercolour card as well in A5 is the icing on the cake. Everything you need to get professional results. You can call us or you can order on the website. Now the website, of course, is hobbymaker.co.uk. The phone number is a free phone number and the call centre is in this building above my head, 0800 001 4433. Now, if you've got any comments, maybe you bought the system before in the past, and you've got something you want to share with us. Our Stephen on camera 2, he's a bit of a watercolour artist, I believe.
No, I wouldn't call myself an artist.
Oh, he's not an artist, but he has a play, he has a dabble. But if you maybe want to dip your toe in and have a go, email in or indeed just message us in the studio as well. We'd love to hear from you and tell us what you think of it. Now, this is what you're going to get, and have a little look. This is the whole thing that you're going to be getting in the bundle. So you've got the watercolour card, you've got the handbook, you get that wrap with all 48 of the pencils in it, and you get the 3 water brushes too. Right, Anne-Marie, what we're going to do first?
So I'm just going to show you how they sort of work first of all.
Okay.
Just a few little techniques and things like that. So obviously they come in this beautiful wrap. I have got some of that premium watercolour card already. And all we're going to do, I'm just going to show you how we can get this colour down first of all. So obviously we can just sort of shade on here, create that lovely sort of shading. You can go in and add more to it and get a deeper, pressing on harder to get a deeper shade there if you want to as well. But obviously you don't have to always add water. If you just want to go in and colour like this, you can do as well.
Are they nice and smooth? They're not gritty?
No, they're so smooth to use. They really are. And then once we activate this with the water,
see what I mean?
It's just magical, isn't it?
It's a palette and a pencil.
Yeah, it just creates so many amazing effects just by adding our water. So obviously we can do just single colour shading like this, but we can obviously then create like a bit of an ombre. So let's go with our blue again. And again, just bringing the colour down the page. And you'll notice with your watercolour card, you do have like the sort of dimples and it'll leave like little almost like gaps, if you will. And then we'll go in with the green as well and we'll just bring those two together. So just sort of crossing them over at the middle there.
I just think watercolour is so forgiving. It's just...
It is. It really is. I've used all sorts of colouring mediums and anything that you can add water to is much more forgiving.
Yeah.
Obviously, alcohol markers are incredible, but as soon as that colour is down, that colour is down.
Yeah.
There's no
way back.
No way at all. So just blend those two together. Just trying to always go from your lighter shade through to your darker shade first. You might just need to do a little bit more blending in the centre just to get those two together. But you can create all sorts of cool ombre effects as well. Once you're colouring as well, you can go sideways, create like a little bit of a crosshatch effect, like this. If you want to, again, get the colour more intense, when you're first putting it down, that will give you a much more intense sort of shade there as well.
I love the fact that the water pens are included as well,
Yeah.
because if you go with a brush backwards and forwards to an old jam jar or something like that, that's when it gets a bit messy.
Definitely.
And, with this, everything is where you need it. The water's in the barrel of the pen.
Yeah.
The brush is washable, and it's just a joy to use.
It is. So let's just dab this. So you can go in when this is dry and add more colour to this. This is still a bit wet, so wait for it to really dry. Go back in with some more colour, or alternatively you can do like a bit of a scribble onto a little bit of scrap card and you can pick this colour up and add more that way as well. So if you want to, if you're not maybe brave enough to go straight in with the colour, colour on a bit of scrap and pick it up and bring it to your
I know
artwork.
someone that actually deliberately goes to the colours that they're after, maybe for a project they're doing that afternoon down by the riverbank or something, and they actually put lots of colour onto a piece of watercolour card,
Yeah.
and that then is their palette.
Yes.
They don't take the pencils,
Yeah,
they take that down.
Exactly, yeah. And you won't find this happens often, but if you actually break any of the pencil off, try and get it onto a bit of watercolour card, wet it, and it will sort of stick to your watercolour card, and then you can use it. You've got your own little palette then, rather than throwing that little bit away. But like I say, it doesn't happen often with these pencils because they are such good quality.
I'm just thinking as well, if you're a stamper, if you've got some lovely stamps, I don't know, over the years, I'm just thinking of people who've done lovely scenes. I mean, Hunkydory do great stamps, but people like Sheena Douglas and people like that who've done wonderful maybe church scenes or country pub scenes. Just a wash of colour over that, provided you're using the right ink, is often all you need.
Yeah,
You've given the colour, and it's so easy and it's so effective.
Yeah, it is. It's just fabulous. Right, so now I'm going to show you another little technique. This one is in the handbook, and it is one of my favourites because it's just so cool. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to get my water bottle, and I'm just going to spritz this cardstock just to get a bit of water down on here so it's wet already. And then what we're going to do, let me grab my craft knife, is we're actually going to shave some of the pigment off the pencil onto the water. So we can just add this onto here, just going around.
Look at what's happening.
I could probably do another pink, 'cause this one is running out. I could do to sharpen this one. But it just explodes once it hits that water. That colour is just so amazing.
Am I right in saying never introduced moisture to the pencil itself?
No, it's not ideal at all. You can do it as long as you're just on the actual colour. Don't try and keep away from the wood if you can.
Yeah.
But you can do that. But yeah, it's we prefer not to.
What a great technique.
It's just awesome, isn't it?
It's just literally water. That's
Just
all
water.
you put down.
Yeah, that's all you
Nothing
need
else.
to activate these pencils is water. So obviously around here, it's not really wet enough to be doing what we want it to do there. So we can sort of wet that, make it a little bit more intense.
So great for your backgrounds.
Perfect for background. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to
Great
put...
for the backgrounds of your fairies.
Exactly.
Bit of fairy dust.
Yeah, it would look fabulous. So we're putting another piece of card over there because we can get more than one background out of that technique. So when we pick that up, we have two amazing
good.
backgrounds. We could probably even wet them both again and pick up another. In fact, let's do it with this
I mean,
one.
normally you've got to buy quite expensive powders to get that sort of effect,
Yeah.
but just shaving a little bit off the top of the pencil will do it.
So if we fold that one in half, I can probably get another side out of that one as well. And each one will become sort of less intense,
Yeah.
if you will.
But it shows you the intensity of the actual pigment inside. Well, not the pigment, but the actual
There we
the
go.
core of the pencil.
And then we can just dab any sort of excess that maybe you don't want, any sort of, if it gets a bit mucky, just sort of pick it up. Try not to use too many colours because that is when, you know, you can muddy up the colours and you'll get browns and things like that. But it's just such a cool technique, isn't it?
And that's in the book. So if you forget how to do
Yes.
it, don't worry, that's
That
in the book.
is,
I
yeah.
think it's such a great idea that you've done this because an awful lot of people maybe go to art classes. That's time consuming. It can be expensive. I know people that go to like weekend retreats, art
Yeah.
retreats, and you can spend hundreds of pounds for a weekend away, if not more. This is going to show you all the hints and tips and tricks, what paper to use, cold press techniques, hot press techniques, other paper types that you might want to use as well. But all you need is in this one-stop purchase for just over £40, £41.96. And it's on 3 flexes or 3 split pays as well. So £13.98 is your first payment today, plus your P&P of £3.95 unless you've already paid it, in which case you don't have to pay it again, because it's one P&P for the whole day. But yeah, just how to do flowers, for example. An anemone bouquet, try saying that. Thank you card there as well. That's the technique you've
That's
just
the
done, isn't it?
background, yeah. And we've just used like an alcohol pen just to go over that to add the brush lettering.
It's fab, isn't it? So amongst the roses, loads and loads and loads of options in this book as well. But we've got the pencils available on their own as well. So if you're already well versed in watercolour, you don't need the tuition, you don't need the watercolour card. We haven't got many of these available, I've just been told, but they are $29.99 for all 48 of the pencils. So that's it's about 60p a pencil, that, isn't it?
Absolute bargain, isn't it?
Real bargain. RAHD 92, that's the product code. 48 pencils in the wrap as well. And is it just an ordinary pencil sharpener you need?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, just try and get a good one.
Yeah.
'Cause you can get some naff ones, can't you?
Yeah,
So yeah,
yeah.
try and get a good one.
Yeah, absolutely. Because you've got quality pencils. Don't use the ones you get in Christmas crackers and stuff. They're not good. The ones that you buy at stationers or whatever in the high street, they would be absolutely perfect. 48 pencils in the wrap for $29.99. RAHD 92 if you want them on their own. But really that rubber seals, though, the value for money for everything. because that means for just literally about £12 more, you've got the watercolour card, you've got the 3 water brushes, and you've got the
handbook.
handbook.
Yeah,
So
it's incredible value.
yeah, I'd go for the £41 one myself.
Definitely.
But if you just want the pencils on their own, they are there as an option. 0800 001 4433. Now the water brushes, if you're just in the market for those on their own, we've got those available. You know, if you are into your painting and that sort of thing, these are absolutely a godsend. Why bother with filling up jam jars and any other sort of device where they can easily get knocked over and you end up kind of splashing water everywhere? The idea behind this is the water quite simply sits in the barrel of the pen, and you just squeeze it gently and the water comes out, and it allows you to just take water wherever you go.
Yeah.
You can even pop it in your top pocket.
You absolutely could, yeah. You've got 3 different sizes in there as well on the brushes. So you've got a small, medium and a large sort of brush.
Well, they're just, £3.33 each, $9.99, and that's FRHD 17 if you want the water brushes individually. And then the watercolour card, at the back of, I didn't realise you did this watercolour card actually, Anne-Marie.
Yeah, it's fabulous, isn't it?
Yeah.
So this is it's a premium watercolour card, and it's brilliant for using with our brush markers, which I think we've already brought you as well.
Yes.
So anything that's going to be sort of activated with water, if you need to use water, then that's absolutely ideal.
300 GSM, that is a very, very good thickness, great weight, great quality, 60 sheets, 300 GSM. There we are, look, and a really good size. That's A5 in size. Okay, half an A4. £9.99, and perfect for on the move. Okay, 0800 001 4433, or the website hobbymaker.co.uk. Now we've also got the watercolour card in A4. So we've got those of you that prefer something a little bit smaller, that's available. If you prefer the larger A4, then here that is. And this is 30 sheets of A4 in total. So again, 300 GSM, exactly the same quality as a smaller pad, and that's just £9.99. That's really good value for watercolour.
Yeah, it really is. So they're exactly the same price, content. It just depends whether you want A4 or A5. But obviously A4, you can cut it down to any size you want.
Yep.
Maybe if you want to do loads of little sort of panels, things like that, then it's absolutely perfect for chopping into.
Premium quality, cracking price, just £10 or $9.99, and you get 30 of them. It's only 30p a sheet, really, isn't it?
It's amazing,
33p a
isn't
sheet,
it?
yeah. And I don't know any way we can get watercolour card for 33p a sheet. Okay, so that's the A4 pad, and that's $9.99. And we do have some stamps in the show as well, which you'll find on the website if you want to have a little look. We'll look at those in a bit. Now then, these stamps actually relate to the fairies that we've got as the main card kit a bit later.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're using the fairies, and what I've done is I've stamped 2. So this one here, I've already added quite a lot of colour that we just need to sort of activate with our water now. So I've used a whole host of different colours. So obviously I've gone with the yellows up in the top here on the daisies. Couldn't think of their name at all then. And I've tried to use different colours where I can, you know, sort of tones and shades and things like that. But you don't have to. You can just use one sort of colour and wash that out and create that sort of shading
The
with
water
that.
just creates that lovely smooth colour rather than being grainy, which often pencils on watercolour can look. It smooths it all out, blends it all in, makes it look really, I was going to say natural. Obviously fairies, are they natural? I don't.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, but it just makes it look more professional. And you know, if you are a novice, it's much easier to get a good result with watercolour, I think, than any other medium, really.
Definitely. I mean, all I've really done here is sort of scribbled the colour on. You know, I haven't done anything fancy, haven't done any fancy techniques or anything. I've just scribbled the colour on, and then we're just adding the water to it. So it's so easy to do, and it just looks so professional when you're done. And, you know, if you miss some little bits, or, you know, it doesn't quite look like a complete picture, or, you know, the colours haven't blended all that well, you can sort of pull it off with watercolours. You know, you're sort of going with that.
And also, if you get outside the edges a little bit, you can very often blot it with a bit of
You can
tissue.
push it back in as well quite easily. So what I'm doing, I'm trying to not colour things right next to each other. So obviously I've done a face, and I've done her arms, and I've done a hat. So then I'm just going to come down and do her legs, because I don't want my colours to all blend into each other. So just add in the colour, just washing that out. You know, you can push the colour to the edges as well to create a little bit more shading. You can do so much with it, and then we'll come down here and do these little flowers.
I think the wings of the fairy will they're going to really dramatically look different when the water comes into play.
Yes, definitely. I mean, at the minute it looks like a small child's coloured this, doesn't it? But once you add the water on there, and this is where you don't need to be really skilled. You don't have to be an artist. You don't have to be the best at colouring, because the water and the pencils do all the hard work for you.
Totally.
You're just blending those two together.
And you know, when you actually invest in a brand that's got such a heritage and such a reputation, such as Hunkydory, you just know you haven't got to worry about what's going to turn up in the post. You know it's going to be of the finest quality.
Oh, absolutely not. I mean, I have the wonderful job of sourcing all these kind of products for us at Hunkydory, and you know, I wouldn't be able to stand here and talk about a product that I personally wouldn't purchase myself and wouldn't be happy purchasing. So you know it's always going to be fantastic quality. Okay, let's go in and start on these wings now. So I'm just going to get the pink going first of all.
And the water brush basically just moves the colour, doesn't it?
It does,
from side
yeah.
to side. So you don't have to have one water brush for your blues and one water brush for your yellows and your reds and all
no, I just have a bit of kitchen roll that I just dab onto. You know, if I'm using you know, where I did the yellow and then I did her face, I didn't want her skin to be a mix of those two colours.
I mean, look at how the wings have been transformed. Everything
fab,
just blends
don't they?
together, fuses together beautifully when you introduce the water.
And you can just sort of flick out, you know, again, it's not a fancy technique, you know, it's just flicking that colour out so you can get a little bit more texture in there as well.
Now, we love hearing from you. If you've got any questions or you've got any comments, you just want to say hello, we'd love to hear from you. Easiest way, well, there's two ways. You can either send an email, studio@hobbymaker.co.uk, or you can go to our website if you want to, which of course is hobbymaker.co.uk, and there's a little box that says contact the studio, send a message to the studio, there it is, and just type a message in there. Laura, our producer, will get it, and if we can put it on the screen, we will do. Be nice to hear from you this afternoon. So we are a week and a half old.
Is it only that?
Is it? No, it's 2 weeks now, isn't it? Yeah, 2 weeks yesterday. Yeah, 2 weeks yesterday.
Wow, still gone very, very fast, hasn't it?
Absolutely.
So fast. So then just repeating that on the other side of her wings here. And if you find the brush dries out, it's got like little push sections either side here, so you can just push that. Let me just do it onto here so it doesn't go all over the picture. But
So
you
you
can
don't
see
squeeze it all the time? You just
No, just squeeze it a little bit and the water will come out of there. Only when you need it. So when the brush starts to sort of dry out, you would just give it another little squeeze, but always do it onto a little bit of kitchen roll or something. Don't do it onto your project because you know you do want to be able to control that water. So again, just sort of flicking that colour, working that round there on the wings, and obviously you could be adding glitters into this if you wanted to. You know, really sort of sparkle the wings up there.
Now, if you're thinking to yourself, well, I haven't actually got anything that I need to colour in, I need to have like a colouring book, or I need to make my own colouring book. Well, we've got a fantastic selection of stamps from Hunkydory here as well, just in front of me. So those are available in the show. You can buy them, I think, in a big bundle, and also you can buy them individually too. So they're there, and they, of course, provided you use the right ink, will be perfect to use with your watercolouring. What ink do you decide to use with the stamps?
So basically, if you're colouring with water, you need to use like a solvent based, if you will, and then if you're using like an alcohol marker, you need to use a water base. So it's like opposites. Yeah.
So for these, something like Memento or Versafine.
I tend to use Versafine for these, just because it does pick up some really nice detail. And then when I'm using my alcohol markers, that's when I tend to use my Memento. So if you just remember opposite sort of attracts when it comes to inks and colouring, you won't go wrong.
Because as you can see, even though we're going over where it's been stamped, it's not interfering with the ink at all.
No, it can still be a little bit wet if you're colouring it in straight away, so I would recommend blasting it with a heat tool just to give it, you know, a little bit more of a chance to dry. And then we'll just go and do that toadstool. My goodness, I could not get that word out then. And again, you know, you can create some real sort of texture in here by doing that sort of flicking motion. I'm just going to have to pop her upside down a second to do this side.
Upside down fairies, we're used to that here.
Oh, one of the girl that designed it, Jen, one of our design managers, she texted me, she's like, some of your finest work, that upside down fairy.
I knew they'd review.
I was like, thanks, Jen.
So all watching in the office, are they?
Probably, yeah, they must have been. Definitely. Okay, and then I'm just going to do...
That took less than 20 minutes.
Oh, it takes no time at all. Once the colour's down, just activating it.
But the water creates the transformation. You know, when you put the colour down, like you said, it looked a little bit kind of blotchy because of its nature. But as soon as you introduce the water and blend it together, what a result.
Looks fab, doesn't it? It's so cute. And then what I would do with this is now, because I want to do the grass at the very bottom, this is where I would bring in another piece of cardstock again. And let's just get one of our greens, do a little bit of a scribble and try and pick this up. And then again, just do those flicks, just following up.
So if you are scared about going in directly with the pencil on the artwork, just put a little bit on a scrap of watercolour card and use that as your palette.
Yeah.
Pick it up. And it works.
I don't think there's anything. Oh, her eyes. We need to do her eyes. She hasn't got any colour in them at all. So again, because it's just quite a small area, again, this is where I would probably just pick up the ink and just add that in. Oh, she looks better now. Now she's got some eyes. And then what we can do as well, we can add a little bit more colour to like her cheeks. Let's just get a little bit of a pink, so we can add a little bit of a blush on her cheeks and her lips.
It's very easy just to add subtlety with watercolour. Just add a little bit. If it's not enough colour, go and add a little bit more. You don't run the risk of overdoing the colour straight away with watercolour, do you really?
No, definitely not, definitely not. And what we can do is this, when this is dry, is we can go over it, we can add more colour, we can add a little bit more texture and things like that. Let me just try and see if somewhere's a bit dry, so we can add a bit more, maybe a flower on a hat here. We can just go in and we can add a little bit more texture and just a little bit more shading to give it even more sort of depth and colour there. And on her wings here, we can, this is still a little bit wet, so it's not picking up as well. So yeah, just make sure you're drying it, but you can go in and add as much or as little detail onto there as you want. So we'll just add, sorry, go on.
I was going to say, look after these pencils and they'll probably last you years and years and years.
Oh, they will, absolutely. I'm pretty sure this is one of my original sets.
Oh, right.
I'm almost sure, and you know, we've had these for quite some time now. So picking up that blue, and I want this really sort of watery. I don't want this too heavy because this is going to go into our sky here. And we're
just thinking, if you've got someone in the family maybe that's expressed an interest in art or maybe fashion, anything to do with colour, maybe this is going to be a great Easter treat for them. All you need to do is pay the first of the split payments, which is $13.98. That's all you pay today plus your P&P. If you've already paid your P&P, you don't need to pay it again. It's one P&P for the whole day, and then the next payment in 4 weeks, final payment in 8 weeks' time. Or you can pay in full, of course, if you want to. $41.96 today for all the pencils, the project book, the water brushes, and all of the sheets of the watercolour card as well.
There we go. So just adding that bit of sky in there just brings that to life a little bit more, doesn't it?
You said to me earlier, you're not an artist.
Absolutely, I'm not, Dave. Absolutely
So
not.
Well, now.
You know, the pencils and the water and the image has done all the hard work for us, so that we don't need to do anything else with that. You know, it just looks fab, doesn't it? And obviously, take a little bit more time. You know, we've rushed this a little bit. You can take more time, just to get it looking how you want to. But isn't she just adorable?
You know, if I was painting with like acrylics or oil paints, I'd be petrified.
Yeah.
Because it's so hard, it's so easy to get it wrong.
Yeah.
And to put too much or put something in the wrong place. With watercolour, it's gradual. It's more forgiving.
Yeah.
And it's fun as well. And this is, think of it, you know, if you had all those colours in a palette, that would cost you a small fortune.
Oh, it really would.
You know, a palette of quality paints would cost you a small fortune. Each pencil has basically got a paint in it. That's what it is. Watercolour paint running through the centre of these pencils, and you've got every shade of yellow, pink, red,
so many
blue,
colours.
green that you need. And the fairy stamps are, or these stamps we've got in the front of us at the moment, these aren't the fairy stamps, but that's coming up in the later show, isn't it, at 5 o'clock?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you like that image that Anne-Marie's just shown you, that one there, that's going to be in the 5 o'clock show this afternoon, together with, of course, the brand new card collection, which launched at 1 o'clock this afternoon. So these are the stamps that kind of back up the fairy card collection.
Yeah.
Okay, we're not doing these this hour, that'll be in the 5 o'clock show. The stamps we have got in this hour are these. So these are, you've got the stork delivering the baby, we've got also...
We've got four-leaf clover.
Four-leaf clover. So these are the essentials, and these were launched about a week ago?
Last Thursday.
Last Thursday,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah, so a week ago, exactly a week ago. And these are available if you'd like them. So if you've been inspired to take up watercolouring with that watercolour pencil bundle, and you've got no stamps at all, remember a memento ink is what we, is it memento? No, other way.
Versifine.
Versifine, the other
Yeah.
one. VersaFine is what Anne-Marie recommends. That will not interfere with your watercolouring. So get yourself a VersaFine ink pad. That will stamp brilliantly. And we've got all of these stamps today for $29.99. You get all of them for $29.99?
You do, yeah. Yeah, it's amazing value, isn't it? There's such good stamps to have in your stash because these are the kind of occasions that are going to crop up. You know, you've got Get Well Soon featured in here. We've got the Stork, the new baby. We've got a new home, new job. We've got sort of sympathy with the cross and the candles. This really is something for every single occasion.
So these really are essentials for your collection. You'll reach for them all the time. This is on 2 split payments as well. That's $14.99 today, your first payment, plus your $3.95 P&P, unless you've already paid it. Then you don't have to pay it again. All of those. Okay, now we've also got Laura was using the mixed media mat in the last show, which is in this show, yeah? It's available right now. Okay, it wasn't available in the last show. It's now available in this show. The mixed media mat, it's made from silicone. It's got the Hunkydory crest on it as well. We've only got 50 chances for this. This is a brand new item today from Hunkydory. I thought the price would be in the 20s.
No, it's fabulous, isn't it?
That's a really good price.
It is, yeah. It is heat resistant as well. Like I guess you figured that out last hour. But yeah, it's brilliant. And obviously you've got these little wells, so you can, you know, do some pencil shavings into these little pots, and they won't dry in here because it's like a silicone, but you can always just reactivate it. You can mix all your colours. You can do so much with it.
So you could use your acrylic paints in there as well if you wanted to. You could also use it for bead making or jewellery making and bead work if you wanted to do that too. But it's lightweight and it's non-slip. It's not.
Yeah, and it will sort of roll up as well for storage, rather obviously because it is quite big, but it does because it's so flexible. We can roll that up. We could even sort of wrap it around our pencils if we wanted to, you know, to keep it really portable. But it is just such a fantastic tool to have, again, just on your worktop, because this mat isn't heat resistant. You don't want to be using your heat tool on this. No. So just making sure you've got this to hand.
So if you're doing shrink plastic or doing some heat embossing or anything like that, this is what you need. Also, I love the fact that you've got the edge
to
like butt your card.
Yeah, so your card can sort of move around in here. Brilliant if you're doing any sort of techniques with ink pads. You know, you can splat all your ink pads in here, smoosh your card around in it to get really cool effects, and then just move them out of the way. You can use it again next time.
So not only does it help to protect your table and your worktop from heat, but it also helps to stop your tabletop being stained by inks and that sort of thing, and paints as well.
We've all done that.
Really good investment. Best $14.99 you can spend if you like that one. And it really is a truly mixed media mat. 50 centimetres by 33 is the size of it. And once you've got this, it'll last you probably years. TRHD20. Didn't realise it was in stock this show, so it's there if you'd like it. And it is heat resistant. You can use your heat gun for embossing and shrink plastic, all that sort of thing. 0800 001 4433. That's your free phone number, or why not use the website? And it is, of course, hobbymaker.co.uk. Right.
Okay, so we're actually going to use that little clover that we have. I'm just going to grab it because I'm just borrowing yours because I didn't pack mine.
That's all right.
So we're just going to borrow this one. And I just thought it's a lovely image to colour in because it's so large, and obviously they look like little hearts, don't they? The clovers, they're gorgeous.
Yep.
So we're going to colour this in, and we're going to create like a little bit of background as well. So I'm going to stamp this first of all, and then we can cut it out, and then pop it somewhere else. So I'm using my stamping press. I don't know if we've got this on the.
It's St Patrick's Day today, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Happy St Patrick's Day.
Yeah, I've got all sorts of crazy demands for dressing the children this week.
Oh, really? Leprechauns?
Yeah. Today was green, orange or white.
Okay.
She doesn't really own any of those colours. So she had to wear like a peachy orange top. And then tomorrow's Red Nose Day, so red tomorrow, which she's got, so that's fine. Joseph's in non-uniform, so that's fine. But it's just always something, always.
Always demands.
Okay, so we're going to pop that on there first of all. And obviously with our stamping press, if we miss any of that stamp, which we haven't because it's a lovely, easy stamp to do, we can go back in. It's perfect for using these because they're so detailed, our fairy stamps. It just gives us time to go back in.
Now, the fairy stamps will be on the show at 5 o'clock, okay, if you like the look of what we were just colouring in a few minutes ago.
Okay, so I'm going to pop that on there. In fact, I think we'll colour this first and then we'll do our background. I have also abandoned my trolley somewhere in the studio that's got my trimmer in it. I just sort of literally abandoned it. I don't even know where it's gone. Is it there?
Got it. Steve's going to bring it around.
Oh, he's a good egg. Thank you. It's just so we can trim this down, that's all. I'm just going to give it a little blast with the heat tool just to make sure this ink's dry because we don't want to smudge it. So just
Special
giving
delivery.
this a bit of
There you go.
a blast. Thanks, Dave.
It's all right.
Suits you that?
Do you want it up there?
No, it's fine there. So just giving this a bit of a dry, because with the fairies I did stamp it before the show, so I don't want this ink to sort of bleed now.
And that's versifying again, yeah.
Versifying again, yeah. And then I'm going to just trim this, so we can probably do a cute little 6x4-ish card. So we're going to use this for the actual card, and we're going to do the background on there, colour that, cut it out, stick it on.
Okay.
Just like that. Okay, so shall we do some of these into here?
How many shades of green are there? 4, 5, 6 actually.
7?
7 shades of green, wow.
Yeah. So I'm going to add a few of my little shavings into here to create my different colours of green.
Because grass isn't one shade of green, is it?
Oh, absolutely not.
And leaves aren't one shade of
yeah, and you know the amount of floral stamps that we come across in craft, things like that, you need quite a few different shades of green. So just using your craft knife just to shave off some of that pigment into our little wells there. And I'm going to just add a little drop of water to each of these as well. And then we can obviously go in then.
This has got to be the most economical way of watercolouring
Oh,
ever.
isn't it? Isn't it? And what we're going to do is we're going to do a bit of a splattery background on here.
Okay.
So I've got my colour on there, and all we're going to do
Hey.
is sort of splat like this.
And obviously it's watercolour, so if you get it on anything, it's not
Yeah,
going to be a problem.
just wipe straight off.
I mean, you can get anything on your silicone mat, you can wipe it off.
Yeah, absolutely. But just adding these sort of splats on here, it's just going to make the background look a little bit arty. But again, you know, we haven't done anything fancy, no fancy technique, no skill required here.
Is it Brie Merrin, the artist, that has that
Yes,
as like a signature effect?
that sort of
isn't it?
splatty effect, yeah. Okay, so we've got those colours on there. I'm just going to pop that out the way there. And
You see Brie Merrin's artwork in like lots of gift shops in windows and things.
oh, you do like tea
Cushions and-
towels, all sorts, don't you?
It's got the splatty effect on it.
Let's just get some more of this. Let's treat ourselves to a little bit of new kitchen roll. And then what we're going to do here now is we're going to colour this in. So I'm actually going to get my pencils and I'm going to go in on here just to add in a nice big chunk of colour on each of the curves, like this.
So you're not being really deliberate or accurate, just
No,
whack it
just
on, really.
whacking it on, Dave, exactly that. That is my technique.
I meant that in the nicest possible.
Yeah, we're not doing anything fancy at all because we don't need to. The water and the pencils are going to do all the hard work for us. And then I'm just going to get some of the darker green and just go around the very edges. Again, whacking it on. And then I'm going to bring in a little bit of the paler one and I'm just going to
Okay.
go a little bit like that. Just shading that across there, just so it gets a bit of colour everywhere.
Actually, I quite like it like that, to be honest.
It's a bit arty, isn't it? Okay, so then let's add our water now. So I'm just going to brush that in there, and I'm going to add the water over there, but then I'm going to sort of let it bleed out.
The difference.
I'm just going to have to keep turning it round to get...
You're in control, aren't you?
Yeah, absolutely. And you can just push that colour right up to the edges.
And if something's too dark, just get a bit of kitchen roll, dab
Yeah,
it.
with this now we could dab that and lift most of that colour out.
Yeah.
So don't be afraid of, you know, if it's not looking how you want it to, if you get colour where you don't want it to, just add a bit of water and you'll be able to pick so much of it back up.
I think this is probably the next thing I'm going to do. You were on maternity leave, so didn't see the sketch I did of Downton Abbey. I'll show it to you one day.
Yeah, I
But,
do.
that really ignited something in me because I realised I could draw, which
Yeah,
I never
that's
really
pretty
realised. I
amazing.
think the next things, next step on really would be then to take
Adding
up
colour,
watercolouring like
yeah,
that.
definitely. And this is so easy. And, you know, I think anyone could do this. You know, if you've got an interest in drawing, painting, anything like that, then this is just going to be absolutely ideal. So again, just going all the way around, just adding that water and just washing that colour around. Just nice and easy. I'm just going to pop a little bit of water in one of these.
You
'cause
can't
my-
see any lines, there are
No, my brush is just running out of water, so I'll just pop a little bit in there and we can wash it around.
And you put the tiniest amount from the nibs of those pencils into there, and there's still tons of
Oh,
colour there.
yeah, absolutely. There we go. And then just this last one here. I'll just have to turn it around. Sorry, I keep trying to do it at a bit of an awkward angle there. And it just gets rid of any lines, any edges. You know, you can't see where that pencil's been put down at all. And then I can just go in and pick up some of this colour just to go down.
So from all of us to
There.
all of you on St Patrick's Day, good luck. Actually, you've got good luck with a deal like this.
And then we can obviously go in and just add a little bit of flicks. You know, again, just following those lines that are sort of already there on the stamp. And just keep spinning that around like that. Again, you'll get a more intense flick, if you will, like a stroke, if the ink underneath is dry first.
Yeah.
So we'll give both of these a little blast, our background, because that's still wet as well. And just move this in, and then we can cut this out and stick it onto
See,
here.
you don't call yourself an artist, but I wonder at what point you can call yourself an artist.
I don't
think
know.
that qualifies.
I don't think it does. Definitely not.
Is it only when you sell what you've painted that you call yourself an artist? Is that the rule, maybe?
I don't know, because I don't think there's any real skill there. So I wouldn't.
Granted, the pencils are helping.
Definitely, they're making it so much easier.
I think there is an element of skill there, but it's a skill level that I think most of us can do. And that's what makes it exciting.
Yeah, definitely.
It's achievable and doable. You look at it,
Yeah.
you look at an artist on the television doing a demonstration, you think, never in a million years can I do that. And then you look at something like this and you kind of think, well, actually, yeah, I think I can.
Yeah.
And that's what Hunkydory do. They bring you the products that allow you to achieve great things, really. And it's got, remember, 3-way split pay. So although $41.96 is a great price, you don't have to find that today if you don't want to. If this is going to be, we're talking about the pencils and the book and the courses in the book, all of that, if that's going to be an Easter gift for someone, because maybe they don't like chocolate or maybe they're just, you know, would rather have something else, $13.98 today is all you pay the first of the 3 split payments, which is amazing. And you can embark on maybe a whole new hobby, a whole new pastime. Maybe someone's retiring or just got a bit more time on their hands and they don't know what to do with themselves. This is something I'm certainly going to do when I've got more time on my hands to take apart.
Definitely. You don't know what you've got really sometimes until you look for it, do you? Like what skills you've got. So just cutting around here, I'm just trying to keep a little bit of a white border all the way around. I sometimes find it easier to cut straight up to the line than try and leave a nice even border all the way around. And then we can add this onto the card.
I don't know if you know the story, but my art story was Sandra Rush and I did a show with her with Sanntangle.
Yeah.
And she gave me a sketchbook.
Right.
A blank sketchbook. And myself and my partner have been down to Highclere Castle in Hampshire to see Downton Abbey, which is where they film it.
Right.
And I had a picture on my phone of the building, and I thought, wonder if I could sketch that. So I did. It was in lockdown. I had nothing else to do.
Yeah.
And I did it.
Wow.
It turned
That's
out all right.
amazing.
Yeah.
That is amazing. I'm just going to cut. So yeah, drawing's definitely not one of my things. I did art at GCSE level, and I got an A star in art. It's the only subject I got an A star in. And my art teacher was, he said, oh, what are you going to go and do? And I was like, oh, I'm going to go and do like law and things like that. And he's like, no, you're not. He's like, you can't do that. He was absolutely horrified that I wasn't doing anything sort of artistic.
Really?
Yeah. So I ended up going and doing graphic design instead. But yeah, he was horrified. I could have been a lawyer now instead.
You could have been. But you wouldn't have had as much fun.
This is true. Okay, so I'm just going to add this onto here with a couple of our foam pads. I'm just going to add a little sentiment as well if we've got time.
Yeah, why not? Yeah.
So that it's a bit more finished off.
Well, about 12 minutes. So
Oh, loads of time.
Laura, our producer, saying do another one.
We can certainly do something else.
Why not?
Should we do a couple more backgroundy techniques and things?
Yeah. And remember the book, you don't have to remember everything that Anne-Marie's showing you, although the lovely thing about us at Hobbymaker is that whenever a show's been on, it stays available on the website for quite a while. I think it's at least a week, maybe even more. So if you want to look back at maybe last Thursday's shows or whatever, you can do that. If you miss something, if you miss maybe Sandra with Santangle, or you miss maybe the Shrink Plastic show at 2 o'clock today, you can go back and look at it and see all the products that are in the show. At the moment, our website is only showing you products that are on the hour by hour, but in future, in the next week or two, we'll hopefully have every single product from all of our suppliers on the website, and you can buy whatever you like, whenever you like. But that's on the way. It's kind of a work in progress. It takes a bit of time to do these things, so we're getting there, but it's nearly there. But yeah, if you want that book on its own, by the way, that's available as well. The Prism Crafting Handbook, watercolour pencils, just £9.99. If someone has expressed an interest and has looked at the cost of, kind of watercolour retreats or whatever, and they've fallen off a chair because of it, because they can be very expensive to go to. This is like a little tutorial, beautifully photographed and illustrated by Hunkydory, and nothing is unachievable in that.
No, absolutely not.
There you go, £9.99, PVHD 75. And of course, the beauty of watercolour is there's no smell or anything like that.
No, definitely not. No, you can, sometimes with your your alcohol-based markers, obviously, they do have a smell to them. But with this, absolutely not. Right, I'm going to stamp this. Let me just grab... It's from the Sentiments one. I don't think we've got these on. But they will be able to find them on the website because they were on last Thursday, won't they?
Yeah. Look back at last Thursday and you'll see them there.
I'm going to try. I don't know if this will work, but I'm going to try and see if we can stamp in our watercolours. So I'm going to put some colour onto here. I don't know if it will, because I don't know if it will stick to the stamp, because obviously it sort of water repels a little bit, doesn't it? But I'm going to give it a little try.
You'll get some sort of image.
We'll get something, won't we?
Probably won't be crisp, but it'll, I don't know.
Let's have a go and see, because I think it will just, obviously we've stamped in black, so we could do black and it would still look fine.
Yeah.
But I just fancy
giving
it a try.
I reckon this will look good.
Giving it a try. So let's go on the bottom of here. Oh, that's not bad. That's not bad.
That's
Let's
a
add
result.
a bit more of our darker green to give it a bit more, because now what we've got is a base. We've got a sentiment that's there that we can add that colour to, and it just gives us, I forgot my pen is, my water brush is running out of water, so I just need to give it a little bit of a spritz. But we can just go in and add a bit more on here.
Yeah, just drag the colour.
Just to...
Oh, Anne-Marie, you're good.
I'll take that, Dave. I've redeemed myself from my upside down fairy.
Yeah. Whether you've redeemed yourself in the office.
No, that's to be decided tomorrow.
Look at that.
That's not bad, is it?
That's really good. I'm impressed.
That sort of looks like we've actually done that on there, doesn't it now?
Yeah, absolutely. It looks hand done.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah. And I'm going to see, this should be a bit dry now. I can add a bit more onto my actual clover as well. So let's just...
I wonder how many people take up watercolour painting every year.
Oh, I don't know. I bet it's a lot, because like you say, it's so forgiving, so easy to do.
I bet loads of you may be in lockdown. Tell us if you when we're all kind of restricted to being at home, did you go out of your mind and thinking, I'll take up painting, paint the tree down the garden, paint the birds in the trees, or whatever it might be?
Yeah.
It's something, whether it's your own sketches or whether you're buying stamps to actually get the image and then paint it in, it's entirely up to you. You can take it as far as you want.
Yeah, you absolutely can.
Isn't that great?
That looks fab, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I like that sentiment like that.
And the four-leaf clover originally, had lots of lines across it, because you just basically applied the green very quickly, whacked it down, whacked it on. But then with a bit of water, brought it all together, blended it all together. Really nice. And of course, even the background was done by the watercolour pencils too.
Yeah, we did our splats. I think we'll just look at this mess I'm making here, honestly. Let's do some more splatty things on our mat as well. Now we've got a bit more...
Now this mat, remember, if you buy nothing else today, this mat is going to be your saviour, because it helps to protect your work surface, your tabletop, from all sorts of things crafty, whether it's heat or whether it's liquids or whether it's paints or whatever it might be. It's silicone, so it's heat resistant, and you can chuck anything at it, and it just wipes clean.
Yeah, it's brilliant. I love it. It's just so nice to just have a surface to go on.
It's great you've got the wells up the side here as well.
So we'll just do some more shaving of our pencil. So I'm going to go with the orange, and then I'm going to go with some bluey purple colours like this. They're trying to guess what I'm doing, aren't they? And then get another different shade of blue. And what other colour do you think we can add into this? We've got blue and orange.
What about, yeah, I was going to say pink or red.
Pink or red? We'll go red because we did pink before, didn't we?
Maybe a bit of yellow.
Oh, mixing it up now. Adding all sorts of shades.
What do you look at? What do you see when you look at that? Do you see like the universe? Do you see fireworks exploding?
Yeah, all sorts, don't you? It's brilliant. The white as well, the white pencil, using it on black card and craft card, it looks amazing.
Oh, there's a white in there as well. I didn't
Yeah.
notice that. Right.
But yeah, it looks fabulous. Okay, so then let me grab some more
I suppose
watercolour
white pencil's
card.
like a highlighter, isn't it, really?
Yes, it is. Where is it? Here. I've got some A4 here. Let me just give this a spritz now. Ooh, look at that.
Now, for this to work, it would have to be a lightish cardstock, wouldn't it? I don't think a
Yeah.
dark cardstock would show very much.
You know what? It wouldn't. Craft card does pretty well.
Okay.
But yeah, using your black card, you'd need to use like the pale shades, like the yellow,
Yeah.
the white, things like that, for that to work. Ooh,
Oh, look at this.
look at that.
And that's just literally a few shavings from the pencils.
Yeah. It's like hardly anything.
You've still got loads of it
I've
left.
still got
on your-
loads left. I'm going to get another piece so we can pick this up as well, because we don't want to waste it.
No.
Let's have another look.
I mean, it's almost doing the job of gel plate, isn't it?
Yeah,
Really?
yeah, it is, absolutely. And then we can just go in now and dab up some of this colour here, because again, it can get a bit messy. You know, if you mix your colours too much, we've used quite a few there. Oh, I thought I did a bit on the back then as well. But give this a little bit of a spritz. If you've got wet wipes, then you can absolutely clean this up fine. But again, just going in and just taking any of that colour out. But what you actually get here is loads of really pigmented bits of colour. We could add more water to this. We could let this dry and do that background again.
If that was in an art gallery on a big, I don't know, 2 foot by 2 foot canvas in Birmingham, London, that would be thousands.
Oh, definitely. Definitely.
Modern art.
Yeah, and it's another one that's just great for the kids to do, because it's just such a wonderful effect that we can create so easily. Looks like a galaxy, doesn't it?
It does actually, yeah. Well, remember, it's all about the pencils. That's what's doing the work. And, you know, maybe you've never really thought of yourself as an artist and you've been thinking, well, seeing what Anne-Marie's been doing, I think I can do that. That's what I'm thinking. I can do that. I wouldn't think of doing it with acrylic paints or any of the, you know, the oil paints and that sort of thing. That, to me, is a step too far. I wouldn't have the confidence to do that.
Yeah.
But I would have the confidence to do watercolour with these pencils, because if you think of each pencil as not a pencil but a palette, a colour of paint in a palette, that's what they are, but they're portable. And they're in this wrap, which is sheer genius. If they were in like a big wooden chest, it wouldn't be portable. So to have them in the wrap like this, that's how it's going to come to you. That's the sort of size it rolls up to, which is superb. So very, very portable. And also it helps to protect the pencils as well, which is important, because if you do drop pencils on the floor, they can, the cores
Yeah,
can shatter.
they're so protected in that wrap.
Yeah, absolutely. So what you've got with it, holding your hand really, is this brilliant illustrated book. This is the Prism A World of Colour Handbook. And as with everything Hunkydory, the quality of what's inside here, the quality of the hints and tips and everything, it shows you all your colourways, tells you all the names of the colours that you've got in here as well. But then it gives you all those history of the colour wheel, how that works, what colours go together, what colours don't, because that's a kind of a whole thing in its own right,
It
isn't
is,
it?
yeah, and it can be tricky to think of that. So like when I was picking those colours, then I picked blue and orange because they're opposite each other on the colour wheel.
Yep.
So you can either go sort of coordinating colours or opposites. But then at the back, it takes all of those techniques that you've learned throughout the book and it shows you how to make them into projects.
Brilliant.
So you've got some really fabulous ideas in here.
So it talks about, you know, the techniques in art and then gives you projects that you can do yourself if you want to. So that's the book, and that's worth $9.99 on its own, and it's included. You get 3 of the brushes, and they're 3 different sizes of brush heads as well, so fine, medium and
Yeah.
larger. And then to get you started, you've got actually 60 of these A5 watercolour cards in here, and it's a really chunky pad. I've got one down here with that. I just realised that.
It's fab, isn't it?
There we go.
It's so chunky.
It is. And you know, it's important. Don't do it on copier paper because
No.
it'll just shrivel up.
And you know what? It will probably knock your confidence
Yeah.
and make you not want to use them again. So make sure you've got the right materials. We have researched and found the right cardstock to use with the pencils, and this is it.
Absolutely brilliant. So you get everything you need to get started, really. If you are buying this as a gift for someone, what a treat. They're
Oh
going
my
to be
goodness.
really blown away by it. If you do want to stamp and then colour in with the watercolour pencils and water, make sure you're using a VersaFine ink pad, because that won't react with the water. Okay, always use the opposite to what you're actually working with when it comes to inks. So get yourself one of those. You might find that on the website. If not, stay tuned. I'm sure we'll get them in the near future. But yeah, what a great treat that is. And remember, if you are buying anything today and you pay your postage, which you will do on the first item, anything else that takes your fancy throughout the day up until midnight, you don't pay another penny postage. So you could have 50 orders in your basket. You'd only pay $3.95 P&P. That is amazing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, we're back together at 5.
We are.
With the return of the fantastic Blossoming Fairies collection, which is a brand new card collection from Hunkydory. If you haven't seen it, join us at 5 o'clock when all will be revealed. Laura is back with me in a minute though, and we're talking resin.
Hobbymaker are live from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day on Sky Channel 670
Freesat Channel 807.
and Freeview Channel 73. You can also watch on YouTube via some smart TVs, your computer and phone.
Welcome to our exciting and brand new shopping channel, Hobbymaker, dedicated to crafting. We'll be working with some of the biggest brands in the industry, which means you can look forward to highly skilled crafters, demonstrations and great products at great prices. We'll be bringing you a mix of papercraft, mixed media, resin, candle making and so much more from our expert guests. So let's get crafting with Hobbymaker.
Here at Hobbymaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker.
Hello, mate. Okay, far away. Guilty pleasure. Ooh, red wine. Cake. Oh, I Will Survive. Oh, actually, Angels. Robbie Williams' Angels. Scone. I'm from the south. Oh, there's been so many. When I split my trousers. Actually, I'm not the only one to have split his trousers on air, but that did happen to me. The producer spotted that my jeans at the back had completely split and I didn't realise, had to go and change them. My cat. She gets totally spoiled. Yes, I'd like to beat her. I can't dance. I definitely can't dance. I could probably do the Macarena, but don't ask me to.
This is Gemini, one of the fastest, quietest electronic die cutting and embossing machines on the market. Its industry-leading high-pressure system delivers fantastic results from intricate dies and folders, all at the touch of a button. Its oversized opening and platforms provide for edge-to-edge cutting of US letter and A4 size with thin metal dies, allowing you to cut materials such as thin cardstock, vinyl, craft metal and fabric. No cranking needed, as it will move the plates through automatically and quickly, which means you may spend less time on preparation and more time on inspiration. The Gemini has optical switches, making it hands-free and fully automated, with a built-in auto-reverse function for protection. It's easy to use, so you're always in control. Its sleek, low-profile design makes it a superb addition to any craft workspace. It has built-in handholds, meaning you can easily take it anywhere. The Gemini is a universal die-cutting and embossing machine that works with the majority of all leading brands of thin metal dies and embossing folders. All of the platforms that you need come included in the box, as well as a thick rubber embossing mat for intricate detail work on your dual-purpose cut and embossed dies. The addition of the metal cutting plate allows you to cut intricate dies in a single pass through the machine and enables you to cut multiple layers of fabric. For a perfect cut every time, you need Gemini. the electronic die cutting and embossing machine made by crafters for crafters. Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk. Hello there, welcome back. Yes, it is Thursday afternoon and you're watching Hobby Maker. That means I'm in the right place. With you through until 6 o'clock this afternoon and another live show with Anne-Marie in about an hour's time with, of course, those Blossoming Fairies. This hour, though, Laura is back with me. Good to see you.
Yeah, it's good to be back.
I love your shows because you always bring things that are new and different that I've maybe not seen before, like the shrink plastic. I've seen it before, but not all those different techniques that you did with it. Resin, this is right up your street, isn't it?
It is, yeah, absolutely.
And this resin's different to the one that we did with the UV light the other day.
Yeah, so there's two different types of resin and they both have their place. It's just suitable for the project that you're using it for. So the one that you have there is more of a sort of a general resin. So it's something that you would pour into your deeper moulds or your bigger moulds. It's one that you don't use a light to cure. It will set within about 24 hours. So it cures by itself in a good you don't need a UV light or anything like that for it.
So the other resin we had on the air the other day with the UV light, that's basically, it's going to cure and set quite quickly, but only thin layers of it. So that resin is all right for certain things. This resin is much better for things like deeper moulds and that sort of thing.
Yeah, so for like, so there are, honestly, it's a rabbit hole when you start looking at like resin moulds and things like that. And I can see we've got an amazing selection in front of us. So we would use this, you know, what we'll do is mix them up. And then you would just pour it into your mould. So what I would always say is if you're going to sort of do like a batch, or if you're going to do something that is, like I say, a deeper sort of mould, then you would pour, you'd make your batch up and then you would pour it and you can colour it, you can add glitters to it, mica powders to it, anything you want to the actual liquid. And then obviously you would then pour it into your moulds and put it aside to set.
Okay, terrific. So demonstration coming up. So basically, is it mix 50-50? Or?
I'm not sure. I think that one might be 1 to half.
Right. Hence the size of the bottles.
Yeah, that's what makes me think that, yeah.
So you're going to get, remember, 250 grams of the eco enamelling resin, and then you're going to get 125 of the hardness. So yes, it's basically 1 part to half.
Yeah.
Okay, and you mix it together and you can put it in even quite deep moulds if you want to. Just leave it for around about 24 hours and it will be absolutely cured and solid. Now, we've also got a tool kit for you as well in the show. Now, presumably, ideally, we'd need this to kind of finish off our resin pieces, rough edges.
It depends what you're sort of going to be using it for, but yeah, you're always going to, I mean, even if you're going to be doing something simple like making key rings, you're still going to be attaching a jump ring and a key chain to it. So
I'm a model maker and I've got all these tools.
Exactly,
well,
yeah, everybody's going to have these tools. They're great, just, I mean, the amount of time my husband's coming into my studio saying, can I just borrow your tools just to do this quickly? So they're, you know, they're great to have.
So you've got a mini drill, which is really invaluable, certainly for lots of detail work, lots of mini drills included in there as well, drill bits. You're going to get your 3 main tools as well with protective handles. You're going to get your file. You're also going to get your tweezers, which are an absolute must. You're also going to get your, it looks like a nail file, but it's like an emery board.
So it's like, yeah, so that's just to sort of, again, to just fine sort of sand your edges.
And you've also then got some sanding paper. Okay, so all of that all together, and that's coming out at just $19.99. That product code is ZGUP64. And you can pay around about that sort of price for a decent pair of pliers, and these are good quality, aren't they?
Absolutely. Do you know what actually appeals to me the best out of all of this is something that I haven't seen before here, is the little hand drill with the little drill bits, because another little thing that I get sidetracked by is polymer clay. And we're often, if you ever do a project with polymer clay, you have to have one of these hand drills to actually drill holes into your clay.
Sure.
So again, it's exactly the same with your resin. You can drill your hole directly into your set resin.
I'm pretty sure I paid $9.99 for one of these on a well-known online store, because I built a model of the Titanic, and I wanted to drill the portholes so I could have illumination through it, and they were solid. So I spent an afternoon drilling all the
Absolutely, it's brilliant, isn't it? And then if you're anything like me, I lose it, and then every time I decide I need another one, I have to go out and buy another one. So, but no, that's an absolutely great price.
Okay, that toolkit then with all those components in it, even if you don't necessarily need it now, when you do need it, you'll be so glad you got it at that price of $19.99. Now also, we've got some other goodies for you in the show. Now, I was asking you about this before the show started because this is Siligum. Now, this is actually your opportunity to make your own moulds. So rather than buying moulds to pour the resin in, you can actually make your moulds out of these two, and you mix it 50-50, yeah?
Yeah, so I've been using this for years, before I even worked for Jewellery Maker, which is nearly 11 years. And so I've used this to make button moulds, you know, when you get some really cool, quirky vintage buttons, like my nan left my mum a great big bag of old buttons, but they have really cool patterns on them. And again, if you sort of go in across the board, if you do silver clay, if you do polymer clay, you can actually use all of those products within these moulds and create really unique pieces, memory pieces. I've actually created key rings for my husband of my children's fingerprints.
Oh, wow.
Again, using the mould.
How cool is that? So basically, you mix this with this, that makes the mould. Just choose what you want to make your mould into, what object you actually want to press into it to make the mould, and then you can make resin of the object that you've actually pressed. So that's really cool, isn't it? And that is £12.99 the price, £12.99 ZWPW, that's the product code 30, that's the number, okay? £12.99 gets you both parts there as well. What we do next? Oh, okay, demo time.
Okay, well,
Right.
do you want me to show how to use the Siligum?
Well, whatever.
Because I can show how to use that into a mould, and then afterwards we can mix some resin and you pour it into the mould.
Let's do that.
Should we do that?
let's do
Because
that.
this is a really cool product to actually use. All right for me to open this?
I think so.
I'm going to open it. See if I can get into it now. I'm wearing gloves. You don't need to wear gloves for the Siligum, but, you know, obviously it can help. I'm actually wearing these for the... I can't get into it.
Do you want me to open it?
Yeah, I can't get into it. It's the gloves. I'm wearing the gloves for the resin. But this is a great product. As I said, do you need some scissors?
Have we got some scissors?
I've got. You can use my rubbishy ones,
Yep.
but it's worth it, honestly, once you get into it.
Okay.
I'm going to take this off a moment.
There we go.
Brilliant. And again, a bit like with any kind of sort of putty product, you do have a time that you actually have to get your whatever you want to set and put it into it before it starts to harden. But once you have that mould, then you're going to have that for forever.
Okay, we're
It
getting
can
there.
also be used for food products as well, but obviously not if you were using it with resin or anything. Don't cross them over, but it's used for a lot of products.
Okay, there's the white part.
Thank you.
Halfway there.
Halfway there.
And here's the blue part. There we go.
Got it? There you go, thank you, sorry. So this is great, as I said, you're going to just use 50-50 and just going to take sort of a good little tip. If you don't know how much you actually need for your finished mould, is to actually get some blue tack and roll that into a ball and sort of use that as a temp to see how big you need it for your mould, so that you don't use too much of it, because obviously, as we said, once you mix it, you have to either lose it or set something into it.
Fair enough.
So if we thought, oh, do you know, I want to be able to, I don't want to make it too big and waste it, but you also need to make sure it's deep enough that it'll be able to come over the sides of whatever it is you're setting.
Is it a good idea to weigh it to make sure you've got the 50-50?
You could. I tend to just roll it in a little ball. And one thing you'll learn about me, Dave, is I'm not a measurer, or I'm just that person that wings it. But yes, you could. So I'm going to just take that, and again, equal measures here. And you just get sort of roughly the same size. So you can see that's not quite the right size. Also, be careful not to get the blue into the white, or vice versa.
Because then it will set.
Yeah, it just goes into it a little bit. So what I'm going to ask is if somebody wants to find something for me to make a mould of, if anyone's got anything that they want me to, there you go. Right.
Steve's on the look.
It's on the look. These are great if you've got sort of any, I actually, like I said, buttons I was doing. I've set sort of cabochons before. So I'm going to just mix this, and I'm just going to mix it together. And the good thing about this, we did the milliput the other day, didn't we, on Saturday? And it was white and white, so you couldn't see the mix. But this is blue and white, so you will see it start to go all one solid colour. So that is a good way. So I can see that that's not combined, because obviously I can still see that white. So you're going to take your time just to get that sort of really well combined and really make sure it's...
Have we got anything in the gallery that you want making into a mould? No one's got anything.
No one's got anything. Didn't think this through very well, did we? we got like a bead or something I can just put in it just to show something going in. What have we got? That'll do? Anything? Oh, is that from the ant thingy? Thank you.
Cuffling.
No, it's from the ant tool. There's a,
Oh, okay.
it's like a little hot iron tool thing. So again, you can see that it's combined. It's all becoming one colour, but you want to really make sure. So if I pull that apart, I can still see a little bit of white. So I'm just going to make sure that that's really sort of combined. And then all you're going to do is set that. Make sure you're happy with it. Set it onto, I'm not going to put it onto this board. I'm just going to move that slightly and just put it onto the table here. And what you want to do is just press whatever it is you're intending to set into it. And when you push it in, you want to make sure it goes right in. And can you see how it's kind of sinking right in? Mm-hmm. And then I almost kind of, now don't worry, it will come straight out again. It doesn't get stuck or set in there. It's great. You just want to push that. And sometimes I just, because you want to make sure you've got a bit of a height. Depends. I mean, if you can use any product. You can use polymer clay. You can use milliput if you wanted to. You can use a resin. But you obviously want to make sure it's going to be able to sort of go into that mould.
So instead of that, you could put your child's finger in there.
Yeah.
And then just leave it in there.
Yeah, I have actually done that, yeah.
Right.
And I made little key ring charm for my husband for Father's Day.
That's fantastic.
So
I suddenly remembered I've got a good luck coin in my wallet, which I could have given you.
You could have given, well, I mean, I could still take that out, and
It's
if I
quite
take
big.
that out,
It's quite
I'll
big.
show you. Oh, it's quite big, but we'll see. So I'm obviously picking this up, but can you see if I hold this up, that it is in there?
Oh,
And I would have left it in there for it to set, and it would have set like that. So let's just roll this back up. So as long as you're quick and you haven't let it set,
Okay.
we should be able. We've got a preference of which side?
The church is supposed to be the lucky side.
Okay. So,
I went on holiday to Monaco, and it's you get the coin actually made in the church. Where Grace Kelly is.
very cool.
Keep it around with me for about 10 years.
Oh.
This will be interesting.
So I'm just pushing. Can you see how I'm just gently pushing that sort of compound up and around and pushing the coin down so that it's really in place? I'm starting to just push that there.
It's
So
not legal tender, so it's fine. It's just a souvenir.
it's fine. So you push it there, and I would just leave that for a little bit. And then what that will do is, I think it's about 10 minutes. I'm not sure. Again, it will say it on the packaging. But what you'll do is you'll leave that. And the way that you'll know if it's set, a good little way of testing, is you can just sort of put your fingernail just in the side, and it'll start to obviously become solid. So if I was to put my fingernail into the side now, you can't see that from this angle, but it would imprint in. If I do it here, you can see my fingernail.
Just thinking maybe your child's first tooth, when they lose
Yeah.
their tooth, the tooth fairy comes. That's
Yeah.
You could make a mould of that, couldn't you?
Yeah, you can make a mould of anything, you know, like I said, like a coin, you can use anything that's got sentiment to you, or anything that's just got a really cool pattern.
Yeah.
It's something, as long as you can sort of push it in and it's going to imprint. So you want it to be able to be clear enough to sort of imprint in. But this is great. Now, one thing I will say is when you put something into this, if you put resin into this, what will happen is it will come out matte.
Okay.
Okay, so and it's just because of the product. So if you put resin into the sort of silicone molds, they'll come out shiny, but it will come out of this matte. It's just to do with the material, but you can just put a tiny little gloss over.
And that mould will stay forever?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've got moulds. I still got the ones I said of my children's, and they was, well, Jackson's going to be 12 in April, and I think he must have been about 3 or 4, very young in it. So it's just a little tiny fingerprint.
Love it. And you get both the white and the blue together, and there's a lot in there actually, and that price for $12.99.
Well, if you look what I've used, and that is a really good price because it's quite an expensive product as well. And again, make sure you put the right lids on. I can see it's got a bit of white onto it, so I'm just going to pop that back onto there. Pop the lids on. As long as you pop the lids on and store it, then it's going to be absolutely fine. But as I said, that would stay there, and I can show you once that's set Like I said, I'll put the fingernail in and hopefully it won't go in and we'll know it's done.
So why not make your own moulds? That's what allows you to do. It is on the screen at £12.99 and that product code is ZWPW30. Okay. Now, we've also got some pre-made moulds for you, which are fantastic. Now these, the big bundle that we've got here, you've got various different shapes and sizes. And these, of course, are perfect to pour the resin into, absolutely. So you can get a whole bundle of them here for £24.99. Presumably these are silicone, Laura.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
silicone
they are.
all the way. And you get, as you can see here, lots and lots of different sizes of circles and rings, which you can make them into all sorts of things, for jewellery maybe. You've got these that could make bangles and that sort of thing, of course, as well. All of these are just kind of geometric shapes, aren't they?
Yeah, actually, I sent Laura some pictures of pieces that I've made with those. I don't know if you can see them on screen then. Well, that was the Zentangle ring I told you I did on the shrink plastic.
Oh, yeah.
So that's how you can use it on the shrink plastic. Sorry, I was just sending Laura loads. That's one of the crystal points.
Oh, gotcha.
So that's resin with just a tiny drop of, I think, pink alcohol ink dropped into it. Gives a really cool effect.
So these give the effect of crystal then, basically?
Yeah, basically. They're really, really cool.
So these are all jewellery shapes, these, yeah?
Yeah, but again, you don't have to put them as jewellery. You could put them as decorations. In my studio at home, I admit this on air, but I actually have 4 shelves in my studio that are loaded with crystals. I love crystals.
Right, me too.
And so, you know, I've got them, and if you just want it as a decoration, you might not wear jewellery, you might not want it to wear, but you can put gemstones into it,
Yeah.
so you still have that sort of representation.
And what would these be for?
So, I've not seen those ones before, but I would imagine it's to create like a little sort of cone, like a little pyramid. And again, this is something a lot of people can put personal pieces into as well. People will make memory pieces. So you can layer it down so what you would do, and I'll go through this, but if you were to do a piece in, say, a cone, you would have to kind of do it in stages.
Right.
So the thing about resin is it's great. It's not so great if you're impatient because you have got to wait.
Yes.
But, you know, the end result is worth the wait. Now, what you have to do with that is you'd have to do one section, let it set, and then you could then put a different colour in and put that on top of it.
Sure.
But you'd have to, if you wanted it to have different stages, you would have to let it dry before you did the next bit.
Okay, and of course, with the actual resin that we've got in the show today, you can pour that straight into then,
Yeah.
just leave it for 24 hours.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mix some glitter into it or some mica.
Yeah.
We've got some of that in the show as well. We're going to take the price of this bundle right down as well. It's gone under £20. Is this purely for resin, these moulds, would you say, or can you use it for other things as well?
I would probably say I'd use them for resin, although I will say I'd be tempted to get them, and I'm tempted to try them again with the Milliput. You could use them with your clays if you work with sort of your clay mediums, you work with polymer clay or any of that kind of medium, but primarily they are for resin.
Okay, so that's the set gone down to less than £20. Amazing value, and consider how much you've got. All reusable again and again, and that's CUUP69. That's the code there. Let's jump over to the letters of the alphabet and also the numbers. Now again, these are just invaluable for personalisation, whether it's jewellery you're making or whether it's home decor that you're making and personalising that as well. A really unfussy classic font there for your A through to Zs, and you've also of course got your numbers there as well. So you'll have perfectly formed resin, or indeed I suppose you could use polymer clay in here as well.
Anything. I mean, primarily I would go for resin. And if we reference back, is that the price?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
£3.99.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
That's incredible. I mean,
I was
for me,
expecting at least £15, £20 on that.
yeah, again, there's so much potential with that. I'm thinking you could make quirky earrings
Yep.
with initials. Like my daughter's a bit of she doesn't follow the rules. She'll wear what she wants to wear, and unfortunately, she looks really good in everything she does as well. So she's one of those you go, I hate you. I don't, I love you. But also, do you remember we had the comment about the sports bag tags?
Yes.
And the sort of the coat tags? You could do this again and have that initial instead.
Like that. Okay, so what you use it for is entirely up to you. We're talking mainly about resin in the show today, though, and that's $3.99 for every letter and every number you need. Absolutely crazy price. And if you've already spent something today, you don't have to worry about the P&P either.
No.
Add it to your order. Okay, where next? Crystal moulds. Now these are difficult to actually describe because I hope we've got some pictures of what they actually look like. But if you have a little look here, I mean, these, as you can see, are very three-dimensional moulds. They're very, very deep, and that's why this resin is the perfect resin for this.
Absolutely. And what I love about this is when you look at a mould like that, you might think, yeah, okay, how am I going to get this resin out? Because it's going to go into there and it's going to set. But they're so flexible that they literally, you can just push that resin out.
So these are basically looking like gemstones, is that right?
I haven't seen this one, so it's one I definitely need to add. But yeah, so if it goes down, it's going to give the look of like a crystal point or a shard, I'm assuming. And then again, you can mimic sort of gemstones, or you can put gemstones like chips. You remember we had the little chips on Saturday, like with no drill holes, and I mentioned then, because resin will magnify what you put in. So if it's got any kind of drill holes, it will show. So if you've got any kind of chips or gemma or anything like that, this will all go into your resin.
So if you want to make resin look like crystal, then that's what this is going to do for you. Sorry we haven't got any pictures of what they actually look like, but you get the idea. $6.99 is your price. PWG P06 is your item number for that one. And then the last one we've got for you are these, which are the fantastic oval and square pendants, these. And these have actually got the actual hole, or the spike for the hole, included in them as well. Now, these will be great for jewellery. I love the fact you've got a jigsaw one there as well, like that.
Yeah, and that's great, isn't it? You can make matching like key rings or pendants for his and hers, or best friends and things like that.
There we go, $3.99. These are crazy prices.
They're incredible. And the thing is, you will use these time and time again. And what I do love is the fact that you do have that little sort of section there for the drill hole. So it makes it so easy for you.
And remember, if you are making these to sell, I don't know what you'd sell a pendant like this for, but certainly an awful lot more than $3.99 that's got for the actual mat. And of course, you can put things in like the flowers and the glitters in it. You can do all sorts. So if you fancy that today, and all those different shapes and sizes, just $3.99 in your order. UWOJ47 is the product number. Demo time then, Laura, if that's all right.
Yeah.
Demo the resin.
We're going to demo the resin now. I'm going to be honest with you, we didn't get the silicone cuts. That was my fault. I forgot them. So what I'm going to do is we're going to improvise. Now, you can use these, but ideally, we have got a starter set that we've done where you get the silicone cups and sort of like lollipop sticks as well to stir it. So all of that's going to be, you know, great. But you can use something like this. It just means that it's not reusable. That's the only thing. With the silicone, again, you can peel it out and then it's reusable. So what I'm going to do is just try to move this. Now, this is starting to set. So can you just see, I'm just going to show you, starting to have a bounce to it. It's still not 100%. It's still got, that was the previous one that you didn't see me do.
It doesn't dry solid, it dries kind of...
Yeah, it's got like a flexibility to it. Okay. So I'm still going to put that to one side because I'm still letting that set. So I'll pop that there. Now, you should really use scales, but I also run out of batteries. I feel like everybody is against me today. I feel like they just want to say, see what you can do. But we will. So we're going to use this. Now, I'm going to go by eye, which ideally you'd use your scales and make sure you get it 100%. But if I can, because this is like a 1.5, you can kind of, and I've got 2 empty cups here, so we sort of go by eye. Have we got like a stick or something that I can use just to stir it with?
Have we got any stirry sticks? There's not a stirry stick in the
No, there's a file, but not a stirry stick. Can I have the resin, please? Yes. I do. I feel like that diva today. Can I have everything? Okay, so again, you'll see on here, it tells you mix 2 parts resin to 1 part hardener. So it tells you it's a 2-to-1 ratio, not a sort of a 1-to-1/2, but same sort of thing. We have no sticks, okay. Is there a bit of wire or something? So I tell you what, I'm just gonna, this isn't ideal. Sorry, I didn't realise that we didn't have the, I would have brought mine. I've got like loads of them at home as well because we have a stick, like a thing where they all come. So I'm gonna make my own with a bit of this. And again, I'm just looking for my little lighter because this is gonna be quite handy. I'll find that in a moment. So basically, I'm just going to make this up, but what you would use is like a lollipop stick. What have you got?
They got something.
So they're showing me metal things, and I'm going to say why I'm not going to, well, I will, actually, but I'm going to end up ruining them, so I do apologise for that. No, the reason I wouldn't use a metal stick if I was doing this properly at home is because the resin will obviously set to it, and it's a bit more tricky to clean. But it's fine for the demo. You do just use a wooden stick. We do have a starter set that has all of this stuff in it for you.
Not on the show though, but
Just
it's
not on the
eventually
show.
on the website.
Yeah, sorry.
Well, you probably find it on the Jewellery Maker website actually.
Potentially, yeah. So I'm just putting some gloves on. I would say as well to make sure that you have health and safety. Whenever you're using resin, make sure if you can that you can use like a respirator or that you're in a well-ventilated area. So just, you know, general health and safety and gloves are always recommended. So I'm going to use sort of 2 cups just because I can then see. Now if I was using the scales, which we do have here, they just ran out of batteries, that's the only reason. I would fill 1 cup and then you have a choice of whether you set it back to 0. And so if I say poured 200 grams into this,
Yeah.
I could then set it back to 0 and then pour the hardener in and just measure it to 100. So that's how you could kind of put it all into one pot.
Okay.
Or you could go 2 cups, one would have your 200, take that off, put your 100 on, and then just pour it to mix, which is what I'm going to do.
Okay.
I am going to go bit by eye.
You've been doing this for a long time, so.
But these cups are kind of lined, so I'm going to go by these lines. I feel so.
Remember, this is the resin that you just leave for 24 hours to cure, and you can put into deep moulds. The UV resin, that's also available, and that's on the show as well. That's more for smaller, thinner layers, basically.
Yeah.
So you won't be able to use moulds, but if you're putting it over the top of like an MDF picture or something on the top of
Yeah, but looking at some of these moulds, they're quite shallow, so I think you could possibly use them for the more shallow ones. The
Not the
alphabet
deep ones,
ones,
not like that.
not the deep ones, not like the crystal ones, and not the
alphabet,
bangle.
you could use the
I reckon the alphabet. Should we? Oh, we can try that. Certainly try that after.
Okay, we'll do that.
Right. So I'm just. Okay. I'm just going to put a little mark on this so that I can see where I've put it. You would just, if you just use scales, this makes life a lot easier. So I'm just going to then put half of the hardener in. Okay.
So 50% ratio is what we're looking for.
No pressure. And it is quite important you get the ratio right, because what will happen is it just won't cure right. So it won't be visible when you're doing it like this if you've got it wrong. It will be, and it's good to know actually, if you've poured it into your pieces and it's not setting, why isn't it setting? It could be that the ratio was slightly off.
Yeah.
And it's something as simple as that. So I'm just looking at, it's not a good view. Just trying to see, do we think that's about halfway?
It looks about half to me.
It's
yeah,
about
I'd say
half
so.
to me.
Yeah.
That's what I was trying to count the ridges, but they're quite transparent. So
That looks about 50%.
about 50%.
Yeah.
So, and then I'm just going to pour, now you can pour this in, and I'm just going to slowly, because what I don't want to do is create loads of bubbles, because when this starts to combine, it's going to create a few bubbles. So I'm going to pour it in, make sure I get all of it in. Okay.
I'm finding resin fascinating though.
It is, honestly, again, lose days. And then I'm going to stir this. So again, I don't know if you can see, like, it looks a bit, if you can see it overhead actually, it looks a bit like, it's almost shimmery.
Yeah.
If you can see, you can kind of see that. So again, when I'm stirring it, I'm just going to stir this quite slowly because I really want this to combine. And I'm going to do this probably for about 2 minutes again, because you really want to make sure that this is a combined, again, otherwise it won't cure as well as it should. Now, if you were going to add products into it, if you wanted to add, you can add alcohol inks. There are resin alcohol inks available. I think we have had them. That's a good way to see as well on here, actually. It's half of my line that I made. I did a little line.
Oh, yeah.
So I've seen, as I said, we've had some alcohol. There are different type of alcohol inks for resin. There are specific resin alcohol inks.
And you mix that in when it's liquid, or
Yeah.
you add it when it's solid?
A bit of both.
Okay.
A bit of both. There's some pieces that I've sent to Laura to show how you can drop them into the resin after you've poured it in.
I think we can see a couple of the pieces.
So actually, if you see the bookmarks, you'll see that what I've done with those is I've poured the resin in, and then I've poured the alcohol inks in on top of the mould and just kind of mixed them a little bit.
It's fab, isn't it?
The middle one was a school gift teacher, a gift for the teacher.
Miss Tillin.
Brilliant teacher, Miss Tillin, she's an awesome teacher. And then obviously one just for myself because, you know, why not? And then you can see there another one that's been done just using amber chips. So you can see, you can add anything into it, but just be aware if you're adding a liquid in, just not to or another powder, to not put too much in because it can upset the balance.
Sure. Well, we have got a massive stack of glitters in the show, and we've also got some of my favourite things. I love, love, love these. I did these for the first time a little while ago. Let's bring them up on the screen, actually, while we're just doing the mixing. These, I've never seen anything like them. They are real dried flowers, and they come in these little flip-top containers, which are reusable. You get all 5 of these, but have you ever seen anything so beautiful? Miniature flowers, some small, some large, some leaves as well in there. But, you know, the price of this is crazy. $9.99, and it gets you all of these, and they all come in their little flip-top containers there, but they're real, and they can go into a resin and be just kind of encapsulated in the middle of a resin piece. And you get these to reuse maybe for medication or whatever you want to put in them, you know, tablets or whatever. Again, or you could reuse it for seed beads, anything like that.
Oh, they're brilliant. You could even use them in your card making, couldn't you? You could put them across the board, but I love them, and they're great just in transparent resin.
I'd pay that for the boxes, let alone what's inside them.
Yeah, they're brilliant, and they're great because, you know, you can just layer them in, just put a tiny little bit of resin down, and then layer it so it's almost got something to adhere to, and then cover it, and they just look so vibrant.
Or you can stick them on your cards as well. If you're not really into jewellery making or resin or anything like that, then these are lovely. Little dot of glue on the back, and they'd be absolutely spectacular. Never seen anything quite like them until the other day. So if you fancy those, they're in stock right now. Real dried flowers for $9.99, and you've got the boxes as well.
They are great.
And that's CKUP 23. And the glitters, Jimmy, wow, he's excelled himself. Look at this power, the tower of glitter there. That is quite phenomenal. The other resin is coming up soon as well, but have a little look at just how many glitters you've got here, how many colours you've got. What do you reckon the price of this is going to be? $29.99? That's pretty amazing. For 24 bottles of glitter. Where are we going with this? And you've all got the salt and pepper tops on them as well, so you don't have to open the lids all the time. You can just remove the protective cap inside and just sprinkle it. Half the price for all of those 24 glitters for $14.99. And each of these bottles, as you can see, is huge. Some manufacturers give you half that in quantity. We're giving you the huge bottles, and that big pyramid of glitter is on its way to you. Every colour you could ever possibly wish. And you put glitter in resin as well, don't you?
You do, yeah, absolutely. I've just sent to get another cup so I can show you. Do you remember when on Saturday we did the MDF gem art, and I did the tiger, and it had that really foily, glittery face? Yep. That was the orange from here. And then when I did the Highland cow, was the sort of, there's a beautiful bronzy colour, but it's got like loads of reflex in them. They're really beautiful. I've actually got this twice because I love glitter. Yeah.
Well, whether you're using it for resin or whether you're using it for your card making, if it stock up, it's an incredible. It works out to 62p a bottle. Now, I don't know where else you can buy glitter for 62p for a container that size. Really, really crazy. And look at that colour at the bottom as well. That beautiful, vibrant yellow-green. And they're really fine glitters too. It's not chunky glitter, really refined glitter. The whole lot, $14.99. And if you've already bought something today, remember, your P&P is taken care of. No more P&P for you. If it's the only item you buy today, then it's $3.95 postage. But you only ever pay that once here at Hobby Maker. Right, how are you getting on, Laura?
Well, we're mixed up, and actually the reason I've just asked for a couple of empty cups is because if you wanted to do a project, so you know we said about the cone, and I said you might want to do it in layers. Yeah. What you could do is, if I wanted to add glitter or mica powders, what I would do is pour a little bit out and separate it, and then add my glitter or whatever to it. So, did you want to pass me a glitter or a mica powder, and I'll pop it into a little bit separate?
What do you want? Glitter and mica powder?
Go for one of the glitters. Let's get sparkly.
Orange? That one down there?
So much demanding going on.
Like Capri. That's the colour I really love. But
right, see if you can, it's like Jenga, is it? No, is it Jenga? Oh, you were supposed to just...
Oh, I know what's going to happen. It's going to go.
Oh, see.
Not bad, there you go.
Thank you very much. Now this stuff will go everywhere, I'm not going to lie to you. But it's so beautiful. The reflexes, I don't know if I could just show that for you to see. Can you see the reflexes? So even though you just think, oh, that's just yellow, am I in the wrong direction? There we go. It's got in it like greens and whites and so much more than just that sort of main colour. Watch me pour it everywhere now. This mat is on loan. I don't think I'll be appreciated if I cover it in glitter. So I'm going to just pour a little bit of my resin. Now, I will have to say as well, when you're working with resin, you have a time. So with UV resin, you don't, because it's ready mixed and it's only set when you activate it with the UV lamp. You do not need a hardener for your UV. If we got some coming up and it is ready to go. And again, I'm happy to show you how to work with that. But it's the two different, and honestly, I have both because they are brilliant in two different ways.
Yeah, absolutely.
But this does have a time limit.
So this is the one
So this has
in deeper moulds.
Yes.
The other one in shallower moulds.
Yeah, and for quick sort of sets and sort of just quick resin fixes. But this will start to set within about 20 minutes or so.
Okay.
So if you do sort of go off and answer the door and get distracted, you could waste your resin. Now, a little tip is to have a spare mould. So say I was going to do one of these, let's do the crystals. Oh, actually, we need something where we can see it, don't we? You won't see it so much in there.
What about the alphabet?
No, we're going to use that with, let's go for the round ones. Either way, yeah, that'll do. I just want to be able to show people what it actually looks like. It might be a bit tricky, but it's tricky if I'm going to try and balance this in this, it'll be fine. Have something ready to just put your last bit of resin. So if you filled your mould up and then you've got like a tiny little bit left, that could do a quick couple of donuts, or that could do a quick letter on an alphabet. So don't waste it, but you do have to use it.
Yeah.
So that's quite important. So I'm going to pour a bit of this into here. Now it's going to be quite runny. And then I'm going to put a sprinkle of this. Oh, it looks so pretty.
It's a fantastic colour, isn't it?
Look at that, it's awesome, isn't it? And you can don't put too much because again, what you don't want to do is, it's about balance as well with the resin. So I'm going to just put that into there. And then you can just mix that. And then you can pour that with that glitter in it already. The other way you could do it is if you were making a mould or something, you could sprinkle the resin in. The mica powder, you could lay inside the mould and then put the resin on top and it will give it an amazing effect. So there's so many ways you can work with this. Can I be cheeky and ask for the one with the other round mould? No, other piece, that's it, yeah. Just because I'm not going to get into such a mess. I know me, and I know what will happen. So I'm just going for this one because this is nice and easy and open.
I mean, at home you probably have a jug with a pouring lip.
Yeah,
and that sort of
yeah.
thing,
The silicone sort of mixing jugs have like a little spout on it, so it just gives you a bit more control. So these are great, and I definitely need to get some of these, but you just need to be able to control getting into the sort of mould itself. But that's really cool. I need that. So with this, I'm just going to pour it into. Let's go for this little one here. You just pour it, and just nice and slow. And then so let it settle and have a little look. So it's better to sort of under pour and then look, because what you don't want to do is kind of over pour.
And the resin won't dull the glitter, won't dull the
No,
sparkle.
if anything, it enhances it.
Oh, okay.
So I'm just going to put a tiny bit more in. Now, if you did sort of go over the edge slightly, it's not the end of the world, because again, you can file that off or you can sort of cut that. You can actually cut resin if it's still sort of a little bit of setting room with it. Oops, don't do what I've just done and drip that on the edge. But again, you can clean that up.
And these moulds really can be used for anything, air dry clay, whatever you want. So.
Yeah. I mean, at the price that it is, honestly, that's a great price. And I would also say, if you could multi-buy them, because you might think, well, I only need one. But if I wanted to do a pair of earrings, I would need two, because I would need to be able to do two at the same time.
Yeah. Well, remember, these moulds, I don't know why they're at this price and how on earth we've got this price, but buy them while we got them. Whether you're into resin or not, whether you're into your air dry clay or anything like that, you know, you can use these moulds for literally anything. The Alphabet one is going absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
At $3.99, I'm not surprised. I don't know any way you can get a quality mould like this. And this is silicone, and so many of you are multi-buying. You're buying this, you're buying all the other moulds that we've got in the show as well. The one that I've just handed to Laura, that's the one that's got the dog tags on it,
Yes.
in all the different shapes and sizes,
Yeah.
including that jigsaw piece. So if you do want to make resin or indeed even air dry clay pendants or
Yeah.
tags for bags and that sort of thing.
Anything. Well, that's what I was saying. I mean, you could make resin tags.
Yeah.
You know, it's still the same thing.
You don't
And
have to drill the holes because the actual posts for the holes are in
absolutely,
there.
it's already done for you. The resin itself is non-toxic. And then the other thing to remember is, again, it's something you can sort of personalise. So I've got a machine at home that I can do vinyl names and stuff on. So I could do this, like this oval one here, and then I could print off a name onto it and then place it. And a lot of people, there's a big thing at the moment doing key rings.
Sure.
You know, acrylic blanks, put a name on it and an initial. And I've got one on my car keys that I've made. Splash of glitter across the back and the UV resin to set that. So it's so popular at the moment. This is also great if anybody does decorating and the glitter. Have you ever decorated a glass?
Yes.
So when you decorate a glass, you can sort of put your, a lot of people do the resin, you put the glitter on and you put the resin top coat on over it.
But now loads of you are going for the Alphabet mould. Rona in Greater Manchester, Catherine in North Yorkshire, Margaret's gone for 2 of them, multi-ordering, Denise in North Yorkshire as well, Maureen in Kent, Mary in Derbyshire. So if you want to go for the mould for the Alphabet, please do. All the other moulds are available on the website as well right now, and they're all, to my mind, crazy value. And only 1 P&P in the day to pay ever, $3.95, no matter how many orders you make during the day. Now, this is another really exciting product as well. This is the UV resin. Now, you can do, we've got 2 sizes. You've got the larger and got the smaller. We've got the 200 grams and we've got the 500 grams as well. But you also need the UV light, which is just there. And it's the UV light that actually cures the actual resin. Now, the rule of thumb is it has to be relatively shallow because obviously you've got a really deep mould. The UV light isn't going to travel far enough to actually cure the resin. So it's only suitable for things that are quite shallow, like a layer on top maybe of a piece of jewellery or on top of an MDF picture, or on things like these, shallow moulds like this. Obviously on the kind of gemstone moulds, the crystal moulds, they're far too deep. The UV light wouldn't travel, would it?
Yeah, no, you would need to use and like I said, both for their own use really. I used UV a lot because I don't have to set everything up. Already established, I'm not that person that's very organised. And so if there's an easy way to do something, I will find it. And this for me is great because I just grab the pot off of my shelf, grab my UV lamp or my torch, and I can put a tiny drop on the back of my cabochons or something like that I've made, and that's it. And I just put it away very quickly. This is great, but you have to set up for this and you have to have the intended product.
So you'd have to leave that one now. That colour is insane.
I've just put a little bit more glitter in the second part, so I don't know if you can, I can't hold it up because it's going to go everywhere, but can you see how much more vibrant it is? It's like quite neon.
Now that is going to be set in 24 hours. What I've just passed, Laura, is now the UV resin, which will be set instantly by the UV lamp. So the UV lamp, I seem to remember, was separate items, is that right? Yeah. So the resin itself, if you've already got a UV lamp, you don't need another one. But if you want the UV lamp, we'll give you details of that in a sec. The 200 grams or the 500 grams of the UV resin we have available, that's the 200, and that's $14.99. If you want the bigger one, that's on the website as well. And we're going to do the Alphabet, aren't we?
Yes. So is this the one I opened the other day? Because I need the nozzle. Is this the one I opened the other day?
I think it might be.
Yeah, that was a...
Which one's that? That one?
Yeah. When I got home, I was like, looked at the one that I had at home. I was like, oh yeah, I did cut the top off. I don't know, that one's open, so we're going to use that one. Okay. We're not going to go through that again because that one isn't open. So that's fine. So what we're going to do is it comes sealed, which is great. It comes sealed, which is great when you've got something, scissors. Thank you. And hence the tools. If you've got that toolkit, you'll have everything you need to do all of this. So I'm just going to open this out here. I wouldn't recommend using your scissors at home, or just clean them after. Put this lid on. So, okay. So this is going to be great to sort of, as I said, for that slightly more shallow effect. Now, you know how I separated this into a cup and put glitter with it? I could still do that with this.
Okay.
So I could still, you know, it's in the bottle. It stays exactly the same, so it doesn't affect
glitter in it, the UV light would set it.
Yes. Yeah. So I'm just going to shimmy you very, very gently over there. There we go. So you need a very oh, that's something I forgot to say about, well, both resins. You need a level surface. Right. Just the tiniest tip that you don't even notice will affect it because it will slant. And don't ask how I found that out. So I'm going to just place this here, so hopefully you've got that. There you go. So, there we are, get it the right way around, Laura, that helps, doesn't it? So, yeah, if I wanted to pour it into a cup, I could pour some out into a pot separately and add some glitter. So we'll do it two ways. It's a lot more controlled. Out of this, you can see it's a little bit thicker.
But you could also go directly into the letter, couldn't you?
I'm going to do both ways. I'm going to show you both. Yeah, so I just want to show you that you're not limited to, you do have to just catch it though, because it will, ooh, what happened was I think I've put the wrong lid on it. It's coming out. There we go. So what you would do is you would just pour it slowly into there. It's not just clear, is what I was trying to say, is you don't think, oh, I can only use this because it's clear. You can pour it separately, mix micas or mix something to it, and then pour it straight into your mould as well.
You could dust mica into the mould and then put the resin on top.
Absolutely.
Not another way.
So again, it's not, I just don't want people to think, oh, well, it's a clear resin, it limits me. It doesn't. You treat it exactly the same as you do your set resin.
We've actually got 5 bottles of mica in the show, actually, and we've got silver, we've got, oh, actually 3 silver and 1 rose gold and 1 gold. So those micas are amazing value, they really are. All 5 pots of mica, you can use it in your resin, obviously, but you can also use it in your general everyday crafting if you want to. Not $35.91, nowhere near $35.91. I know where this is going to go. Let's take it down to $14.99. How about that for all 5? And they're big bottles as well. They've actually got 7 grams in each one, and that's a lot of mica. Mica's normally pretty pricey, as I'm sure you know. So 3 silvers, a rose gold and a gold, all of that for $14.99. Stock up on that while we've got it.
So I just wanted to put a little bit of the glitter in just to show you. It does thicken a little bit, but just like if you wanted to add the glitter into it, you could, and then you can just sort of control that in. Because it's a little bit thicker, it comes out a bit slower and a little bit more controlled, which actually goes in your favour. So you're able to kind of, again, just get that set into that setting. You can't see it too clearly, but it's just it's just that one there. You can see the slight tint of the glitter there, or you could even kind of pour it a little bit that way as well. Okay, so, or the other way, as we said, that you can do it, again, if you've got the mica, a little tiny paintbrush, just paint the inside. Comes out beautiful as well when you do that. So
go in directly with the nozzle.
And go straight in, yeah. So I'm just holding this at an angle so it doesn't pour out. This, I think, is the red one for that one. It comes out quite quick. But again, do a practice piece. I've just did a quick practice over here. And then I can make sure I've got that control before I go into something a little bit more intricate. So I'm just gonna, let's go in for an N. So a little bubble then. Again, you can, it's clear, so you're not going to see it brilliantly, but you see how I'm just kind of very slowly going around.
It does give you really good control, doesn't it?
Really does, yeah. Right. I just used my finger then just to stop that from going anywhere. I am wearing gloves, so that's fine. And then you can see there that N. Again, you're not going to see it brilliantly because it is a clear, but that's nice and level with the letter. You can see it just there. Okay, so let's have a go at setting it.
Then all you need is a UV torch. Now, we happen to have a UV torch in the show, so if this is the quick result you're after, the UV resin with the UV torch available as well, 1p and P. There's the UV torch, it's only $5.99.
And it's great, even if you just want, if you've got a bigger piece and you want to just give it a quick set, just so that you can move on. So like I could have just flashed it over that just so that I could move it, but it won't cure necessarily the bigger pieces. So you're just going to hold it over for, I mean, it always says sort of about 60 seconds. I'm always a bit dubious of that, and I always go a little bit longer if I can. Just moving it over so it keeps nice and equal. Can you, I don't know if you can see, the yellow glitter is like luminous. It's like fluorescent.
I mean, if you're
really
impatient,
cool.
this is the resin for
Look
you.
at that. That's so cool.
That is really, yeah. It's like Northern Lights.
But as I said, what I use it for, so I do a lot of, I love to paint my own cabochons at home. So I take glass cabochons and I love to use paints and nail polishes and everything. And then I like to use this resin to seal the back of it.
Right.
Because then I know that it's not going to chip. I know it's got a really nice smooth finish. So it gives me peace of mind, and also peace of mind to anybody who's either buying a cabochon or taking a piece of jewellery from it.
Cool.
So that's, again, how I kind of use it.
Don't forget, this alphabet mould with the numbers as well is ridiculously priced. $3.99 for a reusable mould. You could do air dry clay, resin.
So you can see,
Whatever.
I don't know if you can see from this angle, but there it's coming out. So I'm just going to put it back in because I can't feel it. Normally I'd feel it and I can feel the texture, whether it's tacky. So it's definitely setting.
Right.
So I'm just going to set it a little bit, tiny bit longer, just because I just like to be super sure. You can overset it, and it's better to be safe than sorry.
Absolutely.
And you can see, how long was that? Not even a minute really. Just holding it. And bear in mind, I'm going over 2. So if I just focus that solely on that one thing, and again, this is another reason you can see why you wouldn't necessarily use like a big piece, because you would kind of have to really keep that going. But again...
Think about someone's name, though, in resin on a card or something like that, or an invitation. Look really unusual and professional.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it? Yeah. And like I say, you could make a little bracelet charm, or you could put key ring or bookmarks, anything, really. So, let's have a quick look then.
Okay, we've only got 5 minutes left. Hopefully we had to take it out of the mould and...
Hopefully.
Hey. Look at that. There's your first resin letter out of your brand new mould, and it's full of glitter.
It's full of glitter. Again, I might maybe leave it, do it a couple more times just to be super sure, but you can see there, that wasn't that long, and that's come out absolutely fine.
So the only rule with resin is, if you're going to do deeper moulds like this or like this, obviously it would take forever, if ever, for the UV light to go down to the bottom. It wouldn't set it.
No, but for what it takes to put it out, see, for me, it's one of those where you just do that. Whilst that's doing, I'll do that. Whilst that's going, I'll do that. And then you could revisit that. That is, I've seen people set sort of characters and create like a scene, you know, like you could put like blue in the bottom, and then you could put a character in, and then you could put clear so that you can see that character, and then maybe, you know, you can just do anything with them.
Sure, okay. Well, remember the resin we've got for you, we've got either the ones that you mix together, that's for deeper moulds, and just leave that for 24 hours. Is that sold out now? Oh, right. Okay.
Well, very lucky.
Yeah, that's now gone. So the actual resin with the hardener that we started to show you, that has now gone, I'm afraid. The only resin you can go for at the moment is the 200 grams, which is the one that obviously Laura's using.
Yeah.
We do have the bigger 500 grams as well, and they do come with easy pour spouts as well. If you want to top up your stash, you could go for either or, but this is the one that you need the UV light for. And the UV light is only a few pounds, and once you've got it, you've got it.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that.
It stores well as well. You know, I mean, I've been using it lasts for such a long time, but I've been using mine for a fair amount of time as well, and there's been no issues. It hasn't changed consistency. It hasn't stopped setting so quickly. So it's a really great product. Just wanted to very quickly touch on before you kind of do set it, or even if you were doing the mixed one. I've got here just a little lighter. Run this over, run a flame just over to bring up any bubbles.
Right.
Because even if you try to get as many as you can out of the actual mix, they can still get in there, especially if you put anything in there. So if you put gemstones or anything like that, they move, which then creates little bubbles. So you just want to do this. It brings the bubbles to the top, and then it just gives you a really lovely finish.
Great, okay. Well, remember, the one for deeper moulds we sold out of. The only one that's left at the moment now is the UV resin. So 500 grams, 200 grams, you choose which you'd like. $5.99 for your UV torch, and once you've got it, basically. But a whole new world of either jewellery or embellishments. You know, you can use it in all sorts of things, but only in shallow moulds or on the surface of something. If you want to put a coating of resin over the top of a piece of jewellery, maybe you've
Or you
made some of
shrink,
those.
or you shrink plastic.
Yeah, shrink plastic. We
Use
did
this
earlier on.
is very commonly used with your shrink plastic. So if you've made a pin, like I said earlier, I always use it to put the findings on.
Sure.
To set into it as well. Again, you've got to guarantee it's not going to come off, like it's not going to weaken.
But also, don't forget, if you want to put into your resin some of these wonderful, real miniature flowers, these are gorgeous, they really, really are. You don't have to put them into resin, you can use them in all sorts of ways in your crafting, but all of these, 5 boxes of them, and they've all got, remember, 2, 4, 6, you get 12 compartments. So long after you've used the dried flowers inside there, you've got these 12 compartment storage trays that you can use for beads and gems and whatever you want, or even tablets, whatever you want to put in them, it's entirely up to you. But they're £9.99 for those, which is brilliant value, absolutely spectacular value for money. Never seen anything quite like those until the other week. We got them here today. Okay, let's also remind you of the other moulds that we've got then as well, remember.
There's your little
Moulds
end.
are available. Oh, there's the
little end.
there's the end, look.
There's the
Crystal
end,
clear.
there's
That
the
could be
end.
glass, couldn't it, really? Isn't that lovely? Who'd have
And
thought
imagine
that
that
a
with
UV
the-
light would have cured it.
I know, it's crazy, isn't it? It's almost like you don't believe it's going to work until you see it. So I think it's just a great little tool to have.
Now the glitter, I've got to let you know about the Tower of Glitter. Sorry, Jimmy, I've ruined your display. Oh, well, because we wanted that luminous
There's
yellow.
that luminous yellow back.
Stay. You're going to get all of these as well. Jimmy's shaking his head. Let me show you the other ones. 24 pots. Even if you were paying, you know, £1 a pot, which is unheard of for that quantity, 24 quid. £14.99. I've ruined this display. I did that, not Jimmy. I did that. £14.99, UCUP 58 is the item number. There it is. It's like our very own Leaning Tower in the studio, isn't it? Oh, 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 oh.
Oh. Oh, we're okay.
Yeah, well, one of the bargains of the day, I think, absolutely bargain of the day. 24 bottles of glitter, and it's fine glitter too. And I mentioned before that the lids, you don't have to unscrew the lids more than once, because when you take the lid off, there's a little cap inside it. Remove that cardboard cap in the lid, and then you can, of course, use the sprinkler, like a salt and pepper top. So really cool. Really good value for money. Mix it with your resin, that's what's in the show, but equally, you could just quite simply sprinkle it onto a glued surface like you do every day with crafting. And don't forget those mica powders in here as well. 5 mica powders for, I can't remember what the price was, but it was crazy. $14.99, I think it was. Rose gold, the yellow gold, and 3 of the silver mica powders. They're much bigger than most mica powder bottles that I've seen. And you've got 7 grams in there, which is a lot. 7 grams in total. There we go. Okay, so if you would like those, they are available. It's all on the website. Thank you, Laura. Great to see you again.
It's great to be back.
Yeah, it's great to see you. And do you know when you're back again? Or?
I'm back in Jewellery Maker in April, but don't know about Hobby Maker. I'm going to hound
Sure,
Liam.
we'll see you soon. Great. Okay, one more live hour to come, remember. Anne-Marie is here and Hunkydory, and we're talking the Blossoming Fairies. It's a brand new collection from Hunkydory next.
Here at Hobby Maker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay 1 postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged 1 P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobby Maker.
Hobby Maker are live from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day on Sky Channel 670
Freesat Channel 807.
and Freeview Channel 73. You can also watch on YouTube via some smart TVs, your computer and phone. Hello, mate. Okay, far away. Guilty pleasure. Ooh, red wine. Cake. Oh, I Will Survive. Oh, actually, Angels. Robbie Williams' Angels. Scone. I'm from the south. Oh, there's been so many. When I split my trousers. Actually, I'm not the only one to have split his trousers on air, but that did happen to me. The producer spotted that my jeans at the back had completely split, and I didn't realise. Had to go and change them. My cat. She gets totally spoiled. Yes, I'd like to beat her. I can't dance. I definitely can't dance. I could probably do the Macarena, but don't ask me to.
This is Gemini, one of the fastest, quietest electronic die cutting and embossing machines on the market. Its industry-leading high-pressure system delivers fantastic results from intricate dies and folders, all at the touch of a button. Its oversized opening and platforms provide for edge-to-edge cutting of US letter and A4 size with thin metal dies, allowing you to cut materials such as thin cardstock, vinyl, craft metal and fabric. No cranking needed, as it will move the plates through automatically and quickly, which means you may spend less time on preparation and more time on inspiration. The Gemini has optical switches, making it hands-free and fully automated, with a built-in auto-reverse function for protection. It's easy to use, so you're always in control. Its sleek, low-profile design makes it a superb addition to any craft workspace. It has built-in handholds, meaning you can easily take it anywhere. The Gemini is a universal die-cutting and embossing machine that works with the majority of all leading brands of thin metal dies and embossing folders. All of the platforms that you need come included in the box, as well as a thick rubber embossing mat for intricate detail work on your dual-purpose cut and embossed dies. The addition of the metal cutting plate allows you to cut intricate dies in a single pass through the machine and enables you to cut multiple layers of fabric. For a perfect cut every time, you need Gemini, the electronic die cutting and embossing machine made by crafters for crafters. Welcome to our exciting and brand new shopping channel, Hobby Maker, dedicated to crafting. We'll be working with some of the biggest brands in the industry, which means you can look forward to highly skilled crafters, demonstrations and great products at great prices. We'll be bringing you a mix of papercraft, mixed media, resin, candle making and so much more from our expert guests. So let's get crafting with Hobby Maker. Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk. Afternoon, everybody. Yes, we're back with our last live hour of the day. Happy Thursday. Thank you for tuning in. We are Hobby Maker. I'm Dave Bradford, and just in case we've never met before, this channel has only been on air now for a couple of weeks. Yeah, we're 2 weeks old today, I think. Yeah, we are. 2 weeks yesterday. And we're just getting so much great feedback. Thank you so much for your lovely comments and your messages on Facebook and emailing in and that sort of thing. Makes it all worthwhile. And we're only going to get bigger, and we're only going to be broadcasting longer and longer and longer in the future, I feel sure. So whatever you do, keep watching and keep enjoying. And we're getting bigger and bigger brands coming to Hobby Maker, of course, as well, including the wonderful Hunkydory that were here from day one. Now, if you'd like to go for any of the items in the show today, a couple of things to remind you about. If you've already purchased something, maybe in the first show with Anne-Marie or in the last show with Laura, if you bought something and you spent your $3.95 postage, you know what? You don't have to worry about spending that again, because all your subsequent items in one day's purchases will be free of P&P. Just one P&P, $3.95 from midnight to midnight. That's something we do every single day. Plus, of course, it's a free phone number with our UK call centre. They're just above me, 0800 001 4433. We're very well aware that not everybody likes going on the internet and computers, so if you want to talk to someone to make your purchase, you can do that. But if you'd rather go to the website and not have to speak to anybody, then just go to hobbymaker.co.uk and you can order free of charge that way. And you can also click a little icon that says get in touch with the studio. That will get you, of course, a message that you can send through to us, and we can put that on the screen as well if you want to say hello. Okay, all that done and dusted. What have we got for you? This is the latest brand new collection from Hunkydory, and it's the Blossoming Fairies. Now, not even Hunkydory have this for sale yet. We've got this ahead of absolutely everybody. Launched today, TYHD19 is the product code, and it should be, if you were to buy it all separately, $51.96. No, we don't ask for that. We don't want that. We're going to give you a £12 saving off the price. Let's take it down to just under £40. It's going, it's going, it's gone. Here it comes. $39.96, and we have split pay as well. 2 interest-free split pay, so under £20 to spend today, and you've got the latest collection from Hunkydory, which is wonderful toppers. 8 sheets of toppers, 4 designs, 2 of each. You've then got 150 sheets in the little book, which I know so many of you buy more than one of. You can feel free to buy more than one. They have got lots of them available for you on the website right now. Then it gets even more interesting because down here we've then got 8 sheets of printed cardstock and 8 sheets of printed and foiled cardstock. So that's something that's traditional with Hunkydory card kits. We then go on to our 24 beautifully printed inserts, and then down the bottom there you get 12 of those printed papers, double-sided papers, and if that weren't enough, you even get 8 concept cards as well. 4 designs, 2 of each. This is just spectacular. We had so many positive emails in the studio this lunchtime when we launched this at 1 o'clock. So if you'd like to get hold of it today, you're getting ahead of everybody else. We've got it before anyone, which is fantastic. It is the Blossoming Fairies, and it's just $19.98, your first split payment of 2, or one payment of $39.96, whichever you prefer. The artwork, that's what I was saying to Anne-Marie earlier on. The artwork really stands out as being very different and very kind of not too over cute, but kind of grown up cute. And I think that's what you liked so much earlier on. That's why so many of these kits went earlier. And the lovely Anne-Marie's here to do a little pick and flick for us. I love this collection, and so does everyone watching, I think.
Yeah, definitely. It's just so cute, isn't it? And in fact, like you say, we've got different hair tones in here. We've got different skin colours. We've got just something for everybody in here. And obviously, it's all with beautiful florals as well. So it's just adorable.
The concept cards, I love.
Yes, they're gorgeous, aren't they? So these are the concept cards that you can make. So you can make 8 of these. So there's going to be 4 different designs, and you can make 2 of each to give you your 8 in total. You do get all your envelopes included as well. So you literally get everything you need to make this whole card.
It looks like you're looking into a fairy glen or into...
It does, doesn't it?
Like a little theatre.
Yeah, because you've got the backgrounds there as well. It really does look like you're looking through into their little world. It's just gorgeous.
Okay, then we go on to, of course, our concept cards in total. You get the bases and then you get all the elements. Yeah?
You get all the bases, so you're going to get, there's four different designs. You're going to get 2 of each to give you your total. And then you are also going to get all of the embellishments, bits and pieces as well. So you get your fairies, fronts and backs, you get some bonus toppers, some sentiments on here as well. And again, you're going to get 2 of each of those and 2 of each of the other colourways as well. So that's everything.
If you make the 8 cards and you think, oh, I could really do with some more of those concept cards, you can buy more concept cards separately available as well. They are available on the website. All of the kits that will get broken down, we offer separately as well. So if you want more of the toppers with the printed cardstock and the printed and foiled cardstock, that's another option. If you want an extra one of the books, which loads of you do, that's also another option as well. Let's show you the toppers though.
So with your toppers, again, you're going to get 2 of everything. So you're going to get 4 different designs, 2 of each. And these come in like little sets of 3, if you will. So you're going to get your foiled and die-cut topper. Then you're going to get your foiled and printed cardstock. So it's just got a little foil detail along the very bottom edge there. And then you're also going to get your printed cardstock. So that's your little sort of trios, if you will. Then we're going to get the lovely sort of sunflower one that's got that lovely blue tone with the yellow there. Absolutely gorgeous. Again, your foiled cardstock's just got the foil detail down the side and the accent detailing on the image, and your printed cardstock. Then you're going to get this gorgeous colour combination. It's like a really soft green, isn't it? It's gorgeous. Look at all the different frames we've got on there as well. We've got sentiments, we've got ribbon borders. You know, that sheet is absolutely jam-packed. We don't like to leave any space. Again, we've got our foil card and our printed. And then we also have this beautiful colour combination. I love this. It's like a sort of purple and teal. It's just stunning. Again, look at all the toppers you're getting on there. You can make so many cards with this. I mean, I think you could easily make 4 cards with that, and you're going to get 2. So 8 cards straight away, just with one topper sheet. Again, you've got this beautiful foil design and, of course, our printed. So that is all of your toppers and your cardstock.
So if you want another one of those, if that's what you always run out of, the cardstock and the toppers, you can get an extra set of those for $19.99. Add it to your order, you won't pay any more than $3.95 P&P. But then we go on to the inserts and the printed papers as well,
Inserts
the double-sided
and papers, yeah. So in here, you're going to get, did we decide 24 inserts?
24 inserts and 12 double-sided papers.
That's it. Well remembered, Dave. So these are, obviously, they're not the focus of your cards. These are just the inserts that will go inside your card, give your cards that finishing touch. They just sort of continue that journey from the front of your card right through to the inside, but they don't take over. You know, these aren't the focus. These are just to sort of add that little touch of luxury. Gorgeous designs there. So that's all of your inserts. So you do get multiples, and then we've got all of our papers as well. So these are double-sided. So I'm showing you front and backs here.
So you get a bold side one side, and more...
Yeah, and a little bit more of a A muted tone, yeah, like little polka dots and things like that. Look at those florals. They're gorgeous,
it.
aren't they? And then you get the lovely little sort of daisy print there. And then we've got the big...
That's my favourite.
It's so gorgeous, isn't it? You've got the daisies on there, you've got sunflowers, you've got the little bumblebees and the butterflies. It's just such a happy paper, isn't it? And then obviously we've got the dandelion clock. I can't remember what those little things are called on the dandelion clocks. They do have a name.
Yeah, I did know.
Can't think
but
what it is.
There'll always be dandelion clocks.
Yeah, we'll just go with dandelion clocks. And then you've got this gorgeous all over design as well. And then again, the beautiful stars on the reverse. So that's your inserts and papers.
Superb. And then we got, I think this is the icing on the cake. Any little book that's in a kit, I love to bits. And this is the first time I think I can remember them being square. Normally they're rectangular. And you've got 150 sheets in here. Now you've got 25 designs and there's 6 of each in each book. So if you want to chop into them, decoupage them, or just use them as 150 card toppers, is entirely up to you. But you could use it just like that, couldn't you?
Yeah, absolutely. They're so pretty, aren't they? You know, we were saying earlier, some of them are a little sort of Disney-esque, aren't they, with the way they look as well, the fairies. Look at her. That's the stamp that we actually coloured in earlier on the 3 o'clock show.
Yep.
Absolutely beautiful. All sorts of different designs in here. You could be chopping into this and using it as a corner on your card, you know, cut it away from the background. So easy to decoupage some of these images up as well, so you can easily, you know, work out the layers. Look at that one.
Yeah, that's
Isn't
lovely.
it pretty? So many beautiful images in here.
Let us know what you think of the artwork. If you're loving it, just message in either studio@hobbymaker.co.uk or indeed just go to the website and just click on the get in touch with the studio icon, and then that will send the message to us as well. We'd love to hear from you. Tell us what you think. Say hello and we'll say hello back. Right, this is it then. This is the last hour of this collection. It's launching with us today ahead of anybody else. $39.96 is your price, and on 2 split pays, you only have to pay the first payment of $19.98 today. And this breaks it down so you can see everything that you're going to be getting. There we are, look, your Fairy Blossoms Luxury Topper Collection with topper sheets, foiled and printed cardstock as well. That is basically 24 sheets in total for the top part. Then you've got the Fairy Blossoms Concept Card Kit. You've got enough there to make 8 cards with the envelopes included too. Then you've got 36 sheets of inserts and double-sided paper, 24 of the inserts and 12 of the double-sided papers. And then you've got 150 pages, potentially 150 cards out of that little book as well. And I know many of you collect the little books. You use one, have one as a collectible. Just pop that into your basket if you'd like to. It's all there on the website. It's all there for you to fill your baskets. And if you've already treated yourself to something from Hobby Maker today since we came on air, then you don't have to worry about any more postage. You've already paid $3.95, and that's all you have to do every day. Just one payment, no matter how many times you order, which is great.
It is, isn't it? So fab. Okay, so we're going to use our beautiful fairy. This one, she caught my eye in the little book. I just think she's so sweet, isn't she? I love the toadstool.
Absolutely, and that was the one that you coloured in from the stamps in the last show at 3 o'clock. So, yeah, I don't know if you caught that. It was actually a watercolour pencil show, and Anne-Marie drew with the pencils to start off with onto the watercolour card, and then just used a water brush to drag the colour out. So you can watch that show back, and you can see the watercolour pencils if you want to on the website. They're there from 3 o'clock this afternoon.
And if you need some inspiration for the colours with your stamps,
Look
then
at
this
the
is
pad.
ideal. Yeah, it really is. Okay, we're going to make a nice big 8x8 card for this, because we're going to use quite a cool technique on here. So what I'm going to do first of all is we need to cover this with our 8x8 paper. So this is one of the double-sided papers.
Am I wrong, or was 8x8 your favourite card size?
Still is, Dave.
Thought it was.
I love it. Yeah, I just think it's such a nice size to just really show off like the artwork and all the images and everything. So I do like a nice large 8x8 card. It's gorgeous. So mirror card on first of all. I did have this planned for one of my demos, but then when I opened, it was my first demo I did this morning. I opened it and I was like, oh, what am I doing with this then? So we did something, obviously, but it wasn't what I intended. And I thought about it afterwards. I was like, oh, yeah.
How far away do you plan your demos then?
Well, some of them I did on Monday morning. So I was at Crafters Companion on Monday. I was at Crafters TV. So before we went live on Monday morning, I did some of my prep then.
Okay.
And that just feels like years ago already, Monday morning.
It's great, though, that we're all one big family now, aren't we?
Oh, yeah, it's fab. It really is fab. Okay, so this is going to go onto here. I'm just trying to look if there's a particularly wrong or right way. I think we can go like that. But what we're going to do before we stick this down is I'm going to cut like an X out of the middle. Okay, so I'm going to go back to my trimmer to do this.
Okay.
And I'm going to put my 2 points along my cut guide. So that's where the blade cuts, and I'm just going to cut an X across the middle. So that way...
No specific length?
Not really, no. Not all the way to the edges, just leaving maybe like an inch in the corner.
Okay, I'm intrigued.
Ah, see, this is what I like. And then what we're going to do when we pop this on our trimmer, on our cardstock, is we can, if I can just get under there, fold these back.
Oh.
So we're going to fold back all 4 of these points and have our little fairy in the middle.
Like
so
that.
she's like peeping out. So let's get our fairy in first of all, and then she's sort of in place. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to use my construction glue. I think we have some of this in stock. I think it's on the website.
Is it, Laura? Have we got construction glue?
Do we not? Sorry.
We will
we
be
are-
getting it
yeah,
back in.
we
If
are
it's not
getting it
there,
back
we will
in.
be getting it back in soon.
So this means that it just gives me that wiggle room, so I can wiggle that round so that when I place this on the top, if it's not quite central, I can obviously move her around.
Tell you something though, when construction glue is available, just grab as many as you can
Yeah.
afford, because it's just a godsend.
Yeah, we're having some shipping issues getting it in. So what we have at the moment is what we have for a little while. So definitely if it comes in, stock up.
Well, there's shipping issues around the world for everything at the moment.
Yeah,
It's
definitely.
crazy.
Yeah, it's a little bit chaotic at the minute. Okay.
So when things are there, grab them. You don't know what's going to be
Definitely.
before they're back. So
Okay, so double-sided tape all around those 2 edges, and I brought the tape in because obviously when we lift these corners up, we don't want this to sort of all pull back. We want
Yeah.
the paper to be nice and secure. Now, what I'm going to do as well is rather than sticking it all in one go, is we're going to peel a bit back and then stick a bit down, and then we can pull these out. So this is just a nice way. If you've got something particularly to line up, this just enables you to remove the tape and sort of
it's a really good
stick a
technique,
bit.
actually. If you don't do your tape removal like this, give it a go. I think you'll be well impressed.
So what we can do then is...
It gives you more of a chance to get it in the right place.
It does, it does. So we can press that down there. Oops, lost my little things then. And then you can just sort of pull out those pieces then. But it does just help you stick that down without sticking it all down.
Yeah. And sticking it in the wrong place.
Yeah, exactly. And then we can open this out. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to grab my score tool and just give these a really sort of good curve so that we can sort of roll these back a little bit. But just helping them get that shape will just help them stay a little bit more. We are going to secure them down with a little foam pad as well, but just to help have its shape. And then we can check out that fairy and make sure she's sitting nice and central.
What a great idea this is. I didn't see this design coming.
It's brilliant for your double-sided papers.
Yeah, it's great.
Absolutely brilliant, yeah, because obviously you're getting to see both designs.
And you got lots of double-sided papers in your bundle today, in the kit. 12 of them.
And it just really works with the fairies in particular, because you are just sort of looking into their little world, aren't you? I think she's looking quite central there, actually. Just give her a little bit of a wiggle. There we go. And then I'm going to grab some foam pads. Oh, sliding off, I've got loads. So that we can stick this down. So just sort of rolling that back around.
It's like you're looking through maybe a window in the fairy house out to the garden outside, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just fab, isn't it? It's just such a cool technique to use with your double-sided papers. I absolutely love it. And don't worry about them being, completely straight. That one's got a bit of a curve in that way, because it just sort of adds to the whole look of this card. And there we go.
So if you've got double-sided papers in your stash at home, have a think about doing
Yeah,
something like
definitely. I mean, they help keep their shape a lot because obviously they're such good quality papers. They really do sort of keep their shape nicely. There we go. We've got her in there nice and central. Then we can layer her up still as well. So I've got one layer already. So that's our first layer with the mushroom. So we'll get this one in.
So you've got 150 sheets in the book, but if you do want to decoupage them, you've got literally 6 of each, isn't it? 6 of each
Yes.
image. So you can do maybe at least 2 good 3-dimensional decoupage images from the characters.
Definitely. So I've used 3 of them here, so you could do 2 cards exactly like this with the just 2 layers of the decoupage. Just doing things like cutting out the background, so you're sort of looking through that onto, you know, popping a double-sided paper behind there will give it a little bit of extra dimension. There's just so much you can do with the little books. Okay, so let's get this first layer on. So just tucking her in, just get the bottom of that mushroom lined up first, and then the rest will just sort of fall into place. Oops. One of our pages has just come unstuck. And then this final layer, I'm just going to cut out the actual fairy. So just going around.
Because always think, the last layer, think about what would be in the forefront, what would be kind of forward of the mushroom, what would be forward of the wings, obviously her body. So that goes on last.
Yeah, so I'm going to cut her wings off, cutting the mushroom off, and just whizzing around her hair. Obviously take a little bit more time. Just get nice.
You're a whiz with the scissors.
I know, I do love a little bit of fussy cutting, not going to lie.
I'd chop her head off if I'm useless.
Practice, that's all it is. It really is, just having practice and just being confident with it as well. Don't be, I find if you do lots of little cuts, it looks quite jagged, you know, it doesn't look as neat.
That's where I go wrong, that's what I do, lots of little cuts.
Whereas like this section of the wing, if you can do that in one big cut, rather than lots of little cuts, you just get a much more professional finish. And always move your paper. Don't be trying to cut, you know, with your arm twisted up behind your back, just trying to get it in the right place, you know, move your paper around, make it easy for yourself. So just, I'm cutting her wings out, Dave.
I did wonder.
Why didn't you tell me? Losing my mind.
I thought, Anne-Marie knows what she's doing.
Nah, don't count on that. Honestly.
So now her body's going to be sticking in front of
Her body's
the
going to
wings.
be in the foreground, yeah. So she's going to really stand out from the back of the toadstool here. Her little shoes are like leaves. They're so cute. They like turn up at the ends like little...
I bet the first day that your kit arrives in the next few days, you'll just spend probably an hour or two just looking through all the artwork, flicking through all the pages of the book. It's really glorious artwork.
Yeah, it's just so cute, isn't it? So she is now the focus of that decoupage. So we can just add a couple of foam pads on the back here. So when we stick her on, she'll really stand out. And the way that she's sort of leaning, you could do another layer where you cut out her head and her arms. And maybe her feet if you wanted to, or legs there.
You could take it as far as you want, really.
Yeah, you can absolutely. And then we just need a sentiment. Where have I put all my stash? Let's grab the stash and find a sentiment for her. We can probably grab one off here because she is similar sort of colours.
It's worth pointing that out, that although you've got lovely toppers on each sheet, there are loads of little accent sentiments on there as well. So no part of the sheet is uncovered.
Oh, no, absolutely not. There's so many bits and pieces on all the sheets. Just going to trim the little pips off, and I'm going to pop that straight. Oh, I might put it on the bottom of the mushroom, actually. I'll go on the bottom of the mushroom because I don't want to cover up the curled paper, really. So a little foam pad on the bottom of the mushroom. Hello, beautiful. And then shall we pop an insert inside as well, just to finish off?
Absolutely. Inserts, you get 24. Double-sided sheets, you get 12 of the papers. And all the rest is 8, 8, 8. So it's 8 of the printed cardstock, 8 of the printed and foiled, and 8 of the die-cut toppers.
Yes, that's right. So I'll just pop her out the way for a second while we grab our trimmer. So again, not the exact same fairy, but she's got a toadstool on, and you can definitely mix and match these. So I'm just going to trim that to just under 8 by 8 so that we get a nice little border all the way around of our inside of our card. So let's bring her back in.
And you always get like a little light print of a character on the inserts, but it's always in a corner somewhere, so you can trim it down to maybe a DL size or whatever size of card you want.
We purposely don't put sentiments on our inserts because if you imagine like when you get your A4 sheets, if we put a sentiment right in the middle of there, you're so limited on where you can put it, where you can cut that down. So we decided quite a while ago actually to just stop putting sentiments in.
Because you've all got sentiments, stamps,
Yeah,
and that sort of thing at home.
exactly.
Look at that, great card, isn't it? A little glimpse into the world of the Blossoming Fairies, or the Fairy Blossoms. And by the way, we do have the stamps in the show. I know we didn't have the stamps in the earlier 3 o'clock show. For those of you that were watching the watercolouring show with Anne-Marie and myself, Anne-Marie was colouring in with pencils and then using a water brush. And she used one of these images, this one here, the one that we've just done with the topper. There it is as a stamp. And there it is stamped in black and white. And there it is, actually coloured in using the watercolour pencils that we had in the 3 o'clock show today. That's still available, by the way, and if you want to watch that show back, really inspirational. It's not just a case of drawing and colouring in with the pencils, it's using water to move the colour around. That is still available, but these are the stamps we use. So you're going to get all 3 of them, and they're now at $15.99, so only £5.33 per stamp.
It's amazing, isn't it?
And they're
Such
large
good value.
stamps.
They are, and I love these style of stamps that we do. We call them sort of stamper card. So you literally stamp the whole front of your card with these, and you just colour them.
Yeah.
So great for maybe, maybe putting some colouring books together for the kids. Just stamp loads of these out. Let them play with the watercolour pencils. They can't make a mess.
Well, if you're going to do maybe a card for Nan or Grandad or whoever it might be in the family or a friend, the fact that it's been handmade is one thing, but the fact it's been coloured in by hand as well is going to make it even more special. And again, that is never going to go in a drawer. It's never going to be thrown away. It's always going to be kept and cherished. But to give you some idea as to what you can do with it, if you're maybe a watercolourist and you would like to be a watercolourist, then just order those pencils from the earlier show at 3 o'clock. But equally,
I love that one, stamped in grey.
Love it. Great. I love
So
grey,
delicate,
actually.
isn't it? Yeah, it's lovely.
Softer than black. And of course, embossing powders.
Yeah, get your sparkles out. And how different does that look? Because we put it behind a die-cut shape.
Yeah.
It doesn't even look like it's the same shape as the other ones.
White embossing powder?
Yeah, white embossing powder, and then using your inks in the background.
So you don't have to colour it in if you
Nope.
don't want to?
Oh, she's so cute.
So sweet.
She looks really sassy, doesn't she?
Absolutely. Whether you're using alcohol pens, whether you're using watercolours, aqua markers, whatever it might be, the prism pens that we do here from Hunkydory are fantastic. But remember, if you want to do watercolour, our recommendation today, rather than buying a big palette, which can cost you a fortune, buy the 48 watercolour pens from the 3 o'clock show. You can go back on the website and see that. Because you get a journal of tuition. You also get 60 sheets of watercolour cards, A5 as well with it, and you even get 3 water brushes too. So that is on the actual website right now. I think it was about just over £40, wasn't it?
$41.96.
£41.96, good memory. All right. What about if you want the dies? Now, the fairy dies that we had from the very first show, this is a little bit brutal because we've chopped her heads off.
So what we've done is we're giving you creative options.
Yes.
So you can put your own head on your own body with your own wings, whatever you want to do. There's different sort of poses as well. You've got like the sat down fairy. You've got this one that's almost like a ballerina. She's lovely, isn't she?
Yeah.
And then obviously you've got the one that's sort of flying here with the stripy tights. But you can then colour them whatever skin tone, whatever hair colour, whatever colour combination of clothing you want to do. The option is entirely down to you.
And here she is, coloured in.
She's so cute,
Different
isn't
hairdo,
she?
different colour dress, and just as like a silhouette. That's really effective.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? It's gorgeous. Using your inks to create that background and then just cutting it out in black.
So design your own fairies. There you go. 17 dies in that set for just $14.99. 0800 001 4433 will get you your Moonstone dies from Hunkydory. Fantastic. Right. Parchment papers. Now, we didn't talk about those very much in the early part of the show, early at 1 o'clock. These don't come in the collection, but they are available as a separate.
Yes, they are, yeah.
And to be honest, these don't have to necessarily go with the fairies, although they do go very well. There's no relevance to fairies on here at all. So they will stand alone and go with anything that you want to use them with.
Yeah, definitely. You've got some really beautiful sort of generic patterns in here. We've just popped them onto some white paper so you can see the designs a little better. But you've got all the different colours of the collection running through. You know, this one obviously would work really well with the card we've just done. How useful are these though? You know, the polka dot ones you can use with anything.
Beautiful.
So delicate.
Now, you're going to get 8 designs, 2 of each. So I've just got the 8 there in front of me. And you get 16 of them for $9.99, and that's parchment, not vellum. Parchment is much more upmarket and better quality than vellum.
Yeah.
Vellum's great, but parchment is greater. $9.99, MIHD41 is the product code for that one, okay? And then the adorable scoreboard we have as well. Do you want me to do that?
Oh, it still looks pretty.
You sound surprised.
No, it's still laid out nicely.
Oh, okay.
Because it's like we've had a different show in between.
Oh,
Jimmy's
fair
done
enough.
a good job, hasn't he?
Yeah, Jimmy's on form today.
Bless
He's on
him.
fire. I wrecked his tower of glitter, so I apologise.
Oh, it's gonna get you.
Now, this is Adorable Scoreboard. It's Mattastic Adorable Scoreboard.
Yeah, so the whole collection's actually printed onto Mattastic, so that just means that it's still got the qualities and the properties of Adorable Scorable in that we can score it. The ink's not going to flake off. It's not going to leave you with, you know, sort of cracked edges. But you can also then add your inks onto this if you want to. You can stamp onto it. You can do a lot more with it.
But remember, the guys at Hunkydory have literally gone through all the colourways that's in the toppers and in the artwork in the main collection and thought, okay, what colours do we need that aren't going to clash? And as you can see, if I just bring in the topper sheets and show you, the shades of blue are right.
Yeah.
You've got the shades of green right. The burgundy, that's right as well. So it's all there, so it's a perfect way of making your card kit go further.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can obviously use this as your base cards, but it still feels like you're being quite extravagant scoring this in half because, you know, it's just so pretty. I would use this and cover my white cards because we've all got white card blanks at home.
Yep.
Use this and really chop into it, but great for doing any sort of construction work boxes, things like that. It's ideal.
Well, you get 30 sheets, and remember, Adorable Scorable means basically you can score it and it won't crack. Bendy ink, even though it's Mattastic, and if you do want to add your distress inks and that sort of thing, you can do that. You can't do that always on the coated cardstock, but you can on the Mattastic. $9.99 if you want to add that into your order. And do remember, I know you're probably sick to the back teeth of me saying this, but remember, it's only 1 P&P a day. So if you want to buy 5 things, not 5 $3.95s, it's 1 $3.95, provided you check out before midnight and order before midnight, and it's in the same 24-hour period. You don't pay any more than $3.95. And of course, it's a free call centre if you want to talk to someone rather than use the internet. If you're not, I know not everybody's kind of internet happy, so
No.
if you're not really keen on websites and things like that, just phone our operators. They're a lovely bunch. It's a family-run call centre upstairs, and they will take your order and sort out any issues. If you have any problems or questions, they will help. Right.
Okay, so we're going to make a stepper card this time.
Yep.
So we're going to use the foil cardstock that comes with the sort of sunflowers on here, but we need to trim it down to 28 centimetres. So A4 is such an awkward size because it doesn't divide equally into anything.
No.
It's like 29.7 centimetres. It's just awkward. So we're going to trim this down to 28, so it just makes it a little bit easy. Now I am cutting through this design because we are going to cover it up at the end, so don't worry too much. But we do need the rest of it, so we are being a bit extravagant cutting that out there. And then we're going to get our scoreboard, and what we need to do is score on the centimetre side. So let me just flip that over so we have our little centimetres. And then, excuse me, our topper is going to go in the middle of here. So our topper is about 10 centimetres. This is 21, so I need to leave a 10-metre gap in the centre, which means I can score. Did I say metre then?
Mind the gap.
That's going to be a massive
That's gonna be a
card,
massive
isn't it? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to score down to about 4 centimetres, I think, each side. So it just gives us a nice step here and here, but it still leaves us a nice panel in the middle. So our centimetres, we need to score at 3. So we're going down to 4.5 on this side of the board, 6 and 10. At 21 centimetres, no, 14 centimetres, sorry, that's our halfway point because obviously we trimmed down to 28.
Yeah.
So 14 is our halfway, and then 21, again, we score just to about 4.5. And then I'm going to flip that over because I need to do the same here. So 3, 6, 10, and then 21 because 14 is already done for us.
Now, I know it's frustrating that not everything is available on the website yet. What we're doing is at the moment, every show that's on air, what's in that show is on the website to purchase. But it's only going to be a matter of a week or just over a week, hopefully, until we get everything, every product on the website, and you can buy whatever you like from whoever that we supply here at Hobbymaker. But that's the website takes a bit of time to get exactly right. We don't want to launch something until it's ready, so bear with us, but we will be able to give you things like the scoreboards and the trimmers and all that from Hunkydory in the next week or two.
Okay, so what I'm going to do here is now I'm going to line up to 4.5 centimetres on the top of my trimmer, and we're going to cut from the first score line that we created up to the last one. Okay, so we're not cutting all the way through, we're just cutting along these scores, up and down like that, and then we can fold all this up now. So we're going to fold in the centre because that's our halfway, that's nice and easy, and then we're just going to concertina these sides up to create those steps. And you can see what's happened is that the little sunflower leaves are just, the petals are just poking over the top. It's really cute, isn't it?
Well worked out.
Very cute. And then just...
That's sheer luck.
It was, yep, 100%. We're just going to give all of those scores a really good crease so that the card sits nicely when we're putting it together. So our topper is going to go right in the middle of here.
She does look like a Disney character.
She
doesn't
does,
I know
doesn't
she's
she?
not, but
Yeah,
does
she
look like
does. It's definitely the eyes, I think. We're going to use the border across the middle of here, and then we've got some other little bits and pieces that we can pop on the other steps here as well. So we've got that sentiment again. All you need is fairy, faith, trust, and a little fairy dust. We've got to have a magical day and to someone special. So we'll stick all of those on, get everything in place. So just grab a little bit of tape. I just need a skinnier one to get this border in.
I do remember this is the last live show of the day. We're on air at the moment from 1 o'clock until 6 o'clock, 7 days a week. But you can, of course, watch shows back if in the evening, if you don't finish work till 5, you don't get home till 6, you think, oh, I can't watch it, I've missed it. You can watch all the shows back from the day, 1 through to 6. Just go onto the website and you'll see them there. And also you can watch back yesterday's and the day before's. I think you can watch back shows up to last Saturday, as far as I'm aware. But it's all on the website, you'll be able to see if you've missed something. Or maybe you've just found us and you're thinking, what have I missed?
Yeah, definitely. Okay, so we've got that little bit there. I'm going to stick these little sentiments on as well now. And again, this is great when you come into doing like stepper cards and things, is you've got all these embellishments in there, you know, everything's sort of included because we want to put so much on the topper sheets. We've got all these little added extras. So just trimming off the little pips. And then I'm going to pop the fairy on this step. So just pop her in there. And then this one, oh, I've put tape at the top. Put tape at the top, that's not right. Let's put that back on. It's because I didn't look. Tape at the bottom. And then we can pop that one in there.
These little tags are really handy to have, aren't they?
They really are. They're just so cute, aren't they, as well? And this is just the beauty with cards like this particularly, where you've got all this area to put all these little embellishments out. It's just perfect.
What Anne-Marie's doing with the scissors is sometimes with die cuts, there are little pips that hold them into the cardstock that sometimes get left behind. So just trim them off with a pair of scissors.
It's just me being particular.
Oh yeah.
You don't
But
have to.
You can see them sometimes, so it's
Yeah.
worth trimming them away.
Yeah, you don't have to though. Okay, I think actually I was going to cut that frame out, but I think I actually quite like the effect of using all three elements there with the topper.
Because that's not one topper. That's
It's not. No, if we
three.
turn it over, you can see actually even better. You've got 3 die cut elements there. You've got that outer frame, you've got that skinny sort of inner frame, and then you've got the actual topper itself. So you get quite a lot in there that you can take apart, use individually, but we're going to be extravagant. We're going to use it all.
It's the final show. Go for it.
Well, why not? So I'm going to put my tape on here so that it sort of holds those bits and pieces in place as well, so that they can't sort of come undone. So
Are you a new Hunkydory fan? Have you been a Hunkydory follower for years? Years and years? I mean, how long has Hunkydory been going? Is it 15 years? Or more?
It's not far off that.
Yeah.
It's not far off that, but yeah, it's been quite a while for sure.
But you know what? I think probably out of all the companies I know, Hunkydory's got one of the most loyalist fan bases. People, once they use Hunkydory card kits, won't settle for anything other than Hunkydory.
Yeah, definitely.
Settle for the best.
Okay, so obviously because this cardstock is designed landscape, we have like a sideways fairy here. So we are going to cover her up.
We had an
Okay.
upside down one earlier.
Well, exactly. So just to avoid that again, we're going to cover her up. So I'm going to use one of the double-sided papers, and I'm going to stick this on here. You could use an insert here if you wanted to. Obviously, that would give you somewhere to write your message. But I'm just going to line that up to that foil line that's there. Almost gives us like an edge to line that up to. And then we can just go in and trim this here. So it just neatens up the back there as well. We don't have a sideways fairy or an upside down fairy because we fixed it. But it will just...
You got out of it really well, actually. I was all impressed.
But it will just give us like a neater look on the back, so we don't have that sideways fairy. And then we can just turn her around.
Oh, it's lovely,
Look
isn't it?
how cute she is.
Gorgeous.
She's so sweet, isn't she?
Absolutely gorgeous. Well, for less than £40 today, or less than £20 if you want split pay, you can get the latest collection from Hunkydory. I mean, everyone who loves Hunkydory eagerly awaits the latest collection. I think you've excelled yourself with this one. Can we just go over, do you want to go over here and just show you? Let me just remind you, we've got lots and lots of great finished samples. Lots of them are dotted around here from, Bex has done this one, for example. Absolutely stunning. With the decoupage too, just make the arms and the dress of that little fairy kind of stand out more. Lots of layers on there, but the animation that they caught, they captured that kind of movement with the lanterns and the beautiful daisies in the background as well. Really, really gorgeous. But let's show you again everything you're going to be getting in the collection today. It's always the same sort of configuration. Sometimes it varies a little bit, but you always can expect 8 sets or 8 sheets of toppers. 4 designs, 2 of each. That's what you're going to get across the top here. Now, if you do want extra toppers, we do offer a top-up of the toppers, the printed cardstock, and the printed and foiled cardstock. So you're going to get 8 sheets of each of those. So that's 24 sheets for $19.99, okay? If that's what you always run out of and that's what you really get frustrated about running out of, add an extra one of those for $19.99. That's your 8 sheets of toppers, 8 sheets of printed card, and 8 sheets of printed and foiled card. That's coming up any second for you on the screen, I think. Also, something that everybody seems to go for more than one of is the little book here, the square book, which is 150 sheets in that. And again, I think it's the first time, or one of the very few times, that we've actually seen a square book from Hunkydory. I don't think we've done, I can't remember one before that's been square. Normally they're rectangular. But you've got 25 images, designs, but you get 6 of each. So there's 150 sheets in there. That potentially could be 150 cards if you use your own card blanks and that sort of thing. But if I just lift it up to give you a little flick inside, each one potentially a topper. Each one potentially a topper. And it's not paper, it's cardstock. So gorgeous, isn't it? And another one of these, if you want one, that will come up on the screen fairly soon for you. There we go, $9.99 for an extra book. Pop that into your order, and remember, you only ever pay 1 postage here at Hobbymaker per day, no matter how many things you're ordering. And then down the bottom, let's go down to the next layer. What else is here? We've got the inserts. Now you get 24 of those, and the inserts have only got a little image printed in the corner of each sheet, so whatever size you want to trim it to, if you're doing a thin DL, if you're doing a 6x6, 5x5, whatever, you can keep the image intact. And then you've got 12 sheets of double-sided papers. Glorious images. There's always a kind of a busier side one side and a plainer side the other, so you've got the option of which. And then you've got the 8 brilliant concept cards down here with the 8 envelopes included too. And yeah, if you want more concept cards, they're available as a separate purchase as well. It's all listed, all photographed on the website at hobbymaker.com. We've literally got about 18, 19 minutes left on the show, something like that. So we're going to go back for more demos because time is tight. And Anne-Marie's going to do another card, hopefully.
We are, absolutely. So what we're going to do is we're going to use this gorgeous colour combination with the sort of purple and the teal here. And I really love this sort of corner design we have on this cardstock. So obviously what's going to happen is if we put that there is we're going to cover this little fairy up. So to try and keep her in as well, I'm going to cut around here with my craft knife so we can tuck that topper underneath. So I've just made a little start on cutting around the sides of the wings here. So with anything like this, if you're looking at something like that wing actually curls over, but we're not going to bother with that. You know, you don't have to cut all the real teeny tiny details out. Just there's something you can get away with cutting off if it's too detailed, just go with it. So going around the edges of these petals. So again, just like we were saying earlier with your scissors, move your cardstock round rather than trying to angle this.
I don't get that loose with a craft knife.
Oh, really? Yeah. Can you not be trusted?
No. I've got to think about blades.
Oh, okay. Not for everybody.
I'm not actually using it like you are now, but when it comes to changing a blade, I can't do it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, no.
Okay. Yeah, it's not for everybody. Okay, just making sure we've got everything there. So when we put this topper in here, we can sort of tuck it in behind that fairy, so we actually get to see both of them nicely there now. Like that, yeah. And obviously we can lift that wing up and give it a little bit more dimension as well. Now I am going to push out the middle of this one, and I'm going to push out this frame, and do keep hold of these frames because they are perfect for using to frame images in your little book. You know, because your little book isn't foiled, obviously you can add that then to one of your little book pages, and it just adds instant foil. They're so worth keeping hold of, to just give you a little bit of a look.
See what you mean.
It's cute, isn't it?
Oh, I wouldn't
so now
have
they
thought
look
of doing
like foil toppers. So always keep hold of those.
Yeah, like it. Great use of it.
It is, isn't it? It's going to keep you busy for the rest of the show, isn't it, that?
I'm easily pleased.
Okay, so let's get this frame in place. So I'm just popping some foam strips. We don't need to go all the way around because obviously some of it is going to stick underneath the actual image. So we can just go probably about halfway. And then just tuck that in first so we know where it's sort of sitting. And then we can stick that down like that. And then we can stick our fairy in, but I'm going to put her down flat. So
you've actually taken one of the A4 sheets, cut
Yep.
it down to 8 by 8.
Yeah,
I would have thought of doing that.
yeah, and then just cut into the card there as well. So again, don't always think you have to cut things out. You can just cut in and lift bits up. And then she can just go in there. So it just mirrors the image that we've got there. She's just facing the other way. And then we're going to put all of this onto a little bit of mirror card. And then this whole thing can then go onto one of our double-sided papers. So we're just using a little bit of everything here. So obviously this doesn't matter underneath because nobody's going to see that.
No.
It's going to be hidden away under our mirror. Oops.
Tell your friends about Hobby Maker as well if you could. We've been here a couple of weeks, 2 weeks yesterday.
Yeah.
And, excuse me, it's going from strength to strength. Loads of positive messages on Facebook and emails as well from you. So we really appreciate that. Really appreciate your comments and the fact that you're tuning in and you're loving what you're seeing. That's what most of you say, so that's fantastic.
I heard about another good supplier before as well, another good demonstrator. I'm very excited.
Ooh.
I know. It's just
Have I
going to
not
be.
heard this?
I don't know, but I'm not sure we can talk about it just in case.
I tell you what, Creative Expressions are here this week, first time.
Oh, another one, Glitzcraft, Leona.
Yes, yes.
But it was another one than that. Yeah. I didn't say that.
Am I allowed to say?
I don't know, but we've got all the secrets.
Oh, no, it's confirmed. No, it's confirmed. But someone that you've been following for a long
Yeah,
time.
someone that you will really, really like, definitely. Okay, we've got a couple of sentiments here. So we've got have a fairy happy birthday. We are good at puns at Hunkydory. We've got fairy kisses and may all your wishes come true. So we
You
can
realise
just-
everyone's going to be rewinding this now
I know.
to see if they can read my lips.
Yeah.
I can turn the volume up to hear what I was saying. But
I'm sure it'll be announced very soon.
yes, it will be.
It's just very exciting. Can't
Exciting
wait.
times.
Pop that down there. And then our insert on the inside, just to finish off, and you can see how well this matches. It's just perfect, isn't it? So we'll pop this in like this. And then do you think we have time for another? Yeah.
Everybody said yes in unison. We'll just do another demo. It's
Yeah.
all about the demos here. We've done
Amazing.
lots of updates. You've got your item number, you know the price. So yeah, let's do another demo.
So
before
we'll
we say
just
here we go.
show you this little cutie.
I must admit, I'm with you, 8 by 8. I think that's my favourite
Nice,
size.
isn't it?
Yeah.
It is nice.
I know lots of people are going DL at the moment, which I do like as well. But yeah, 8 by 8's like
Yeah.
just about the right size.
Cute, isn't it? It's cute.
Okay, so all you need to pay today if you fancy going for this, and it's something that we offer as a channel. It's interest-free split payments, so it's $19.98. It's like, you know, flexi payment, all that sort of thing. We call it split payments. $19.98, or you can pay one full price of $39.96. But it is a discounted price, remember, and only one P&P is all you have to pay, no matter how many orders you make in a day. If you ordered something in the 1 o'clock show, 2 o'clock show, 3 o'clock show, 4 o'clock show, 5 o'clock show, you'll only pay $3.95 for your whole order. They all get put together, they get collated at 12 o'clock, and then the individual companies that you've ordered from will dispatch it to you. So you won't get one box with everything in it. It will come separately, but just one P&P of $3.95, okay?
Okay.
Concept card.
We're going to use the concept card in a different way.
Okay.
So I've not prepped this. We're just going to go for it. Dave, have faith.
I do.
Okay, I'm just rounding off that corner because obviously this is designed to have a little scored edge there.
Yep.
So let's just push out this middle topper because what I wanted to do was sort of have a card with the aperture and with the fairy sort of still spinning, but not as the card is designed, if you will. So what I'll do is I'm going to go like this. Let's just do some trimming first.
So you thought the concept cards had to be made the way that they are designed? No, you can
No
put your spin on it.
way. I like what you did there. Put your spin on it.
Mm-hmm.
Took a while, that, didn't it?
Yeah, it's been a long day.
Okay, so I'm going to go I'm not going to keep her. We're going to have to keep this edge, I think. This is going to be easier. So we're going to make it 8 by 6. Okay, so we're not going to do any matting and layering on here, just to keep it a little bit quicker. Trim down to 8 there, and then that still gives us somewhere to add our sentiment and things. Let me grab a card blank. And also trim this down, because our card blanks, we don't do 8 by 6, but it is a wonderful size, so maybe we do need to have a little word.
Yeah, absolutely.
So let's get this on first. Look at the mess I'm making.
That's all right.
Stuff everywhere. Because what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to cut out that aperture to get that fairy sort of spinning on the inside of here.
I think if you've got a clean craft room at the end of the day crafting, you've not had a good day.
Nah, definitely not.
I know some crafters, hello Sharon, really clean up after themselves as they go, but I don't know many of them.
No, definitely not. Okay, so we're going to have that there. Let me grab, that's our fairies there. I'm going to ask you to pick some sentiments for us when I find the topper sheet.
Okay, how many do you want?
We can use that one. I don't know, we've got that kind of space to fill.
Okay.
Let me
That's
cut
too
this
high
out.
for that one, isn't it? I've got, yeah. All sparkle with all your heart. You bring a little magic to my
We
day.
can have a few, that one.
You bring a little magic to my day.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, so what I've done is I've just gone around the inside with a pencil, just to
trim
give
the
us,
tips off?
yes please, just to give us an idea of where those scallop circles sit, because obviously we need to cut this out now. So I'm just gonna, again, take our cardstock round. If you have a die, obviously this is gonna be much easier for you to run this through a die cutting machine with a circular die. But we're gonna hide this behind the topper anyway, in the frame. So it doesn't matter if it looks like you cut it out with your feet. So obviously we're cutting through 2 pieces of cardstock, so you'll just have to run around again and then just check where we are. And if we need to go around again.
I think that's Jimmy leaving the car park.
We got that now, last little bit. There we go. So we'll just get that little.
I'm impressed with that, to do that freehand. That's not bad.
It's not bad actually,
That's
is
really
it?
good.
It's not bad. It's not bad. And then we need some of that invisible cord again. Now I've got this on a thing so I can see it.
Oh, by the way, with the concept cards, you actually will get invisible
do.
thread in there, but don't throw the packet away because you can't see it. It's in there, okay?
Yeah. Okay, and then on our little frame, I'm going to pop some here and some at the top. So this is exactly how you would make this element of the concept card if you were doing it sort of as is, just to get that fairy on the inside.
That's a whole bobbin of invisible wire.
Oh, I've just lost it. Where's it gone?
That's
Let's
the
do some
trouble
more.
with
Let's do
invisible
some more.
wire.
I had hold of it.
Steve managed to get a shot of invisible wire earlier on. I mean, how does he do that?
I did have hold of it. I'll find it in my hair or something, won't I, on the way home?
Yeah.
I'll find it. Okay, so that to there. And then I'm just going to grab a bit of tape just to sandwich that in now, because obviously we don't want that escaping and our fairy potentially falling out. So again, another one there. And then just trim off that extra bit there as well, and there. So then that's going to go on here, obviously hiding that bit of a mess we made cutting the circle out.
It's not a mess. That's
Yeah.
really good.
So we'll just put a couple of foam pads either side of here, and then I'll just put a couple either side of the tape here, because obviously we can't stick over that tape because it's got the backing on, so we'll just pop a little one there and then one down at the bottom as well. We'll stick this on and stick in our fairy.
When are you back?
I'm back on Tuesday,
Right.
but Pauline's here on Sunday,
Okay.
and then I think it's Natalie on Thursday next week.
Cool.
So yeah, all of us will be here. That's
I'll
the
be
point.
with you on Tuesday.
Oh, wonderful. So I think we'll go with, oh, she's so cute. Oh, you can push some of these bits out as well, actually. Some of the, there's some little bumblebees on there.
And those are the sheets that come for the concept cards, aren't they?
Yes.
Just for the concept card?
Yeah.
Would you want some bees?
Yeah, get some bees out.
I do love bumblebees.
They are very cute, aren't they? There's some little flowers on there as well. Just gonna grab that little bit there. So we need some tape on the middle of here. Again, using our red liner so that we can get her in place.
Want anything else, butterflies?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah?
Yeah,
Big ones, little ones?
all of them.
All of them, a lot.
All the butterflies. Okay, so put her on there. She's definitely the right way up. No upside down fairies. So it does come so that you can make her double-sided. Oh, she's so cute.
Yeah, she's good.
Was this the sentiment? Yeah?
Yeah.
You bring a little sparkle to my day. Oh, thanks, Dave.
That's all right. Have the most beautiful birthday.
Oh,
I love you very much. Leave a little sparkle wherever you go. Thank you for being magical. All those are on there too. And how many sheets do you get of these?
you'll get 2 of that one and then 2 of another colourway.
Okay. So 4 sheets of the die cuts
Yeah.
to go in your concept cards. But if you don't want to use them all in the concept card, you don't have to.
No, you can use them like we're doing here, make something completely different. Put him there.
It's a bit like Holly Willoughby.
She does a little bit, doesn't she? Yeah, I can see that. So we'll add a couple of these butterflies on and then we will leave her at that. So obviously put an insert inside her if you're making this at home, but just because of time, because I'm aware.
And if you wind her up, if you spin them round
Yeah,
a
let's
little
keep-
bit, if you've got the inclination and the time, they basically then spin for you. Whee! How cool.
She's so cute, isn't she?
Play for hours. So we're nearly out of time, sadly. Only a minute or 2 left on the show. Remember, we've got a terrific collection here today from Hunkydory. Remember, they bring out their collections exclusive to us for a period of time, not for a long period of time, but we got it first, which is lovely, and you're getting get it first. You're the first people to see it, basically. You can watch the earlier show back for more demonstrations with Anne-Marie as well. She was on at 1 o'clock and 3 o'clock. We did a great show, or you did, with watercolour pencils. That was an amazing show, and how you can use watercolour pencils and also water brushes to great effect. So it's not just a case of colouring in with a pencil, it's actually doing kind of watercolour painting, which is amazing. So you can watch that show back at 3 o'clock this afternoon. We also had some resin shows with Laura at 4. So all our shows, even though maybe you're not available between 1 and 6, you can always watch them back in the evening after they've gone out, or watch them back tomorrow. You can watch them back on YouTube. You can watch them back on our website as well. Lots of ways. Just go to hobbymaker.co.uk and then just go onto our schedule and you'll see all the shows that have been today, and it gives you the option there to actually watch them back straight away on your tablet or on your phone, or maybe even on your smart TV as well. So lots of ways of
definitely.
watching back. And if you want to see the upside down fairy, that was at 1 o'clock.
Yeah, it was at 1 o'clock, yeah.
Okay, so there we are. That's the
Demo.
schedule. There it is. So that was, what show are we looking at now? Oh, this is 1 o'clock. Was it? No, it's not 1 o'clock. Oh, it starts with, this is an advert. Yeah, this is the promo before the show starts. Okay, so yeah, you'll have to watch a bit of that, I'm afraid. But yeah, just literally go to the website and you can see all the shows back from yesterday, the day before that, day before that. And all the products that were in those shows will be listed as well, and you can order at any time. All right, now what's happening tomorrow then? I'm back tomorrow at 1 o'clock, Friday the 18th of March. Now, who's producing me tomorrow? Andy. Oh, okay. That'll be interesting. New Gemini 3D Concertina borders, that's at 1 o'clock. Metalinks adhesives and card Metal Moments collection coming after that at 2 o'clock. Scratch reveal card coming up at 3. Metalinks adhesives and cards at 4. And the new Gemini 3D Concertina borders at 5 p.m. All tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Lots to look forward to. Metalinks is Keith, of course. Keith Smith, he'll be here.
Love him.
Wind him up and let him go. He'll be here. Never a dull moment when Keith's around. Right, remember, don't forget that anything you want in the show, you only ever have to pay $3.95 on a daily basis for postage, which I think is a fantastic thing. Lots of you, that's going down with so many of you, actually. And in this show, we've had the stamps, remember? We've got the dies, the fairy dies, the 3 sets of stamps here, and that's an instant card. Colour that in, and whoever gets that is going to be over the moon. All of it's on the website, though. Anne-Marie, thank you.
Thank you, it's been a pleasure.
I will see you on Tuesday,
You
then.
will indeed,
So
yes.
I'm in tomorrow, off at the weekend, then back on Monday and Tuesday. So Anne-Marie's back then. Lots more Hunky-Dory to look forward to in the days and the weeks to come here, and lots more announcements, as you probably could gather, of new people joining us, new suppliers and new guests joining us here at Hobby Maker as well. Thank you for your company. Gemporia Lifestyle is on the way after we say cheerio, and I'll see you back live tomorrow at 1 o'clock for more fun in the afternoon on a Friday with myself and Andy in my ear. See you tomorrow.
Hobby Maker are live from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day on Sky Channel 670,
Freesat Channel 807.
and Freeview Channel 73. You can also watch on YouTube via some smart TVs, your computer and phone.
Here at Hobby Maker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobby Maker.